All right.
I don't get this tweet because Ross was right though, except at the end when he was being flismy.
Yeah, Ross is complicated because
Yeah.
he doesn't have all the information. I think a lot of what Ross does in the movie is perfectly fair from his POV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's the third one? I forget.
He's one of the Hydra
Ant-Man.
guys.
Isn't he an
Oh,
Ant-Man?
He is an
And the
Ant-Man,
second-
but he's Hydra. So
Alright, second one's Hydra 2. The fourth one's just a victim of shit writing.
Oh, well, we could totally begin with that, I suppose. Talk about
or are we live? Are
any
we live and
second I can.
uncensored?
Well, everything you're saying right now will be on the re-upload. I still haven't managed to go live.
Oh
there
my
we go.
goodness. This is an offline re-upload exclusive.
You are
from
live.
EFAP.
Thank you, YouTube. Now we're live.
And it's gone.
No,
I
no,
hope you
no.
enjoyed your
Filmento.
exclusive.
Filmento.
Yeah, the unlisted gang. They're not going to be the only ones seeing that.
Do you
Bunch of
guys
crazy talk?
Do you guys
up in
like
this
my
biatch.
title?
Let me
I
take a
haven't
look.
seen it yet.
Yeah, I
I'll
have to
send you the link.
keep clicking the YouTube button. Oh, here it is. EFAP number 123. Filmento, Twin Perfect, Man of Steel, and Dick.
No, Dick Splash.
Dick Splash.
Oh, there it is. Man of Steel. It stops with Dick for me.
Damn.
Once we get to Dick, it's all over.
I gotta get that
Man of
fixed.
Steel and Dick Splash. Who's Dick Splash, and why would you name yourself that?
That's from the movie. The ginger kid called Clark a Dick Splash.
Oh, a Dick Splash. Oh my goodness.
Right before the bus accident.
It's incredibly
like-
harsh.
That's my favorite part of the movie.
The person
I-
in the movie with the greatest character development said that. Oh
Well,
my goodness.
The funny part is he says Dick Splash right before the bus like gets whatever
Before a
happens
bus
to it.
splash.
It's like they make it dramatic. It's like Dick Splash. It's just like, oh
Wow,
my god.
butt splash.
The Dick Splash is what
Big-
brought such pain upon the world.
An
Big old
anatomy of
Splashenheimer.
Well, it was hard to come up with how to put that because his series is called An Anatomy of a Failure or Anatomy of a Failure, but it's like I can't say Anatomy of a Failure when there's like 4 different subjects. It has to be Anatomy of Failures, an anatomy.
We have many
anatomies of-
failures to discuss.
We do actually.
Oh my goodness.
And one of them would be Filmento. One is Twin Perfect. One is, of course, the movie, and then Dick Splash. We need to go over Dick Splash.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because Man of Steel's bad.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess should we talk a little
Spoilers.
bit about WandaVision
Oh yeah.
for the intro? Or...
Spoiler alert. WandaVision.
Well, do you want to do? Should we just not talk
Do you
about it
wanna
all
save
until
it?
like its own EFAP? I don't know if it's. I don't know if there's
Yeah.
enough. There's going to be enough in WandaVision as a whole to do like an EFAP on it.
I think I'd. Should yeah, because I'm thinking we only have 3 more episodes to go.
4.
4. So should we just
We
save it to the end and do a bigger thing?
Sure, we could do that. I mean, we're going to be stocked up today, to be honest with you. This intro needs to be as short as possible because we have the potential of... Jesus Christ. So 35
We can
Jesus
plus
Christ.
11 plus
Damn.
We just
18.
throw up that WandaVision started good, but it's not good anymore. Oh my god.
You want
So,
your take
yeah.
out there, whether or not it's like...
Well, there's the take. Are we gonna elaborate on it? Fuck no. Now we're talking about Man of Steel.
So yeah, there's like an hour's worth of video for us to go through. We're probably not going to be able to nail
Oh,
all of it. The ones we will try and definitely do will be the Filmento one, and well, you know what? We'll do Filmento first because I don't know if we'll be able to do anything else.
You know why they call it Man of Steel?
Why?
Because it stole 3 hours of my fucking life.
Nice.
I don't think
I
it's spelled
get it.
that way, but
Shit.
that is good.
God damn.
Well, high five right there. That's excellent.
Man of Steel.
Now,
Is it 3 hours? It's 2 hours and 23 minutes. It feels like 3 hours.
is that the extended version though? There's an extended version.
The one
right?
we watched?
Yeah.
2 hours and 23 minutes.
So, what was the
not
theatrical?
long.
Was it 2 hours?
Too long.
God damn, we're jumping right in it, aren't we?
Oh
Jesus.
yeah. We
Wah,
gotta
wah, wah, wah.
Man of
So
Steel's 2.5.
Crab battle.
We actually, I actually decided to give it a quick rewatch since our EFAP movies. Which, by the way, yes,
There's no such thing as a quick
Quick
rewatch.
rewatch.
I know, yeah.
That's,
It went down. EFAP movies, Man of Steel. Meme Repository is tooling with it. We're gonna leave it up for a couple of days on its own to see if it gets hit again, because you know how copyright works. It likes to fuck you at the worst time instead of doing it consistently. It shall return. Batwoman episode 2 is around about ready. It should be coming probably, I don't know, Monday, Wednesday. I don't know how to time things anymore. It's too difficult. But yes, sorry about that. Some people got to see the whole thing. Some people didn't get to see any of it. Some people saw like half and then they were booted from it. I don't know. But yes, the truth is out there. We didn't think Man of Steel is very good.
Someone said.
No.
So
I
someone
still
said,
don't.
reminder that Man of Steel itself is better than the entire MCU. So it's not often that something that wrong is ever said.
Well,
So we've been online for 4 minutes. That's a new record, I think. Holy shit.
So that's actually insanely wrong. So I'm sad because Filmento has really good video comparing Civil War with Batman v Superman. Well,
I
here's
don't
the thing.
believe you.
Yeah, here's the thing. If he says that Man of Steel is like perfection, I can't trust him ever. If he said
This will be the
if he
third
said
time
the
we cover
sky
him
is
now.
blue,
Well,
I'd have to go outside and check.
we've got the trifecta. He said Man of Steel and Knives Out are excellent, and like just, well, I say that as he called one perfect and one evidence of great writing, and
Oh
then he
my
called
God.
Underwater like a failure in terms of writing and a bad knockoff of Alien. It's just like, dude, okay, you can have several bad takes and still have good ones. I still
Is
believe
this
in
gonna
him.
be? It's crazy. This is gonna be the hot take of ours that Underwater is way better than Man of Steel.
It's not even okay. So for
Not
the
even-
person,
yeah,
Yeah, that shouldn't be
so-
controversial at all.
So
It
for
shouldn't
the-
be, but to some people it will be, and that's the sad.
for those in
That's the
chat,
sad.
That
who
is the
currently
sad.
believe that Man of Steel is anything close to or above fucking
Good.
okay,
Okay.
we need to rock your world today.
Yeah,
'Cause
Man of
my
Steel's really
goodness.
bad, guys.
It is very subpar.
Shocking. I don't know whether we should go over some broad criticisms or we should just start video watching with things trickling in. What you reckon?
I think we should just start the videotisms,
Yeah.
and then because it'll
Mhm.
all occur.
Very
Because if we
well.
start talking about how bad the movie is,
We'll
then
be here
like
for hours.
We'll
Yeah,
never
it won't-
stop talking
it
about
won't
it.
stop. Yeah, it's and I guess this will sort of be our first Man of Steel coverage because the EFAP got copy struck, and
It did indeed. It shall return.
so
Um,
in Avengers Infinity.
That's the real sad.
There's so much to go through for how bad this film is. I'm hoping that through covering people's videos that we will get a nice chunk of, I guess, the subjects. We'll do our best, you know. But yes, first on the docket today, Man of Steel. How to build the greatest DCEU movie. Film perfection.
Now, before this retardation begins,
Oh no.
someone is asking, and I think it's a good segue.
Hmm.
Is Man of Steel better than the first Wonder Woman film? Well, at the end of our
I'm gonna-
recording, we had a lengthy discussion comparing the 4 DCEU movies. Well, 3 at that time. Oh yeah, that's right. Do we need to break the news to him now, or should we wait?
About
About the
Batman
fact
v
that Batman v
Superman.
Superman is actually the best.
yeah,
so
sure,
far?
go for it. I think
Oh,
I'll
Batman vs Superman's the best so far.
I'll take the
The
arrows on that
extended
for
edition.
easily.
Yeah,
BVS.
of course, the extended edition.
Yes, out of
It's
Wonder
actually the
Woman, Wonder
best.
Woman 84, Man of Steel, and BVS Extended, BVS Extended is the best of the 4. I'm
It
so
is,
sorry,
yeah.
everyone.
But remember, when we say
Oh.
the best, that's still not very
Oh
good.
yeah, it's not good. It's
not
It's
good,
not
man.
a good movie.
But there's
It's not
more in
good.
it that I can praise than any of the other 4.
but there's
Three.
the least there's the least wrong with it.
Yeah, hopefully, you know, this is the thing. We're on our DCEU arc, readying up for the Snyder cut. It's gonna be fun. You guys have seen us covering those first 2 Wonder Wommans. Now on to the first of Snyder's, and what I mean, we're better to start than announcing we think Man of Steel is absolute garbage fire, and then covering a video that says film perfection. I feel like these are 2 conflicting perspectives, don't you think?
Just a
I
little
would
bit.
say so, yeah.
A little bit.
So this
I mean,
guy,
Our
this is a
position and the
series of
incorrect one.
videos? Sorry, go ahead.
That was it.
Oh, all right. Well, Film Perfection is a series of his videos, so I don't know if he's saying specifically this is Film
Well, then
Perfection.
he needs a different name
Well,
for
I
a series.
was going to say, how does that?
Yeah,
if the
I know, I'm
series
just
is
saying.
film perfection, then surely the film's being talked about in film perfection.
I agree.
More like-
All I'm saying
more
is that this is not the only movie he's said is Film Perfection.
Wait, is that
It
a
needs to be
further
more
mark
clear.
against him? Is that
I would
Yeah.
say so.
Oh, no.
But
Film defection.
film perfection? What's funny, by the way, is does anyone have like any kind of interesting history about Man of Steel? Because I was so disinterested with the DCU at first. Batman vs Superman was the one that made me start paying more attention, I guess, which is kind of
So
funny
it's
to
so
look
good
back on
because
because
of the
that's literally the
incredible
fucking
quality?
second movie. It's not even like
Yeah.
like, well, there was nothing to really do yet. Because I remember Man of Steel, when I watched it, I was just like, the first time around. But now,
Yeah.
like, paying super attention to it, it is a marvelous writing disaster in so many ways. But I remember that my group of friends back when this came out, so we're talking fucking 10 million years ago, they were all arguing over Zod's snapped neck and whether or not Superman should or should not have done it. I remember that was like the peak of discussion, which to me isn't even remotely interesting right now. Like, when
What?
I see that scene, I'm like, well, of course. Anyway, moving on.
Well, yeah,
So
obviously. yeah, like that's not even close. Yeah.
So,
Like, should we close down Auschwitz? We would lose jobs.
but he's the last Kryptonian. It's like, okay.
All right. That Kryptonian's a
well, he
dick.
sucks.
Yeah,
If the last human on Earth was Hitler, you'd probably want to kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
like
mean-
you can't squash that bug. It's the last cockroach.
Wouldn't that just egg you on? You'd be like, oh my god, it's the
That
last
just
one.
stomp harder.
Yeah, if I had to kill the last mosquito, I definitely would.
I think a lot of people would make that
I would
choice.
announce it on twitter.com.
So anyway, you guys ready for this?
Not
No.
really.
Let's
Yeah.
begin.
Oh my.
Oh wait. Where'd the tab open? Did it open in that window? It did open in that window. All right, we're good
Why
now.
is the quality for mine all bloompy? Give me 1080.
Because this is Man of Steel.
The resolution's irrelevant. The quality will be terrible.
Are there quality options for watch together?
I mean, there are on
Maybe
the little
if we-
cogwheel, but I don't know if they do anything.
Hmm.
Because I've changed mine, but I don't know if it's done. Yeah. This is interesting. How to
How
goat the DCEU.
Greatest
wait,
of all
Greatest of
time.
all time, the DC.
That's not a sentence. How
Oh,
to
God.
greatest of all time, the DCE.
Well,
How to goat the
hey,
DCEU.
it's close enough.
how to goat them into something? Are you trying to like
I
start a
guess-
fight?
We didn't mention, by the way, that
On a farm.
on a farm. I find it fascinating to be like, oh, do you know which one is the greatest of the DCU? We'd always be sitting there like, you could pick any of them, I guess. Depends on the argument. You're like, wait, no. It should be difficult to figure out because they're all so awesome. It's like, no.
No, wait.
Garbage or a train wreck.
As I was working on my last week's upload on Wonder Woman 1984,
Yeah, that
which
movie
wasn't
shit.
too positive,
That's just as trash.
It's just a trash. Yeah.
it made me think about the main
I like that. All right.
Yeah,
Give him a
it
little
is very
thumb up.
bad. I would. Oh wait, let's hot. It's not even hot take. Fuck it. I unapologetically enjoyed Wonder Woman 84, and I would watch
Oh,
it
me too.
any day over Wonder Woman 1, Batman vs Superman, or Man of Steel.
Yeah,
Easy.
highest on the enjoyability factor for me, for sure. So far, anyway.
Yeah, I think I can agree with that. I remember there's long pauses between the stuff I like though, and enjoy rather.
That, however, Mahler, that implies that there are at least two things that you like.
Well, hey, there's two things I liked in BVS
Because there's the
probably.
pause
I've just
between
kind of
them.
forgotten what I even said that I liked in that movie. Alfred, any scene with Alfred in it, I could just sit
That's
there
right,
and sort of
Alfred, yeah.
smirk.
Yeah.
weaknesses with the CEU so far and how those weaknesses could potentially be fixed in the future. And what I quickly realized was that in order to ever find that fix for the future, we have to go all the way back to the beginning, to the one and only Man of Steel.
So the idea here being
One and only.
that we're fucking up the DCEU right now. We need to go back to Man of Steel to discover how we got it right at first, which is
I'm excited to figure it out.
Man of- there was no DCEU when Man of Steel came out. That was like
I
the
can
first
tell.
hey, he's
That was the first of a Superman trilogy, and then they changed their
Trilogy.
minds.
You get the point
That's
he's
Australian.
making. He's saying this is the archetypal, the blueprint that they're supposed to follow for future movies, and they didn't. And look where we
How
are
is that
now.
even a what kind of blueprint does
Well, I
this
suppose
film
that's going to
have
be the
for
video by the looks of
cinematic
things.
universe?
Going to explain
okay.
to us how we could have made a better Wonder Woman, maybe a better. I don't see how Wonder Woman 84 would be modeled in any way after this, but
It's a
you know, maybe.
trilogy.
Trilogy. Wait, is he doing the? That's the Adagio
I'm
song.
seeing where I
Oh,
guess he's
stop.
Why?
That wasn't the music that played in the scene itself.
I'm
No.
gonna be
Stop.
honest. It bugs me that of and the Superman logo aren't like together.
Yeah, but if
Wait,
But is that- that's
you
not-
mean putting all? Yeah, I kind of agree
Yeah,
with that.
that-
you
that-
get why
that
they
bugs
did it
me.
though, right?
Oh
Like,
yeah,
'cause,
because
yeah.
they were like, should we put man on top, of in the middle, and steel on bottom? No, let's make it fucked up. And so they went with that. They went with that
So-
one.
hold on a
It's
second.
thematic that way.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, that is the
representative
logo. Yeah,
of what's to come.
it's
What
because
is-
it's
No, that's
they've
not
just
that.
censored
That
the
stands for hope.
text.
It stands for hope.
It's
Right,
hope-bringing.
It's the
it's
Snake
like a
Clan.
river. It's like a river. It's not
Of
just
blood?
an S.
It stands
no.
Yeah,
for
I guess
hope.
so.
It's the plague of Egypt. This film is a plague of Egypt.
Hey, I mean, it could be. Do you have any proof against that? Hmm.
And on the ninth plague will be fucking the DCEU.
It's like-
All the Egyptians have to watch it.
They're all inscribed
Pharaoh,
with these
please
stones.
let them go.
And there's this image of Zack Snyder for the 9th plague. Like, wow.
Pharaoh's in his palace and his widescreen TV. He's 17 hours into Batman vs Superman, and he's like, "I will not let them go. I'll suffer through any DCEU movie."
Man, I do want to see the 17-hour cut. Just out of curiosity, you know. I know a lot of people be like, "Why would you want to see this?" Like, no. Give him a chance. That good old Zacky, he knows what he knows what's going on.
Now, is Man of Steel the greatest DCU movie made so far? Well, that's a question of just personal opinion, and so ultimately
No, it's
doesn't
not.
really matter. But what does
I'd be curious,
What?
Wait,
like, how he would qualify any of this if it's entirely personal opinion. I'm assuming he's going to be drawing out some stat. Let's play the game, everyone. It's all personal opinion, but I wonder if you'll make any statements of fact about how you should write something.
It should be
Yeah.
good.
Who knows?
Well, I mean,
Matter
if
of-
this is the greatest DCEU movie, clearly he thinks it is, right? And we're
Yeah.
gonna
Yeah,
learn
I mean,
how to
judging from
build
the
one,
title.
so that's exciting.
about Man of Steel is that it very much holds the codex key for making the greatest, bestest new DCU movie.
How great is bestest?
greatest bestest. Okay.
Greatest bestest.
Greatest
How is it
bestest.
that you wouldn't want to include the broader sort of superhero movies in general? Like, why wouldn't you want to be like, Man of Steel is an example of how good it can get, but it probably doesn't reach the levels of, and then just give me an example of what you think are the best ones. I don't know. Because
I need a reference point.
We're talking strictly
I'm really
in the
not
world
sure
of,
the best of the DCEU is a point of pride.
Well, that's the thing. There's not even that many of them. Well, like 7. Is it 7?
I
I think there's more than that
dunno.
now.
Probably like 9. I don't know.
I think there are 9. Yeah.
Goodell, greatest bestest. You guys are so mean.
Oh, so we're all, oh wow. So yeah, we are.
He's
almost
just
up to
really
10
excited.
plagues. Yeah, I guess so.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anyway.
That coding purpose. See, one of the core issues with the DC film universe so far has always been the case of either or. Either the movies focus mainly on character and end up weak on plot,
Just saying, he's what? Charging people's phones? So what? I can charge a phone.
or they focus mainly on plot and
Wow,
end
that was
up
great.
weak on character.
Do you think the plot in Suicide Squad is strong?
So like I don't know the.
Well-
I've never seen Suicide Squad, but I've never seen its plot get praised.
He's got BVS in there for plot. Didn't we say like the plot in
No,
BVS is
BVS is-
absolute garbage?
It's
Like,
bonkers.
It's a
no,
chonker for sure. It's
do
a
not
bonkers
do
chonker.
that. Oh, yeah. Oh boy.
also, the plot in Man of Steel is garbage too, but we can go over that in time, I suppose.
And the
Oh,
plot in
yeah.
Justice League is garbled mess.
I do find it amusing that he's like, you see, BVS, Suicide Squad, Justice League, their problems are that they focused on their plot, not their characters.
Wait,
What?
I know what he's gonna do. He's gonna go, but see, look, the ones that focus on plot and character are great, and he'll put Aquaman and Wonder Woman in there, like on
Oh
screen.
no.
Oh, no.
no.
Well,
Yeah.
with some Suicide Squad.
Or they try to do both, but then ultimately crumble before the finish.
Where's Aquaman?
Wonder Woman crumbled well before the third act, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I think
Wonder
they all
Woman was bad.
tried that and they all crumbled. Like, I don't
Yeah.
think
They all
anyone
tried a
even
differentiation of.
It's all just crumble.
I don't think all the other movies were just like, we're just not going to do characters, or we're just
If
not
the
going to do
DC
plot.
If
They
the
all
DCEU
tried.
was a dessert, it'd be a crumble cake.
Someone in chat's like, focus, not quality. It's like, what would be the point in saying this if he's not appealing to the fact that they would be of strong quality when focusing on the one that they're going for? Like, he's trying to say that he's going to say Man of Steel is the one that nailed it, right? They got both of them.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
When
the
they got
others,
neither of them.
the others either got one or the other. Like,
Some of the chat said, "We some kind of snapped neck."
like, are you suggesting that he's suggesting that they focused on plot in Suicide Squad, but they failed everything anyway? It's like,
What
so then-
did they focus on in
but-
Suicide Squad?
Well,
The
and I was going to
wardrobe
say,
and
how would the
makeup.
solution then be focusing on both or whatever when they failed to do even one? Like, I don't know what the point of this would be if he's not trying to suggest that the individual focuses of where they were strong, where they failed was where they didn't focus.
Isn't there that one picture, that one meme picture of the of like a cat, and the cat is like the eyes are fucked up, so one's looking forward and one's clearly looking to like the left. You know, and the text would be like the DCEU's focus or something along those lines. I don't know.
Yeah, that could.
But
There's
it
something
would,
there.
I
it
could
would
picture that meme.
Can't stop laughing at this
Well,
face.
I will destroy you.
destroy you.
Something
His
that
nose is not symmetrical.
something we've talked about before.
This.
We would like casually throw out like, who's like the best dialogue writers, and we had a couple of suggestions. Tarantino is always one of the most referenced ones. Snyder's like
Jossie boy.
Snyder's one of the worst, man. It's like some of the dialogue, even though this isn't Snyder. So in fairness to him, this is Patty Jenkins, right?
In fairness,
Or the
Snyder
studio.
didn't write Man of Steel. That was written by David S. Goyer.
Maybe it's David S. Goyer that's to blame. All right,
Well,
a general sense that the dialogue is kind of blech in a lot of them. There's some lines
if we just read his what he's written, so he wrote
Alrighty.
Terminator: Dark Fate, he wrote Batman v Superman, he wrote Man of Steel,
Yay.
he did the story for Dark Knight Rises and Dark Knight, and he wrote Batman Begins.
Well, what a
So-
cavalcade.
And he wrote all the Blade movies too.
Oh, Cornell. Yeah, Edgar Wright is a really good dialogue writer as well.
Yes, that's a good one.
Though I remember saying, wasn't there a line or two in either Man of Steel or BVS that we were like, oh, that line was good.
Yeah, there's
There was some.
Yeah, there was some. Like there are little things here and there that are
Some
good.
stuff. Yeah.
But for whatever reason, maybe because of Chris Nolan, Man of Steel is the anomaly. It successfully handles both plot and character work.
I guess I'll put that on screen. There you go.
I don't know. It's I don't know.
We did the meme.
We did the meme. I don't even know.
we are very clever.
Yeah.
I'm
as a
good-
collective.
For whatever reason, maybe because of Chris Nolan, Man of Steel is the anomaly. It successfully handles both plot
No.
and character work in a way that properly functions from beginning to end.
No, it doesn't.
It might not be
No,
That
false.
is quite the
it
claim.
No.
Also, it sounds like we've drifted away from personal opinion already. But hey. Oh, also, he's suggesting Aquaman is another one.
the only entry to do that, but it is an entry that does
He
that.
thinks
See, this is
Aquaman
funny because
nailed plot
Aquaman
and
is a
character.
disaster in both as well. Aquaman.
Jeez.
I find it endlessly amusing that a lot of people think Aquaman has good characters. You just like Jason Momoa, and I like him too. But that's it. Because everybody else, like Mara sucks.
Dude, remember?
Ocean Master is hilarious.
He turns his
When?
rifle laser into a face laser. Why does he do that? What would be? It's. I'm looking forward to Rex seeing it. Okay.
Oh,
I'm pretty
Black
sure
Manta.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Like why would it's so impractical?
I think
know-
one of my favorite things. One of my
Black Manta a
favorite
black
things.
man?
Yes.
Yeah, he is a black guy.
Manta is a black man.
But what I find funny in that movie that I remember is like every time the character said their superhero, supervillain name, there was like a musical cue. So it's like, ooh, Ocean Master. Brr, 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 brr. It's like this
Ocean
is
Man.
so- I like you can call me Black Manta. And he shoots him with the fucking lasers.
You can call me
Aquaman
Black and
I'm gonna need a
That's
bigger
good.
helmet.
I just want
Aquaman is
to
so
say
crap.
for the record that I don't think Man of Steel functions in terms of character or plot.
I don't think it functions at all. There is nothing in it that functions. There's problems everywhere, and there's huge ones.
Functions in the same way, like if you throw a grand piano off a roof, like it gets to the bottom.
True. You see, when you get to the end of the time code of Man of Steel, you're like, we've completed a film. Like, yeah.
Well, at least the piano is fast with getting to the bottom.
And let's be honest, we want to hear the sound that piano makes when it crashes down. It would be great.
Beginning to end. It might not be the only entry to do that, but it is an entry that does that. Even though it is totally valid to say that in here as well, that same division...
It's not the only one, but it is one.
I remember when we watched Man of Steel. I don't know if it was in our live recording if it got this far, but especially on the left, like this was... I don't know if there's any like Mr. Kent fans out there, but like
I think
what a
anyone who's a fan of Superman comics is gonna be a fan of Jonathan Kent. Seeing him say, "Yeah, maybe you'll let the children drown next time."
I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
Children drown horrifically. Maybe that was the better option, Clark. What a great guy. That was the what's everyone's opinion on Waterworld before I make an analogy?
I only saw it once when I was super young. I've forgotten loads of it.
Yeah, same.
Because a lot of people say it's bad, but I don't remember it being bad. But I watched it when I was young, so I was gonna say this is like Kevin Costner's new Waterworld. But then I was like, I don't know, is Waterworld bad?
It's probably not worse than this. So it's
not. Waterworld's better.
Waterworld had balls. Okay.
Is an entry that does that. Even though it is totally valid to say that in here as well that same division exists, because the first half is mostly character and the second half is mostly plot, the film still manages to...
I thought he was grading them, like the character got a C, and then he rated the plot as a P, and I'm like, fuck, that's like, bad.
That's bad.
A P? Fuck.
We're going all the way down the alphabet.
I guess I agree. There's a awkward split in this film. The first half is like nothing happens plot-wise, and then the second half is intense levels of plot.
Especially because the inciting incident doesn't happen until like nearly halfway through the movie.
Technically, the inciting incident is when he finds the ship, because that's what brings Zod.
I thought the inciting incident was the explosion of Krypton.
That incites...
I don't know. I feel like the inciting incident...
For this story...
guess it depends on how you define it, but I thought of it as when Zod appears on Earth.
Well, yeah, okay, at this point it's just about definition then, because we're drawing different parts of the timeline that all lead
like
into,
the main conflict of the story is usually what is brought about by the inciting incident.
But what is
the main conflict?
What incites that is when he finds the ship and activates the distress beacon on it for some reason, which brings Zod there, right?
Yeah, but he doesn't know. I mean, I guess, but he doesn't know that. I feel like it's when the conflict starts, and the conflict starts when Zod arrives.
Sure.
Before that,
I don't mind agreeing with
when
that.
he goes on the ship, all that really happens is he gets a lot of info about his past. You know, it's a lot of exposition, which isn't bad in itself, but it is strange that the major conflict doesn't happen until so late in the film.
Sure.
Here as well that same division exists, because the first half is mostly character and the second half is mostly plot, the film still manages to blend those halves enough to avoid the sense of vanity that so often plagues big parts of other entries.
Whoa, I need to hear all of that again.
Yeah, you gotta say it again, because I don't think it blends them well at all.
Yeah, well, to his first point, there is no blending. It's just...
it's like the character portion of this movie is complete. The plot shall now begin.
Yeah.
Even though it is totally valid to say that in here as well that same division exists, because the first half is mostly character and the second half is mostly plot, the film still manages to blend those halves enough to avoid the sense of vanity.
Does he say halves instead of halves?
Blend the sense
when he said vanity when he meant to say futility. They are very different words.
I'm also lost, but the sense of futility.
Yeah, like that doesn't even seem like the right word.
I didn't get a sense of futility from. Maybe when the cities are being detonated, I guess. It's the level.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's like, is Superman going to do anything? And I feel futility.
It's because the first half is mostly character and the second half is mostly plot. The film
also
still
his
manages
reference for plot was the weird tentacle things.
I guess you can say that represents Zod's. He should just be showing Zod. I don't know why he's showing the CGI tentacle snake. Yeah, but whatever, fine.
and the second half is mostly plot, the film still manages to blend those halves enough to avoid the sense of vanity that so often plagues big parts of other entries.
So
That's
a sense of
garbled
futility
sentence.
often plagues other entries in this genre, I'm assuming is what he's saying.
Yeah, but I don't. What the futility of what?
Yeah, I don't,
Like, of what?
genuinely, I don't get this. He's saying, like, when you try and combo up plot and character in a lot of entries into the superhero movie genre, you end up with a sense of futility?
It's like a sense of it was impossible to win, so don't try. Like, I
I'm
don't.
guessing that's what he's
I
going
don't know.
for, yeah.
He's gonna have to explain it, otherwise that sentence doesn't make sense on its own.
There's some people, someone say vanity. It's like, no, he put on the screen futility as a correction. He didn't mean to say vanity.
Because vanity is a totally different word.
Yeah,
Yeah, a
Clearly he
sense of
didn't script
vanity.
that part.
I would then assume he's saying that the film's full of itself to some degree.
yeah. The only scene with
But-
vanity here was the bus falls in the river.
Yeah, guy, for the people in chat who aren't seeing the screen, there's a correction on screen saying futility when he said
This
vanity.
isn't really,
Yeah.
not really
Ignore
but
him saying vanity. It's not what he meant.
it means pointlessness or uselessness.
Why didn't he
Correcting-
just do a
because
second
correct-
take? Yeah, because that's
Correcting a
extra.
voice line is insane.
I don't get why video essayists who make the 20-minute videos per 2 weeks do not re-record. It's
I did that on
totally
my
worth
first
it.
fucking video.
Oh
like,
my
fuck
god!
off.
Oh jeez!
Yeah, don't
Oh,
Gosh. What are you, the
in
police
my-
of futility?
Yeah.
Hey, I do this as a job, and I said a word that is totally the wrong word, and I should have said a completely different word for my video. Should I record this line again? Fuck it. Instead, I'll do something that takes longer, and I'll add text to the screen for a moment.
I think you've.
And just
I think
in the
chat's
middle,
fucking with
am I
me
gonna
now.
dress it? Am I gonna dress it up? No. Put shadows on it? No. Bold? No. Nice font? No. It's just
White.
coupon right in the middle. There you go. I meant futility. There. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
It's like he corrected it. Move on. It's like, hello.
would've-
We're talking about like a specific creation.
I would have
method.
fixed it, but I don't give a shit.
The problem is the sentence doesn't make sense on its own.
Well,
either
yeah,
way.
I guess that's the main problem. But
That's a big part of
You
it.
should-
like we've
No,
fixed it.
done what we can to interpret what he may have meant. I really don't get it, but we can move on.
I don't either.
To avoid the sense of vanity that so often plagues big parts of other entries. Even when scenes are lacking in character or plot, those scenes always still carry a clear purpose. And if you've ever seen Back to the Future, you'll know that
The clear
purpose
purpose
is
of him
what
in the
great
ship is
There's a
He's
clear purpose in the ship. I would like to pause the movie at that point and be like, Filmento, what do you think the purpose of this scene is? Be like,
So
he's exploring a ship.
purpose. I guess the purpose was so that he could meet his fathergram.
I mean, he
But
doesn't
that's
even
just
know.
like-
He doesn't even know what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's just like we got to get meta. Like the purpose of the scene is because Superman has
Well,
to.
you know what? Let's
his-
begin criticisms. So, upon my rewatch, I discovered something rather interesting. When he's in the bar, you know the guy whose truck he impales? Remember that? Remember that whole thing?
Yes.
That was fucking hilarious. Before that happens, the girl gets her ass slapped, right? And that distracts him. Do you know what that distracts him from?
The
wasn't he-
conversation. There's two military guys at the bar discussing
They
the
talk
discovery
about
of the ship.
they talk about how there's an anomaly in this distant part of wherever, and that they need to go and inspect it. That's how he knows about it, the ship. He overhears two army dudes talking about an anomaly in some distant area of Earth. And by the way, the first assumption is that it's an old submarine.
Okay.
So does Clark
Submarine.
just search for all anomalies on Earth to find that hopefully maybe Krypton sent a ship here 20,000 years ago? Like, I don't understand.
So, okay, because I was gonna ask. I'm not sure how he found the ship. I wish that's the answer. Wow.
Yeah, he overheard two army guys talking about it, and so he became a photographer for the Daily Planet with false, ID. And then
Just
the first night there, he decides, all right, I'm going to go up the ship myself. At the exact same time that Lois exits her tent and takes a photo, and she catches him on the camera.
And she zooms in and says "enhance" subtly to herself, and she can see him like
And
a
she's
couple
like,
pixels. And she's like,
what
"Where
are
are you going?"
doing? And then she follows him in what's possibly one of the most dangerous scenes that she's... I mean, her plot
Yeah,
was through
they-
the roof. What did she have to worry about?
they
Yeah.
establish that at night it gets to like -30 or -40, something like that, and she just goes out in her jacket.
Yeah,
in her jeans.
you're right. They do establish it's -40. I think you're gonna. Her face isn't covered by anything. She's just got a jacket on. It's like, oh, she'd be dead. They literally say we wouldn't be able to find your body if you stood outside.
I don't know why they threw that line in if they knew that in the plot she just leaves. Like, what are you doing?
It's fine. She has a coat.
All right, you got a jacket for her jeans.
Yeah, so that's all garbage, but Clark is inspecting shit. He has no idea what's going to happen. He's just like, what's this? What's it? Ooh, this panel fits the key that I was sent to Earth with. I don't think he even remotely expects to be able to talk to his dad. He's just fiddling. He doesn't know what's going on.
What is he even looking for?
Anything.
Just weird things?
Before this is all established, he says to Jonathan that he wants to know why he's here, right? Purpose. That's why I think Filmento's using the word purpose, but I think if you take it literally, like, it doesn't mean fuck all in this scene, because Clark is he's just fiddling around. He doesn't know what's going on. He's just like, this is a weird. This could have been a ship from anywhere. He's just like, I don't know. Could be, hopefully it's Krypton, I guess.
So if he was just like around in the restaurant working there, I guess, or whatever he does there, and like the waitress had gone to the two military guys that was taking their order, like the movie wouldn't have happened.
Well, what's really crazy about this is that he lifts the ship off and lands it in some other distant area that night. Had he not, the government would have taken control over it. Like,
oh, well, good thing he showed up that day,
yeah,
and he went there that night.
All of that is held up by matchsticks, and he's complimenting. That's plot, by the way, which is in the first half of the film. Not
Something has to happen because it ain't. I mean,
well, someone said
sort of
super hearing. It's not that he. It's not at all. Like, a normal person could have heard what the army dudes were talking about. It's the fact that there were army dudes talking about it.
Yeah, of all the places that these two guys could have been, they happened to be discussing this openly within earshot of the one person who needs to find the ship on Earth, and he was in like a lab.
They're discussing it in a very vague way too, like, oh, they found some anomaly in the ice.
So weird.
And he's just like, oh, that's definitely going to be evidence of my people. There's no other way.
Well, this is what I mean. I was like, wait, so does he inspect these regularly? Like, does he keep an eye on the news?
Does Nerd
I have
Roddick
many
give
questions,
him, like, directions to all the weird alien places?
These are the two guys. Look, I found them. They're just having a chat about anomalies, you know? And
As you do.
It's lucky, man, because this was the anomaly that he needed to find, especially a day before the government fiddled with it, you know? Crazy.
Movie off, which then creates the central question about Man of Steel we need to answer.
Where has he hidden it?
So it's not lacking in plot then. You said it was, but it's not.
Yeah, so that's a very central thing.
It is. You cannot remove that scene from the film and have it still function, so it is critical. You need to rethink what you're saying.
Wow. Kind of nitpicking on you, Freeze. It's not a linchpin to the video or anything.
Totally wrong. Yeah, here just wow.
Where is the codex?
I don't know.
So let's look at the.
You know what that is?
So this is how we'll do it, I guess, right? So over the course of this stream, we are going to pick apart loads of different scenes, and then you can decide for yourself if the entire film functions anymore after all of them. That one had me laughing on the second time around, because basically they've got Clark trapped on their super ship, which is another point of fuck-uppery that we'll go over in a bit. But when they're down there, their goal is to find the codex. They don't know yet that it's in his blood. So they're just like, where do we go first? It's like, well, maybe his mum knows. They strangle her and say, where's the codex? Or where's the ship that he came in on? And she looks at the barn, and then they jump into the barn, break open the ship, no codex in there. She comes back, tells Zod, and he goes, "Rah!" and throws a car at her house. It's like, okay, stop, please stop.
Like, could you describe it for me? Like, what does it look like? How big is it?
Yeah, that fucking first. But like, you just arrived. The first place you checked didn't show up with the codex. Oh, darn. No,
I guess I'll
throw a car at the place that very likely might have the codex in it. Like, maybe go
How on earth would any of these humans know what the codex is by name anyway?
Yeah, they don't fucking have any idea.
They don't bother to explain it to her at all.
Codex?
Yeah, where's the codex? I have no idea what that. You mean an index, like in a book?
I have a big old question now. So
do it.
when the government comes along to like fix Smallville after it's been destroyed, and they find out that a truck has been thrown into a random house in the middle of a field, when they are fixing that house, because I assume that Martha doesn't have enough money to rebuild her whole house, are they not going to go into the barn and find that giant spaceship and then
no,
figure
it
out
got
that Clark
moved.
Kent is
That ship
Did it
got...
get? Oh yeah, that's right. It did get moved. Yeah,
And that's a whole other thing. We should probably wait until we get prompted on that one. That's probably the biggest problem with the movie. But I love Zod just tossing the fucking car into the house. It's hilarious. Search the house, buddy. He's been searching for the codex in this scene for about 2 minutes, and he's already infuriated.
He doesn't even describe what it is, what it looks
Oh,
like.
and also such great visual effects.
Oh, of course.
Oh yeah.
The ways this film successfully handles both character and plot to create a worthwhile experience
CP.
functioning from its
CP.
I don't know why you did that.
I don't know either. Put me on the other side.
beginning to end that all future franchise entries should learn from.
Didn't he say this already?
Yeah. Well, he's only got 18 minutes. He has to repeat himself
Also,
many times.
that is one disturbing screenshot that I've got there. Because of the...
Oh my god.
Plus, there's a third relevant key factor here that has often been.
Can anyone guess what this third great element of the movie is from the silhouette?
Villain, Zod.
Kryptonians?
Close, Frankie,
Yeah.
close.
The incredible music.
Is it the
Nope.
woman with the knife? The Kryptonian general woman?
A
Wait,
black
why?
hole.
She
No,
specifically is the third best part
Are
of
you
this
kidding?
element.
Are
of
you
the
kidding?
movie.
Thing.
Well,
What?
so this is the interesting thing. Before you even hear whatever this argument's going to be, wouldn't you just be like, wait, what even was she? She was just like a Randy.
So what
was
she
like a-
was.
She
Oh
was a
boy.
comically evil loser villain.
Yeah, she because we were talking about this earlier. Like she has when she's fighting Superman, her speech is, "Oh, you have morality and we don't, and that means that we have an evolutionary advantage." Like, come on.
So, yeah, one, that's wrong. Two, I am evil.
Yeah, there's a lot of
You
I
are
am
the
evil.
good guy. You are the good guy. I am the bad guy. Let us now continue to fight. Now that
And
we
then-
have established this.
Yeah, someone just put the quote in: "For every human you save, will kill 1,000,000 more." Like, what? Come on.
I love that
What is
reaction.
this?
Did you get what? So to read her full quote about morality, though, this is it. You're gonna want to stop me, but it's just a little longer than you might expect. The fact that you have morality and we don't gives us an evolutionary advantage. And if history has proven anything, it's that evolution always wins.
Yeah, I mean, Kryptonians won when they blew up their planet. Yeah, what based evolution you guys have?
What are they talking about?
Based on morality, got our planet blown up.
But Kryptonians totally have morality. They constantly talk about what they think
Yeah.
is the right and wrong decision. Like, what do you mean? What does
Maybe
that
it's
even
like
mean at all?
their band of hooligans specifically.
And also,
But
clearly
Zod's-
Zod has morality because
Yeah.
he's really sad that all the Kryptonians are gone.
He gets
Yeah,
all the big
super
sad
emotional.
decisions. Yeah, and he's also very angry a lot whenever things don't go
Yeah.
his way.
Also, if we pretend that the only creatures that have any semblance of humans, then we're doing pretty all right in terms of evolution. Like
Right,
we're
yeah.
doing pretty good.
I mean, you know, Kryptonians, you guys blew yourselves up. I feel like we're doing a little better, you know. I guess we haven't traveled across the galaxies for hundreds of thousands of years, so.
Yeah, but look where that
Yet.
got him.
Look where that got.
They lose one planet and all die. It's
I love
like,
that comparison.
pretty
It's
lame.
like, humans are restricted to Earth. Kryptonians are restricted to any one planet. In fact, any one star system. They traveled across them for hundreds of thousands of years, but they lost.
And then they abandoned
What?
that pursuit, even though they were overpopulated on their own planet. Like we'll get into this more.
Yeah, the
hopefully.
world building is catastrophic, but
Well,
continue.
I'll save that point for later.
That's the
Filmento.
amazing comment. This is so good.
Chalcicus Darwinian, snapper of sauce. Evolution
Yeah, that's
always
point.
wins.
DC movies, but I'll have to read this book on psychology first to explain
You
it
can't
properly.
read.
No, come on.
Signs suggest
I'm
yes.
so sick of that. It's just like, oh, before I explain it, what
This
should be a
reminds
really
me-
basic argument, I'm gonna have to cite this book that I've read.
This
No,
reminds me of
trust
Karl
me,
Marx,
guys, I
okay?
read books.
You could
I
just
read
use your
books.
brain after watching the movie.
No. Boo.
No, boo, fuck brains.
So we'll get to that
Right,
lastly.
the
But yeah,
beehole.
here's what the DCEU has to learn from Man of Steel's
All right.
Codex of Purpose.
Codex of
The
Purpose.
codex.
The
of
Codex
purpose.
of Purpose.
What does that even mean?
COP.
Well,
What is the codex?
The overall
even?
thematic bedrock is that they lack purpose is the key factor. You got to get purpose right in your plot character combo up superhero movies, I guess.
And a codex is an ancient manuscript text in book form. Okay.
That's the meme element. God.
C the drive. D the drive.
See the drive.
Character the
Like,
drive?
is that like a? Is that like
The
a?
drive?
Is it like a
Is that a
joke?
reference to computers?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like C
Or
drive.
is it O the drive, but it broke?
Well, maybe he's saying C is character, and then more specific, like a subtitle, the drive.
Like C, like we've done A and B, and now we're at C, the drive.
All right.
I hate
First,
it.
Steel succeeds at the character side is by
He
giving
doesn't.
our hero Clark one central inner drive that the character scenes always revolve around.
All right, what is the drive? Let's try and guess
Let's hear it.
before he says it.
Oh, okay.
Figuring out
To
what
understand his identity.
Yeah, to figure out what he's gonna do in life.
Why
Find his
why
own
was-
codex of purpose.
Why was he sent to Earth? Like, why did he land here on Earth?
Yeah.
Is that what his drive is?
Who his people are? Because can't be called Clark Solo. So you got to find out who his people are, and then
Solo.
figure out what he's gonna do in terms of is he gonna help people or not. Right? That's the things he wants to figure out, and he's got to choose.
Clark has to find out if he wants to help people.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we did it.
Okay.
And poop. The basic gist here is that on Krypton, people
Say
are
juice.
artificially bred to fit these predetermined roles, like leader or soldier or scientist and so on. Whereas Clark is the first
You're going to be a garbage man. The finest garbage man evolution can create.
Oh.
Like,
birth
I'm
that's-
a damn good garbage man.
I'm the best.
symbolizes the freedom to find and choose your own role.
We've had a child, Zod, free to forge his own destiny.
Oh, he skipped the line where he says a boy child. Oh, I was hoping for that. He says a boy child, also known as a son, but he said a boy child.
Boy child.
A boy
Which
child.
essentially then makes Clark's inner drive or character goal very simple, to find out who he is and figure out his place in the universe. And to be clear, this isn't plot because there's no external stakes or urgency or anything like that tied to it. It's just an internal
Oh, I think a character looking for something is sort of plot.
Well, yeah, because you could describe it in the synopsis. Our hero
Yeah.
is looking for meaning in the world, looking to find his place in the world. Like, if you want to get real technical with plot.
Like,
you know,
it's
and-
not just, it doesn't become plot once he finds it.
Well, I guess he's saying that this
If
has nothing to
he's-
do with plot because Zod is the plot.
I mean,
If he's faking an identity to be employed at the base where they're discovering this ship and searching down every lead he can about anomalies in the ice and stuff like that, that's plot. That's
Yeah,
things
that is
he's
a plot.
doing towards a goal. You know
Got
what
a
I mean?
character's generated a plot line that he's following to get to a goal.
If he's just sitting on a bus looking out the window going, who am I? I guess that's not plot.
Man, this laughing cavalier guy.
Yeah,
he's
Good
getting some
girl
bangers,
child.
man.
good,
Got some
good
bangers.
shit, man.
Damn, a girl child.
struggle that affects only Clark. And the purpose of the plotless character scenes in the first half of the movie is to explore this one aspect.
Why are you
further.
doing that? Why are you doing that thing?
I think it's a meme, right? Like Evanescence is edgy and teenager. Like it's you're supposed to laugh, Rags. Do it.
Like the
But
Hex
this is in
Girl,
praise of the movie?
Well,
Rats with a Z.
I don't
The
know
thing
if
is,
comparing Man of Steel
is
to
he
that
gonna-
Evanescence song is a good thing.
yeah. Is he gonna awkwardly walk around the whole maybe comment about killing children?
Oh, I really hope so. I know
yeah,
the second video we watched today, he's gonna address it head on.
Yeah, just be clear, chat. This is a scene where the not Clark Kent,
Jonathan.
Bob Kent, John Kent. He's like, yeah. He says maybe you should have let that busload of children drown. Just to be clear, this is that scene.
That's this scene.
This-
Yeah.
That's
funny.
this scene. This is the pickup truck scene, the infamous pickup truck scene.
Is to explore explore this one aspect further. For example, after the Krypton prologue, we get this scene of young Clark at school, which carries no plot purpose whatsoever. But the purpose it does carry is this.
You should drink more milk.
I mean,
Milk.
yeah.
I mean, him
Sure.
showing his powers, sort of, but I mean,
this is probably one of the scenes that's like totally chill with me. It's like, yeah, I figure it was to show us like he had a rough growing up period because of his powers giving him like a horrible series of moments, and his mum was the one who was there to calm him down and keep him sane, which, by the way, fuck this Clark Kent. Like, he doesn't appreciate his parents anywhere near as much as he should.
Yeah, it's well, one question I had when watching the early scenes was like, does he just discover these powers at this age? Or does he have them the entire time?
The atmosphere finally gets to him.
Yeah, that was kind of weird to me. It seems like this is the first time this has happened to him. And
Yeah.
Do you think
I'm just
maybe they
curious
trickle
why it
in?
didn't happen earlier?
But like, he seemed to not only use it well, but like fully understand his eye lasers just seconds from now too.
Yeah, I mean,
or he
Zod fixed it
intuits
really
how
quick.
to use it. I don't know. It's a little strange. I guess the idea is that puberty is like when they come in, but I don't know if that makes a lot of sense.
Puberty is when they come. What?
Oh, God damn it! I didn't want to
God.
say it.
But you thought it, you disgusting creature.
Here come.
Oh.
Right, the point here is to visually establish to the audience that, oh yeah,
What's really bad too about having X-ray vision is you can't close your eyes; it won't do anything.
Maybe his skin is like lead.
Oh,
visually establish to the audience
That would
that,
be
oh
weird.
yeah, Clark doesn't fit the pre-assigned role of a normal human school kid, which
He's just
Oh
explaining.
no.
Superman's not normal. What?
Someone sent us back to 26. Where are we?
I don't know how that happened.
The dude.
Oh no, Clark, you're not normal.
Clark.
Your face is so like that, Clark. Oh no.
He is not a normal kid.
This Earth gravity is weighing me down.
Run,
Is it-
child.
Is it just me, or is he just explaining the very surface level elements of what's
Well,
going on in this scene?
I was
as if
about to
it's a
say,
good
like,
thing?
this scene establishes he did not have a normal upbringing. It's like, yes.
Yeah,
Superman, yes.
I
This-
also watched
yeah.
the movie.
Well,
I also
you know,
know who this character is. I know that this is Superman.
we'll have to see where he goes with it.
audience that, oh yeah, Clark doesn't fit the pre-assigned role of a normal human school kid, which consequently pushes the progress bar of our main character exploration journey one step further. Later on,
These
we have this
useless
scene.
edits. Don't bother.
I think the whole pre-assigned role of a school kid is like, as if anyone fits that. That's like the whole problem right now is everyone fucking hates school. It's like, I don't want to
Yeah.
be there.
Fuck school. I don't want to be in school. School's for nerds. School's for
wanna be a
losers.
Superman.
Oh, this will
Yeah,
come
I'm
up later
treated
too. But
weird,
he's
smoke
treated like a freak, and he's like beaten up by those kids. But like a lot of people get beaten up by bullies.
Yep.
At some point in their life, it's not especially remarkable.
Not me. People
I
love me.
like the idea, Clark is like, you see, my role was to become an incredibly handsome and strong superhero. And someone else is like, I ended up at Daddy's, but it's nice for you. Like,
IHOP.
I manage the
Get the
IHOP.
sponsorship right.
Not everyone could manage an IHOP, but I
Yeah.
do it. I can do it.
Their school bus from drowning earlier was
An act of God, Jonathan. This was providence.
which then consequently makes us realize that, oh yeah, because Clark doesn't fit the pre-assigned role of a normal human school kid, he might actually
Why does he say pre-assigned role of a human school?
Yeah.
Is he trying to
Like,
relate
That's
it?
not how we
pre-assigned.
do things here.
Is he trying to relate it to the Krypton shit with the pre-assigned role? I don't know.
I think he
Yeah,
is. I think
But
he is. but
so
this is
so
not.
Krypton is like a dystopian version of Plato's Republic, but that's not what Earth is.
It
Like, we don't-
exploded. Yeah, it's not even. It doesn't matter. His whole point that. So the whole point of him being him basically by his parents. His parents made him so that he wouldn't be pre-created and all that sort of thing. So and
What
then he
if-
goes to Earth where they don't do that anyway. So it's like not
Yeah.
even relevant.
Like, I don't really get the distinction because either nobody fits the pre-assigned role, or I mean, there's nothing to fit. You just go to school. You learn
Yeah,
about,
if he was a typical Kryptonian, right? If he was evolutionary pre-assigned to be a really great fishmonger and he goes to Earth, they don't give a shit about that, and they don't know about it.
Yeah.
So like,
like,
what
he's
would
a-
happen?
He's
It
acting like
wouldn't
it's just
matter.
really stressful because he doesn't fit in, but he's like the way he's explaining it should be more focused on he's not like other humans. That's
Not that he doesn't fit the pre-assigned role.
Yeah,
of
it's a weird way to
school kid. That's
categorize it.
Yeah.
Providence.
Which then consequently makes us realize that, oh yeah, because Clark doesn't fit the pre-assigned role of a normal human school kid, he might actually get in real trouble.
Right, we talked about this. You
What a
have-
weird visual.
Burning Man.
Clark, you have to keep this side of yourself a
Oh,
secret.
is he gonna say it?
Oh.
Even later, there's, for example,
Hey,
he's-
hey.
Oh no.
That part.
Fucking, you can't just like
Right, we talked
Brilliant.
about
Wicker Man references and then just like avoid the maybe killed children part.
this. You have. Clark, you have to keep this side of yourself a secret.
See, but that, like, the point of you need to be more careful or whatever, it's like, you can't couch that right next to, maybe let them die. You have, this is what I mean, Jonathan Kent should be capable of a lot fucking more interesting introspection than that. Like,
Surely.
you need to do
like,
better when protecting your identity. And it's like, what if I save less people when I do that? He'd be like, you should never
maybe
take
you
that
should.
choice, but...
Maybe you should let a bus full of children drown. I don't think
Yes.
Filmento's going to address the elephant in the cornfield.
Yeah.
even later, there's, for example, the sequence of Clark learning to fly, which again serves absolutely no purpose in terms of the plot. There's no external challenges or obstacles.
What?
He's learning
Wait,
how to fly.
Whoa. There's no
He's not- there's
external
no
challenges.
obstacles. He's trying to learn how to fly.
What about the mountain he crashes through?
Yeah.
Seems external.
Well, when he
Gravity is an
I mean, to
external
be fair, this
challenge.
isn't like furthering the plot of the movie. I think is
Sure,
all
but
he's
like
really
it's
saying
weird
here.
to categorize this way. Him learning to fly is integral to the plot.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think anyone who doesn't like this movie is saying, "Oh, this scene is unnecessary. They should have cut it."
Yeah.
Thank you
Well,
for
I mean-
pointing at the only person on screen.
Hey,
I would have
you
missed
might
that.
have missed
if you
it.
were pointing at him, I would have missed
But
it.
it's not. Well, I mean, because he's saying that like it is important, but it's strictly character, not plot. I just find that interesting.
Who's saying it isn't important because it's not?
I don't think
plot?
anybody's saying it isn't important. Not even him. It's fine.
Again, serves absolutely no purpose in terms of the plot. There's no
That's not
external
true.
challenges or obstacles forcing Clark to learn to fly here or else. It's just this cool thing we seem to
You don't have to. The plot doesn't have to force characters to do things. Like you can literally have a plot generated from someone being curious to do something that day. Like
Yeah.
the movie
Yeah.
could be about me
Oh, I
going to
think
get
that was
some
supposed
milk.
to be a gun, like someone holding a gun to his head.
Oh,
but he
okay.
didn't want to actually
But
use that.
Oh, but Superman's bulletproof.
Yeah, but it's
That's
a
true.
finger gun, Rags. They do way more damage.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's a nail gun?
It's
Kryptonite
mind bullets.
have fun.
Just gonna pause for safety there.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, you gotta be careful with these
Don't
streams.
Don't take this movie too seriously. It's a movie about space Jesus for children. Yeah.
Yes.
But as before, the reason this sequence is important is because it serves as the clear next step in our character journey by showing us and Clark not necessarily fully who he is yet, but rather who he can be.
Why did you take
That's-
so long to say he learns how to fly? Jesus.
So that's not plot?
Well, doesn't he's saying that this scene shows that he's learning who he may become or something? It's like he's flying. He learns how to fly. He's fucking it up a little. He learns how to fly. Pretty chill.
Yeah.
In time, will help them accomplish wonders.
Thus once again pushing that progress bar one step further. And with pretty much every plotless scene in the first half, this is their purpose for existing, to further explore Clark's inner journey of finding his own place in a world.
See, okay, this is where I really do have to draw the line on this whole plot thing. Zod comes because the ship's thing activates because he puts the key in it and does all the things because Jonathan Kent gave him this and showed him his ship when he was younger. You're like, these are all things that connect the overall thing of bringing Zod in. To call them plotless to me is just like, no.
Mm-hmm.
We are now at the point where I need to know what you mean when you say plot.
Yeah.
World in which he is no predetermined fit. Whether it's exploring the question of what he should do,
Family's been farming for 5 generations, Clark. Your family, not mine.
Yeah, that's a fucking dick thing to say.
Yeah.
Oh,
Really
I hate that
cunty.
moment.
Yeah, Clark's character is kind of like, I don't care about him as a character. I don't care what happens to him. I just don't care about him. He's kind of an asshole.
When he walks up to his mom and he's like, "Mom, I found my people."
It's like, oh, okay.
Oh.
That's nice, dear.
He even says, "I found my parents." It's like, ugh.
Yeah.
act,
I wanted to hit that kid.
Yeah, but then what? Make you feel any better?
or
Yes.
Yes. Like the point of that conversation is supposed to be like, what really comes of violence? It's just like, I mean, we break Zod's neck in the finale to save the day, so.
I don't even think that was the point. I think the point is like they treat it as if, oh, if you fought back, you would be showing that you're different and that you're powerful. And it's like you can punch at a normal speed.
Yep.
You know, you can just throw a regular human punch,
Well,
and you can learn to stand up for yourself against bullies and all the things that would be good. But they treat it as if, oh, if you fight back at all, then they know you're an alien monster, so you can't do that.
Little light punch back.
and
I
yeah,
don't
well,
know,
when the guy pours the beer on him, Rags was like, you could push him.
Yeah, you could like push him, give him a little shove. Just
You
a
could
little.
throw him out. You're clearly bigger and stronger than him. You
Yeah,
could
you're
just
like an
throw him
enormous
out.
human, regardless of powers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And the whole
you could-
point is that he's like, hey, I think you should go. And he's like, I'm not going. He pours the beer on him. Just like throw him out of the bar like a bouncer.
Yeah,
But
Be a
instead
responsible person.
he avoids the conflict and like he goes and he like stabs his truck with trees. He doesn't it's not heroic at all. It seems like rather like backhanded.
It's what you would call
Yeah.
unhinged. Ooh,
Yeah.
you just impale the truck on loads of logs. That's a bit.
You think it would generate a huge amount of media attention? Like that shit would be all over the news. This is like that's crazy.
Well, we've talked
Especially
about
local
before.
news for like the go ahead.
There's no way that he could have done it without people knowing. Just impossible.
Yeah, they would have heard it. It's a truck being impaled with giant wooden logs.
And you know what? Since we're bringing it up, I want to show everyone it first. That is what he does.
Yeah.
Kind of an impressive art piece. The way he makes it stable.
Themes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Like I'm quite like it's pretty cool. I could see them building a house around this, and it's just something you observe. Like,
Oh, the
what
art
if it could
department
be-
had fun making this scene, but
yeah, Clark cannot have done this without we're right next to the fucking bar. Like, there's just no way. But also, look at this guy's reaction.
Wait, where am I looking?
On
Oh,
stream.
stream. Okay.
What is that?
This fucking truck, dude.
What is that face? Like, I don't even know. He looks
Yeah,
confused.
it's like he's waiting for something to happen.
yeah.
When we've got to that point, the thing has happened.
Yeah.
You should be reacting to this.
He almost looks
Did you see at the
reverent
end?
of it.
At the end, he does like a little
It's like, yes,
little
my new
swing,
god.
little swing to the side with her. It's like, like that's weird. Instead of like, what the fuck has
Yeah.
happened to my truck?
All hail the tree truck god.
I would
This is a
accept
consistent-
like hands on head. Like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
Like my whole life. Jesus.
Yeah,
This is a
his
consistent pattern with the movie too, because there's a scene where Superman flies the ship that was buried in ice, and he flies it somewhere else so he can have some privacy or whatever. Everyone stands there and watches, and no one has like a very shocked expression on their face either. It's very just like, oh, there it goes.
Well,
Like no one directed these reaction shots. It's just like, okay, now look. Okay, so it flies that way, so just look that way, and we got it. All right, thanks. That's a wrap.
as the meme repository had pointed out, I think he shows it in the Man of Steel coverage, but when Lois is about to die from the thing, we'll probably talk more about that later. There's this sort of moment where it's like, oh god, we're heading right down, what do we do? And Superman looks at her through the glass and then decides to punch through, but the expression he makes, it's like, it's such a weird face. And she's
Trying
like,
to take a super shit.
I think this is her realizing, oh god, he's gonna kill me. Especially when he does that. Like, you're like, oh shit. It's a weird scene. There's more to say on that as we progress. So.
Wait, I just want to one last thing about the log scene. It's not exactly like a Chad move to like avoid the confrontation in the moment and then like destroy his truck when he's not even around. Not exactly a heroic way of handling that situation.
Yeah, it's very. It's yeah, you said it. Yeah, it's very.
I mean, it's
unheroic.
just like a more dramatic way of like, oh, he just keyed his car instead. Like,
Yeah, it's like, okay, like if you were a super weak, scrawny guy and you couldn't have possibly taken him on in any way, and you had to get back at him somehow, I was like, okay, I'd understand that. But you're Superman.
Yeah. It's a really weird moment.
You watched How to Get Revenge with Linda Blair.
Where he from.
Every child was designed to fulfill a predetermined role in our society.
Then, once we get to the midpoint where we have explored Clark's inner journey quite far, the movie finally shifts focus on the plot, which of course,
the town.
Yep.
as always is the case in this franchise, extremely turns it into... But the thing you'll notice is that
My eyes and
even
ears
though
are confused. What?
Yeah, my senses. But I think that was
Yeah,
he's a cheat.
That is sense overload. I'm sure he didn't say anything of value, but
the thing you'll notice is that even though Man of Steel does allow the plot to take over, it still doesn't just forget about the character side altogether, but instead now moves to gradually resolve it. Whereas the first half was about Clark searching who he is in the universe, the second half is all about him having to, based on that search, finally once and for all choose who he is.
but the way that they
it's an easy choice.
Yeah, I don't really...
Yeah, the way that they inform the weight of this decision is really pathetic, though.
Yeah, this is one of those, like, do you want to experience infinite pain for all eternity, or do you want to have an ice cream? You're like,
What flavor?
well, yeah.
What flavor?
let's just...
You know what doesn't matter what flavor, just give me the ice cream.
For reference, folks, this isn't a choice between Krypton and Earth, which could have been interesting if you'd done that correctly. It's choice between killing every single person on this planet, or at least most of them from the way that they're going to approach this, and the implicate, like, they say to Clark, for every one person you save, we will kill 1 billion or some bullshit.
Yeah.
Then there's
It's him-
the mountain of skulls that he gets buried by for some reason that Zod thinks that'll be convincing as an argument. It's like,
Yeah, you have Superman lives on Earth. He grows up on Earth. He has parents who are Earthlings. He has family and friends and all that sort of stuff. He has a job and he knows people. This is the only society he's ever known. Then Kryptonians show up and they're all fucking comically evil.
they talk about their lack of morality as a plus. You're like,
Yeah.
okay.
But which one will Clark choose? Gee, I have no idea which one Clark would side with.
Yeah.
Now, if the Kryptonians were super nice and amazing, and they had a whole cool civilization, and they were neat, and they were so happy to see him, and they wanted him to come on back, and hey, look, okay, Muppets in Space did this better. All right, Muppets in fucking Space did this better. Where Gonzo decided to he searches for his family the whole movie because he's the only Gonzo of all the Muppets, and there's no one else like him. And he finally decided. The Tigger movie did this fucking better than Man of Steel. All right, this has been done so many times, so much better than this. It is a failure of this film, and it's such a central part of the character, quote unquote, decision. It's pathetic.
Wait,
Like
so,
the
so you're
most-
saying you weren't convinced by the part where he was drowning in skulls? I mean, that one would have got me. I was like, yeah,
Well,
those guys are cool.
I was convinced at that point, but when he showed all of the buildings and everything getting obliterated around Superman, that was where I was like, I
Yeah,
can
that was a-
definitely see the benefits here.
Yeah, you should have
It's
stopped with the
basically
skulls.
like
So
the most.
Barbie, Muppets, and Tigger expert. There's probably a Barbie movie where she. Well, that's Hold up, that's Oh, there's got to be one like that where she decides to be with like her true family or whatever like that, because that's such a common thing. Oh, I'd have to look back and find out. I think at the end of Princess and the Pauper Barbie has the opportunity to... No, I think she takes it. Never mind. That's not a good analogy. I'll get back to you on that one. There might be.
The most charitable way of interpreting this choice is a group of people who want to genocide all of humanity to terraform the planet, or humanity, which might be a little freaked out at the fact that you're an alien. That's the choice.
I mean, if we bring it all the way down, lowest scale possible, you're just sitting there and your two friends are arguing. One of them's like, you can live in my house with me. And the other one says, no, I'm going to kill you and take your house and make it shit and then live in it. And like you're the person who decides, I'd be like, I mean, dude, the other one's offering you to live with him, and it's a nice house. Why do you have to destroy the house to live in it? What the fuck? Like, and then
That's a whole nother thing. Whether Zod should even bother terraforming the planet.
Yeah. All the references we have are Clark is used to Earth atmosphere because he's lived here his whole life. You're like, okay, fine. Like, the reason I'm going to set this is because nothing makes any sense, right? So first of all, if you're a Kryptonian alien-y person, wherever you've been for a while, you can adapt to. You're like, okay. He goes on their ship and he starts coughing blood, and they tell him he's never going to be able to be as strong as Superman while on that ship, and that's why they can hold him down. However, Jor-El is released, and he changes the atmosphere on the ship to Earth atmosphere. That's why he gets his strength back. There's more bullshit to that. We're going to ignore it for a second. All of the enemies are on Earth with their atmospheretisms, and that allows them to have access to super strength still, because apparently that's just something they have in general, even though it was stated like in the beginning that by going to Earth he's going to become super strong. They are also super strong. It's like, huh. So you remember when Jor-El kills a whole bunch of Zod's men in the beginning?
Yeah.
Like, how the fuck? Like, they have like normal human fights when these people are super creatures that can like tank fucking missiles. Like, how? I just don't get how any of this works.
Right, because the armor is as strong there as it would be here, and the armor is clearly incredibly strong.
Free. The armor deflects Superman's lasers. Not even the Kryptonian ships can do that.
Well, they saved the good stuff for the body armor.
Which, by the way, that's a complete reverse of Mando, so good job. Well, no, wait. Everyone other than Mando in Mando, I mean. But then, of course, on top of all of that, you take the breathing masks off of people like Zod, and it takes them about 10 minutes at most, and they're as powerful as Superman. So...
Yeah, Russell Crowe. What's his character's name? Jor-El?
Jor-El.
Like Jor-El. He says specifically that the atmosphere on Krypton is harsher than Earth's. So why on Earth would you terraform
Hey,
Earth?
nice.
He says that from his perspective. He's saying that it's harsher for Kryptons. The atmosphere on Krypton is harsher for Kryptons than it is on Earth. So why on Earth would you terraform it? You get superpowers on this goddamn planet.
Yeah,
guys.
but it's inconvenient for 20 minutes.
Because of course Zod and the only other one I think vaguely is the girl. Like they're the two that start experiencing benefits from. That's why Zod is like almost unstoppable in the final fight. He's got full into the Earth's benefits, and you start to wonder, if the atmosphere is better and you get superpowers, why in the world would you want to terraform Earth? You destroy all of it.
So it's like a shitty planet. The big important part to note is that the superpowers are from the sun, specifically, not Earth. But at the same time, that means that you don't need to terraform it. Right?
Yeah.
Like, you can live on Earth.
Those superpowers have to come from...
Yeah, Clark is proof of that.
Remember, the sun is hitting them for ages before they get the powers.
Yeah, no, I know.
So, like,
they
specifically talk about...
there's a problem, I agree.
They specifically talk about the atmospherics is what is changed by those masks.
Well, they're wearing the suits and everything without the masks, so maybe only their faces have superpowers. Like, they have really good taste and smell.
I don't know, like, Zod takes off his mask, it takes like 10 seconds for him to chill out, you know what I mean?
As John Bishop has just reminded me, there's a quote where he says, do you honestly expect us to endure years of pain like your son did to get used to the atmospherics? Like, Zod gets used to it in fucking minutes. He's lying.
Yeah. Clark went into a closet for a while and was all right. So
things get better when you come out of the closet.
So people in the comments are saying in the comics it's the sun, but the film kind of changes it.
The film flip-flops, because they're in the sun for a while. It's only once they start having to breathe Earth's atmosphere that they start to experience the X-ray vision and shit.
But then I guess that's what I mean, right? If it's the sun, then there's no reason to terraform the planet. And if it's Earth, then terraforming the planet will cause you to lose your powers. So either way, it doesn't work.
Terraforming is dumb. It's a completely nonsensical plot element that makes It's fucking bonker nonsense. That's just there so that we have stakes for the Earth being fucking destroyed. Or
And it
unless
makes our
Superman
villain
saves the day.
incredibly stupid.
Earth is barely
Yeah.
habitable, though.
Earth is barely habitable. That's true. That's
no.
true.
Yeah, so for anybody who's confused, like we're not mentioning at all the comics. I know that it's going to work completely different in the comics, or at least it works. You know, it actually works in the comics. It doesn't in this film. Is the point? But yeah, you see this visual. That is what Zod is trying to convince Superman with. You fucking kidding me? Zod has been touted as one of like best villains in the DCEU. I don't even think he deserves that embarrassing title.
Yeah, he's
It's
trying
fucking
to
crazy.
convince Superman by getting him to stand on a pile of skeletons.
And then it drowns him in it.
A drown. Yeah. How was he? Now we've talked about this, right? Or haven't we? How is he able to make these visuals?
No
what's
idea.
happening?
I don't know.
We don't know. We have to
assume.
assume it's Kryptonian mind hallucination.
Yeah, I guess that's one of their
hologram
powers.
stuff.
Yeah.
It's
funny.
some tech. It's they have a special hologram
This
room where
fucking
they
image.
could do this or something. I don't.
You would
it-
think. You would think he would try to convince him by downplaying the genocide that would have to
Yeah.
happen.
Rather than
He wouldn't even mention
upplaying
it.
Well,
All he
remember,
has
he
to do
doesn't have
is-
a sense of morality, so what even is this image? Why would it
Even
matter
with-
to him?
Even pragmatically, you just like, well, he has something I want, so I should convince him to give it to me. And instead of just telling him, "Hey, you have something that we need. Could we have it?" He's like, he goes on this long-winded diatribe about destroying the Earth and drowning in skulls. Yeah, like
What are you doing? This.
We needed another character called Flunk, and he was just gonna be Superman's best friend, and he can help him understand.
like this was in Superman. If we show his home
Superman, this is an easy choice. Come on, you can do it. Shut up, Flunk. You need to know
I
who I
hate you,
am.
Flunk. You just constantly giving me the wrong information.
Flunk goes up to Zod and he's like, maybe you should just ask him for it. Like, no, Skull River.
I will find him.
And yeah, I think the film would have been way better if Zod were way more agreeable and intelligent, but you find out his ultimate goal is Krypton's over Earthlings, which would be perfectly reasonable.
Remember, while we're talking about great character writing and dialogue, you remember at the end of the film when he's about to fight Superman, he literally says, "You've taken my soul from me."
I think he says it weird too. He says something like, "My soul, that is what you've taken from me."
And then
Wait, I thought he didn't have morality. Is that not?
That's
whatever.
Souls and morality are different.
Yeah, the soul isn't morality. That's right. It's just
Shut the fuck up, okay?
Whatever. Who cares? Who gives a shit?
Michael Shannon did good. He certainly emoted.
He
did
did
his
not
best
do
with
good,
what
but
he
it's not
had.
his fault.
I
will
find
remember.
him.
I will find him.
Where did you train? On a farm?
Oh my god, did I just scan directly to it? Holy shit. Oh no, I'm
That's
just
pretty
ahead.
good, wow.
Damn.
That's
I want to
pretty
play
good,
it for the stream.
There it is, yeah.
I will find him. Quads are only big enough for one.
Yeah, I gotta play both of those clips now that we mentioned them. Okay, so here's number one. Oh.
I will find him!
I like the drums coming after he says it. Now I need to find the farm clip. I will find him.
Also, like,
Ask
if their goal is to
myself.
destroy humans,
Where did you train?
they've only got one
On a
chick.
farm?
Sorry, what?
Well, remember, because by that point, Superman had already... This is why the final choice doesn't mean anything. He's already destroyed the chance of Krypton ever existing again. He blew up the ship. It's
Yeah.
over. Like,
Yeah.
And since you've just mentioned that, can we talk about briefly how fucking disappointing it was that Clark's line before deciding to save humanity was,
Yeah.
Krypton had its chance. It's like, oh man.
Like that's not even the issue, Superman. It's not
like,
like
if you're
Krypton's fault. It's this guy.
Yeah, like he's missed
Also,
the
if
point
you're
completely.
if you're supposed to be like attached to Krypton or something, that doesn't sound like a very nice thing to say.
Yeah.
Like if we're trying to go for that angle.
It's possibly my most hated line in the whole movie because it really tells you exactly who he is. Like at the core, this Superman. Like, fuck off,
Yeah, he
Krypton. You
sucks.
had your shot. It's like, dude.
That was
What?
like your mom and dad, and there's plenty of good people.
I feel like Superman missed the point of his own movie.
Yeah.
Was bred to be a
He
warrior.
didn't pay attention to his own Christ-like imagery.
All right, I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it cleanly now. We just needed this one too.
Trained my entire life to master my senses.
Fucking
Why didn't they
goddamn, it
just
takes
make
so
us-
long. Copyright. You should let me play 1 minute scenes, YouTube. It would be funny. Isn't that a good enough reason?
Where did you train?
I think that's good enough.
On a farm?
I shall allow it.
Yeah, that's a pretty good pause too. This is a guy who is ready to battle those who fought on a farm. On a farm. What's the dealio, Zod? Why'd you
I
hate
am no
farms?
corn.
Farm-born. They are the disgustings.
Yeah,
Anyway.
so when you have an actor like Michael Shannon who is capable of being very, very good, this is all the director's fault. And the dialogue, or whoever wrote it, whatever it is. It's some combination of all that.
I wish I was trained on a farm. Anyway.
Yes, and on multiple occasions, he does.
This is the only occasion.
Whoa, that guy's so dead.
And also,
yeah.
you're dead. Yeah.
So that guy's dead.
I like how Superman choosing to prevent a human being from splattering his organs across the floor is considered an interesting choice.
It's not a
Isn't
choice.
it like? Isn't it like obvious?
This is what I mean. I didn't detect this as being like, wow, this is so character driven. Like, I understand how it tells you what his character is, but I never thought this was out of the realm of Superman's character to begin with.
Yeah, this is just like, can I save someone at like through no effort on my part and total
It's freeze
safety?
frame. He's so dead.
No, he's fine.
You okay? Clark doesn't.
I like
You
how he
okay?
cuts off the part where that guy dies immediately afterwards because the Kryptonian's right there.
I mean, we've already been shown several times in the flashbacks that he chooses to do the good thing. You know, like
Yeah, we're.
the idea that at that point in the film I was supposed to be like, will Clark save that man or not? It's like, what do you mean?
Yeah, before he saved him, it was in doubt whether or not Superman would try and save another person.
However, if we're going to do this, right, if we're going to say every individual decision for him to save someone is characterization, then you have to concede every time he doesn't save someone or put someone in danger, that is a decision on his part too.
Right, so when he
Absolutely.
crashes that spaceship through 7 buildings, you know,
When he
while-
tackles Zod into a parking garage, when he tackles him into an IHOP, when he tackles him into a grocery store.
Where's,
and when he flies up into space and, like, then they make that Wayne satellite crash into Earth and all of the debris rains on people, you know?
Well, there's an interesting one I think I was bringing up when in the call before we started up. So you got I don't know what the jets. They're coming in to blast all of the Kryptonians and Superman fighting. Now, they were having their face off on the street, but they start firing before. So Superman, as you can see him here, he just zooms off to the side. He'll be fine. It's Superman, right? And then now I'm gonna play it without showing it on stream for obvious reasons. 13225 is when he sped off to the side. I'm gonna put that in there. 13225.
How long it takes for him to actually do anything, yeah.
Well, and that's the thing. I'm doing a real time for the movie, but well, real time for the actual like time code. Who knows how long it was actually in movie time? But yeah, the bullets hit the Kryptonians, and they got a little annoyed. And then this dude here, like the big man, he jumps onto one of the jets, and tears it to shreds. And you know, as an audience member, you're like, oh my god, this perfectly sets just how horrifying these dudes are. We got to be real careful. But we're already coming up to 20 seconds since we last saw Superman. Where is he? What's he doing? Like, hello? People are getting ripped to shreds here.
Yeah, like you're here, right? In this town. This town has one street in it. Surely you can't get lost.
And if anyone wanted to be like, well, I guess he's out of commission. It's like, well, I doubt it, because they attack the next jet straight after, and Superman saves it from him. It's like, the fuck, bro? And at this point, you just have to conclude, yeah, Superman's just a little incompetent. Soz.
Oh, remember?
More than a
I don't
little.
think we mentioned it. Remember how when he tackled Zod, you know, when he was saving Martha, and then he tackles him through a petrol station and blows that all up. He
Yeah.
could have
Yeah.
done that.
Yeah, these are things, so, like, the best apologetics you can get is that, oh, it's all an accident. It's like, I don't think that's how this works.
No,
See,
not
like
when he has
Superman
all
is
the goddamn
punching and
powers he has.
punching and just throwing, and now I'm just playing the scene for everybody. He's about to fucking drive Zod through like, he took him here. Like, why did you do this?
Superman is grossly negligent.
Yeah, so if you wanted to argue, like, see, he's choosing to save people. It's like he's also choosing to absolutely endanger the shit out of people. So I don't know what that tells us about him exactly.
Nothing good.
Hmm.
Nothing heroic.
Kryptonian even though he was born on Krypton. He doesn't view himself as human even though he grew up on Earth. He doesn't.
Which is bizarre.
It
by
is
the way.
bizarre.
I think
That's
that's
the most bizarre
bizarre
part of the movie, I think.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that bugs me the most about this interpretation of Superman, making him like the whole idea is that he is a human being. That's kind of like the gist of it. And obviously, adaptation, you can do whatever you want, but I don't like it.
It's really bad, really
No,
bad move.
It goes beyond just the adaptation argument because I don't think it makes sense in the context of this movie.
Yeah,
He
actually, I
identifies
think you're
more
right.
with the Kryptonians. Sorry.
I don't think
It's
we're given
just
any
weird.
reason for him to. You're telling me like he grew up exclusively with 2 human parents in a normal human life, except he has powers.
For
and he's
30
like,
years.
I just don't really fit in Earth. It's like, what do you mean?
But you do though.
You totally do.
Yeah,
In fact,
everyone
it's quite
treats you
easy.
just like you're a human, like you're one of them.
We didn't really get what I would call the content on that side of his development, I would say.
And the only Kryptonians he meets in person who actually exist are genocidal lunatics. So you think it would be pretty easy?
Yeah, you think he'd be very outspoken about how no, I'm not one of you. I'm an Earthling. These are
Yeah.
my people. Very
Also-
very openly and very early in the movie too.
Someone brought up like he is new to this. Like it doesn't matter if you're new when you're driving him. He drives him into these buildings. Like you have a choice of where you're gonna fly.
Yeah.
He clearly brings him down here deliberately. So I don't even like this whole time you can try and think about what his decisions are, and then he takes him. You know what? Fight in the cornfield. Go for it.
Yeah,
That's
fight
fine
in the
with me.
cornfield.
But to take him out of the cornfield, probably
Into
not
a
a great
town.
idea. Yeah.
And we're not even talking about the whole city fucking shit at
Nope.
the end.
Yeah.
Dude, even Age of Ultron, for as crap as it was, tries to address the whole idea of saving civilians.
Well, shut up, MCU shill.
And let's not.
They go well out of their way in that movie too to try to.
Imagine if someone was in that car that just blew up.
Yeah, someone probably was, honestly.
Yeah.
Mom will be back from getting gas any moment now. Hey, what's that?
Remember when just a little later, and there's theories about it being ADR. Superman says, "Get inside, like be safe. Get inside. It's not safe out here." It's like you drove Zod through
Imagine-
buildings. Like, why would it be safe to be in
Imagine,
buildings?
Now that I've just got that idea in my head of you know, like just the opening scene of Batman v Superman is that kid whose mum got blown up in that petrol station, and he's watching the news report, and then it plays that like boom, 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 dramatically.
Someone's got a meme of Kylo Ren saying,
Zemo Smith.
"Where did you train? Nowhere." Because that would be Ray. It would make sense. I like it. But yeah, there's the carnage in this movie cannot be understated, and I already know there's defenses. I'm aware of this. Just like, hey, it's his opening outing, okay? You can't get everything right, which is
You can't get hardly
See,
anything.
I
wrong
can
with
understand a
this.
couple of mishaps here and there, but he levels a fucking whole city.
Hey, you
Like,
know,
come on.
let me create this completely, random scenario in my head that I definitely aren't inspired by anything else. Someone's got something that's about to detonate and kill a bunch of people. They push it away from a crowd and into another smaller crowd, and they look at the disaster that they've accidentally caused when trying to save their friends and the people around them. You know what movie did that?
Which one?
They call it Captain America 3: The War of the Civil.
Yeah.
Oh, that really bad one?
Yeah, the
Ba
really bad
ba ba ba.
one. All right, Filmento, what else you got?
doesn't view himself as human even though he grew up on Earth. He doesn't place himself in a assigned role, but instead based on what he's
Place you're not no, it's not that you're pre-assigned. It's that I grew up on Earth. My parents are Earthlings. All the people I know are Earthlings. I am their culture is my culture. It's the only life that I've ever known. It's not that you've like been whatever to do this. Like, no, that's a result of what happens. It's the opposite of prescription.
It's
Like,
not
it's
like
a
his
result
life.
of what happens.
It's not like his life on Earth is pre-conscribed into certain roles, because that's not how Earth works. This isn't like a coming of age story where it's like like young adult fiction where like he's in some dystopian society that like everyone is born to their certain roles, but he wants to be different. Like he's the emoji in the Emoji Movie. Like he's on Earth, like he already has freedom to make his own way, and he chooses not Earth. He doesn't choose humanity until later because he's an idiot.
I'm going to choose to work here and go there and do this and have these things. Like, he's constantly making like the life decisions because he's living on Earth as a person. Very bizarre. Is he trying to say that because of Jor-El sending him here? But he was sent here to make his own destiny. But then you're like, well, what if his destiny was make his own destiny? At this point, it's just not even worth discussing.
Place himself in any pre-assigned role, but instead, based on what he's learned so far, chooses to form his own. He wants both worlds to prosper, but we
never get to explore that.
Yeah, none of this is.
Yeah.
Where's this in the movie where
This
he wants Krypton to prosper?
There should have been the conversation where he's like, Krypton deserves another chance, but it can't be at the cost of Earth. Like, Zod, we need to, you need to accept that the Earthlings are like, you know, they are Earth is your new home. Earth is your new Krypton. And then you can try and create something where he's like, Kryptonians shouldn't. I don't know how much of an idiot we have to make Zod to make this work.
well, he's already an idiot.
That's the problem. Like, this conversation needs to happen where they actually address the core issue, which is Earth or Krypton, and you have to choose one, and you have to make it so that Krypton is an actual good prospect instead of a horrible thing.
Yeah, it's actually an appealing choice.
Yeah. And then you can talk
it's
about
either,
it.
Yeah, give us something. You're gonna have to make it like an actual choice, because there's an obvious correct answer here. Because
he's about to show the scene where Clark... So, to give you a timeline of events, because it's so fucking nuts, without adding criticisms, just what happened. You have, Zod invites Superman onto the ship. He says, otherwise, for if you don't, then the world will suffer. That's what he says. So Superman's like, okay, I'm coming on board. Then he tricks him with the atmospherics and takes away all of his powers, ties him up, and takes a blood sample and says, I'm going to take the whole world, lol. Superman breaks out through some crazy shit that we're going to get to. And then he destroys one of the world engines after he fights a CGI snake thing. And then he arrives at Zod's ship that has the big genetic room filled with the embryos, breaks into the ship, starts up his lasers, and Zod says, if you destroy this ship, you'll destroy Krypton. And it's just like, motherfucker, making that claim after everything you've just put Superman through. Like,
yeah,
it's baffling, and he's such a bad character, like trying to appeal to Krypton after everything you've done, asshole.
Wait, I have someone brought up a funny question in chat. Is Krypton waging war on Earth Ares' fault? How does that work?
Oh yeah, that's very true. Ares got exploded though.
With love.
Yeah, he got love beamed in the chest.
You know, all that was missing, dialogue-wise, was him saying, no, love, my only weakness.
I will destroy you.
Oh no, they got that one, Rags. That one was in there. They nailed that one. I just meant, you know, they need a bit more.
I'ma fuck you up.
He will not let one do so at the cost of the other, which is where the emotion of the plot comes from.
There is no emotion.
They don't
in this
do that
plot.
properly. I'm sorry. You're giving credit where it's not due. The idea that it was a choice between Krypton and Earth is never in any way leveled out. It doesn't make any sense at all as a choice.
It's laughable.
It is actually worse for the Kryptonians to choose Krypton. How did you even do that? Like, how did you write it so that the people whose planet they want back wouldn't have wanted it with everything we understand?
If you do this ship, you destroy Krypton!
Well, then maybe you shouldn't have kidnapped me, took my powers, took my blood, tried to kill all of my people, and destroy my planet.
Skulls.
Maybe you shouldn't have done all of those things.
Maybe you should have asked.
Fucking hell.
Like, can I have the thing I need to save our people?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Oh.
Dude, it would have been
Great.
awesome if
Yeah, that's all right.
if this all happened before Ares had been killed, and Ares is like, for some reason, like not cool with Kryptonians. They're like ruining his whole plan with humans, and so he actually comes in and starts battling Zod. Like, fuck off, get out of my planet.
I wanted to kill them all. Let me
Ruining
do
it.
it.
He's like, oh, you're destroying them all? No, you're terraforming it. Ew, I don't like this ugly
stop.
gray
Why?
planet.
No,
What are
this
you
is
doing?
great. I like this one. Krypton was shit. Krypton
Don't
exploded.
have its chance!
What a terrible line.
Krypton
What a
had its
horrifically bad line.
That's not the issue, Superman.
Krypton had its chance. It's like that's kind of an asshole thing to say.
What was his name? Flunk?
Flunk, yeah.
Flunk, yeah.
Flunk, the voice of
Flunk when you
reason.
need him.
Flunk is the real hero, let's be honest.
Like, yeah, he needs to just pop up in these. Oh my god, the pause screen for Superman is like, it's kind of terrifying. Because you could. There's so many lines that work so well. We've already had some of the top comments on the unlisted Man of Steel copyrighted now. You can't view it. Thing. Those people were suggesting better lines. And it's like literally many things. I'm not gonna say all. Many things would have been better. And I don't know what they were thinking. An unsung hero in this journey. He also has to be drawn with a lump on his head. There's going to be a reason for that. Okay.
Yeah, that's canon.
His
All right. Get us straight.
Flunk's massive brain. the Flunk brain.
That's how he writes his
fly
name in
cube.
signature. It doesn't look quite right, but you can kind of see that it says Flunk.
Yeah, I like how his leg is disconnected from his torso.
There you go, it's fixed now.
Poor old Flunk.
And then DCEU should keep in mind.
Oh shit, we skipped.
Oh my goodness.
Don't have its chance!
And that's essentially what the DCEU should keep in mind about the character side going forward. When you have scenes not driven by plot, make sure those scenes always
Why
further
is the camera
explore your
shaking in this
hero's
scene?
inner journey.
Is it?
I
Yeah,
I didn't even notice.
They did it a couple of times in the movie.
it's definitely handheld.
I'm pretty sure I mentioned that in our recording as well.
Yeah,
I don't
you
think
did
there's a
that.
locked off shot in the whole movie. I think it's all held.
You might be
Make
right.
sure those
about
scenes
that.
always
see,
further
like,
explore your hero's inner journey of want and struggle.
Because like when I'm standing and I'm looking at something, I don't have like the palsy or something,
Well,
and I'm just like swinging around.
It gives the
I'm just-
scene intensity, Rags. Intensity.
This is a very intense scene.
Yeah, it's
like,
revealing his suit. Look at it.
yeah.
It's so
Oh yeah,
so
it's
sexy.
intense.
Can you believe, by the way,
it's-
if humanity hadn't found this fucking ship, like, he wouldn't even have his Superman outfit. I don't know. It's so weird to me that like how everything worked. The ship is just there, and humans spotted it one day, and he overheard a conversation about it. Like, fuck the plot. It's so bad.
It's not
Yeah.
driven by plot, make sure those scenes always further explore your hero's inner journey of want and struggle. And when you finally ramp up
Wait, so if it's not about the plot, it's gotta be about character. What if it's about the world building?
Where's it code?
It's the point is whether it's executed well or not. Like,
Yeah.
shouldn't that be obvious at this point? Like, do it well and it's fine. Not every scene needs to further the literal plot if it's executed well. If it's communicating something in terms of world building or theme or character, whatever it is, as long as it's done well.
The sort of fundamental people usually appeal to is that your scene needs to give you some form of piece of information that either commits to a payoff or builds to a payoff.
There needs to be something. Well, wait. Sorry, could you repeat that again?
So if like the fundamental people usually appeal to is that the scene has to achieve something in terms of new information or useful information, and that's going to be in relation to paying something off or leading to payoffs.
Yeah, that's generally, though I think that
But you could have stuff.
because I think that people tend to very rigidly, like, one of the most common and incorrect pieces of writing advice is that if it doesn't advance the plot, cut it. It's like, well, what if it's advancing the character or the theme or the world?
But like, I'm even in favor of you can have stuff that's point is to not have a point necessarily or something that could
Yeah,
be.
it depends on the
really depends
context.
on execution. Yeah, the one I'd want to appeal to
Quentin
is
Tarantino's character in Reservoir Dogs ranting about Madonna, and then the conversation about tipping. Like, that doesn't further the plot, but it's interesting, and you learn a lot
It's
about the
interesting,
characters.
because
yeah.
it's his character, so that counts. You got to find something that doesn't further character, plot, world building, theme, anything at all. But then argue why it should be kept in.
But also,
What if
who
it's
is
just
he
a joke? Like literally
Are
someone
there
telling
any
a joke.
EU movies that have scenes that don't further anything? I feel like the point is that they don't do it well, not that they don't do it at all.
I guess that scene of just having Steve Trevor see all the modern day stuff isn't like advancing anything really.
I mean, you could call it character stuff, but the point is that it's
I guess so,
done
yeah.
poorly, in my opinion.
But
Like, I don't know
we're seeing
who
the character
Filmento
react
is
as we
arguing
knew
with.
that they would. Yeah, no, I'm not sure either.
Scenes always further explore your hero's inner journey of want and struggle. And when you finally ramp up the plot toward the end, don't just forget about that character journey, but instead force your
What
hero
journey?
Oh my god, the advice. When you get to the point where your plot is ramping up, don't forget about your characters. It's like, yeah, that's...
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks.
Just shorten it. Don't forget about your characters.
Don't forget about things that matter in your
Yeah.
story.
Don't forget about anything that's important.
Don't forget.
I think
Remember,
maybe
don't
he's
forget.
right. Maybe we should be advising this because all we get these days. It's like, hey guys, you have characters in your movie, by the way. You don't need to just have things explode. It's like,
Yeah. Based on what those characters are, it'll inform what they actually do, and what they do is the plot.
It's
So
just funny as
like,
well
they're-
because he's obviously appealing to like how we keep with Clark in this ending. So when he decides to destroy Zod's ship, that's like a culmination of all of what we've learned in this film about his. It's like, no.
He does the obvious thing.
There's no other
What a
fucking
journey.
choice to make that would be reasonable. Like, what benefit is there to Clark for him to not destroy that ship? Remember, the world engine has been destroyed at that point. So, you know what? Actually, if the world engine is destroyed, which means the atmosphere of Earth can no longer be fucked with by Zod, but he's also got all of the embryos on that ship, and then Clark has the codex. Technically speaking, you could now appeal to Zod, being like, the world engine's fucked, so can you please land this ship, and we can talk about what can happen with Krypton or Kryptonians. But instead he's like, nah, Krypton had its chance. So, yeah, I don't know. That's kind of funny to think about, actually.
You
A
know,
fella-
at the end of Treasure Planet, you have Long John Silver Cyborg, and he's holding on to the ship full of treasure, and Jim is down below and he needs some help or he's gonna die. And Silver looks at the ship full of treasure, which is what he's been looking at the whole movie. Then he looks at Jim, and then the treasure and the Jim, and then he finally decides to save Jim. Spoilers. Like, this is like basic shit.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a reason to care about a decision that characters are making. And in a movie of this budget and this scale, you'd think that the basics they'd nail.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, I guess a reverse of that would be when Benny chooses the
The
money.
treasure had its chance.
In the Mummy, when Benny keeps trying to get more jewels and gold and shit, and then it eventually costs his life because he's not worrying about what's important.
And I mean, Indiana Jones has done this several times, right?
Yeah.
Where like what was her name in Last Crusade, reaching for the Holy Grail?
Elsa, yeah,
Balls.
Elsa's
Yeah,
reaching for the
Elsa.
Grail,
And
yeah.
he's like, "Come on, stop it!" Like, and in Crystal Skull, that
I can
British
reach
guy.
it. Then she falls, and then Indy's in the same spot, and then his dad's like, "Let it go, Indy."
Mhm.
I'm just now thinking about this because it kind of I haven't even thought about the fact that like all the embryos are on that ship because you see them pour out and it's just like, wait, why did Superman destroy all of them?
They had their chance.
But
Or those, or is Superman like? Did he commit like super abortion?
Well, look, I got the image up. They're the embryo. That's the embryo tank. It like explodes and all of it pours out. I'm guessing this is the juice that ends up making Doomsday.
It might be, actually.
Oh my god, that's the
Oh,
Doom
boy.
juice.
It's the Doom juice, everyone.
The
Look at this
Doom
high-res Doom juice.
High-res Doom juice.
I can
That's a
basically
good
taste
question,
it.
why he would destroy all that, because, like, they're not the ones trying to
Oh my
genocide
god, here we go
humanity.
again. The pods are empty. Okay, so
They're empty? Oh, okay.
The
Does he know
codex-
that?
the
Does he
co-
know how this works?
I don't fucking care. The codex, right? It allows them to grow people in these pods. So destroying the pods is effectively genociding Kryptons. The Kryptonians, okay? Do you understand? Do we get there?
It's like
Excellent.
swallowing cum.
Just gotta connect those two thoughts, you know? Don't want to hurt your brain too hard there. But yeah, all the pods get fucked by Superman, and I'm starting to think there was an actual interesting choice here, but nobody realized it in this film, being world engines destroyed, we've got a couple of Kryptonians left. Yes, they're angry assholes, but they can't terraform the world anymore, so now can we actually have the conversation of, can we live together? Is that possible, Zod? You cunt.
That's so bad.
Yeah, well, like I said, the actual drama was potentially there, but they just never did it. Because the person who wrote it was, well, you know, the person who wrote all those other ones.
Character journey.
The embryos had their chance.
Instead, force your hero to overcome the external plot obstacles by choosing the resolution for it.
Choosing the resolution for... Oh, God, that...
He said that so dramatically. It must have been a really...
Yeah, I like how he's got all these little boxes here as if he's built up a point. It's funny.
But he hasn't. Yeah, this is a very empty video.
The point is fully loaded.
Have characters. Like, yeah. Thanks.
Whoa.
Don't forget your character development later in the movie. Okay.
Does he not blink at the same speed? Each eye blinks at a different speed. So if you catch her at the right time, you catch him
the driver.
P the driver.
Plot the driver.
See, so he had
characters are the drive, and plot is the driver.
Don't you think there was a better way to format
No,
this?
that's the opposite.
The formatting, yeah.
Surely he got those reversed.
Yeah, surely it's the character who is the driver of the plot.
The plot is the drive. Surely
Yeah, I think you're right.
He surely got that mixed up.
If I was to eyeball it, I would have assumed it would be the reverse. That the driver would be the person, and then the drive is the external shit.
Yeah.
Or what comes from within them as a result of the
external
shit.
The drive between A and B, and you're the driver.
C the drive, P the driver. Yeah, I feel like he could.
And if he's doing the meme of like how C drives, and well, now I don't think that is what he means. Now I'm very confused
anymore.
Secondly, the way Man of Steel succeeds at the plot side is by establishing an external scenario that features all the required components of a functional plot.
All the required components of a functional plot.
Goal, stakes, and urgency.
Goals, stakes, and urgency.
Urgency is the stakes, though.
Goals, stakes, and urgency.
Yeah, I feel like S and U are just the same.
How could we split
Maybe
these
it's
up?
like the urgency is how stakey the stakes are, I suppose.
Well, if you have, good guy fights bad guy, goal, kill bad guy, stakes, you both have X amount of power, urgency, the whole room is falling apart within the next few minutes.
What?
Oh my goodness, Metal. I agree entirely.
Stop
shooting. Do you have a helicopter crash into your house? Or?
Very tiny helicopter. Yeah, Metal, your mic is all... Tis me.
What? I'm not even doing anything.
It just went...
Yeah, it went like...
What? There was nothing in here. Like, I didn't even touch the microphone. I don't know.
I don't know if you need to unplug and plug it back in or something.
Yeah. Give the old plug and unplug. Stop farting.
Stop farting.
That is a weird fart. If it's...
He's German.
What comes out sounding like an Apache helicopter.
Alright, well, while he's doing that...
No.
Is it back? Are we fine now?
I think we're all right now.
Hope so,
I think so. Yeah.
I didn't even touch the microphone. I didn't adjust anything. I don't know.
Wow, Mel, so fucking everything up. Jeez, on purpose too.
Sorry,
you have clear goals, stakes, and urgency.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Stakes and urgency. Even though the main plot here does go through a couple shifts in the process, the central crux of it is arrives to Earth in order to, well...
Krypton lives again. What happens to Earth? The foundation has to be built on something.
So that's what he says? The foundation has to be built on skulls and death! But...
What?
Yeah,
like, how does anyone watch this and not laugh at how fucking absurd it is?
Yeah, it's like, oh, you're clearly the evil person here.
Well, I think some people might be like, well, yeah. And you're like...
But Zod doesn't see himself like that, surely. And if Zod is just acting intelligently, he's not going to show Clark this.
I almost want to like.
He's gonna be like, no, I just need the codex for you. Can we have that?
I want a little piece of paper with dot at a desk and a little crayon, and I'll be like, okay, you care
Crayon.
about your people. You are going to kill all of my people to get your people. Do you see where I might have an issue? Much in the same way that you have an issue. And he's just like, huh? No, I thought I'd convince you by showing you the skulls. I'm confused.
And then you just move up closer.
And I thought I would convince you by having something drag you into the skull while
That was an
drums are
interesting
playing.
choice, yeah.
Yeah.
Ignore the skulls.
It reminds me of-
Yeah, ignore the skulls. They're totally coincidental.
I like how all of the imagery, it's like, so one of the destroyed things, a playground, like swing set, a farm, which is where he's from.
And a house.
Why did you think these would work? Dead children and farms. Alright.
It reminds me of the mom in Hill House trying to drag Luke into the grave, as if that will convince him.
You said that on the EFAP movies as well.
I think you did, yeah.
Spoilers. Everyone's gonna know.
I also like
that's what you
how
think.
I don't know what Zack Snyder's deal is, but he seems to really like the black Superman suit. I don't understand.
Oh
what
yeah,
the
we're
point
getting
of
that in
is.
Snyder Cut, right?
Yes, yeah. For whatever reason.
Right, Zod is here to upgrade, or I guess to us downgrade.
No, to him.
No, it's downgrade to everyone. It's downgrading to everybody. Look at it. Look, Krypton's shit, and it exploded. So, like, don't do that.
Listen to what everyone says in the movie. Krypton is just worse. And he says the reason they're going to commit to the worse one is because there won't be a painful upbringing. Which is bullshit, because you guys
Yeah.
get to be superheroes.
And babies cry anyway, so fuck it.
Yeah, look, Clark did fine. You just got to be careful with him, alright?
And
Earth
I will
into-
gladly suffer through 20 minutes of whatever that is to get mega super flight laser beam
Hell
mega
yes.
strength powers.
Oh yeah.
Not even close. And if someone made that decision for me, I'd be like, all right, I guess. Well, you know.
Oh, we haven't
you know,
even
I'm
covered.
amazing.
Someone's like, terraform a different planet. Oh, we haven't. Ooh.
Oh, the fucking world building for the Kryptonians.
We'll get
We ain't
there,
even getting into that mess
There's
yet.
so much to talk about that I don't know where we'll fit that in, but we'll get there.
to a new Krypton. And just by that external scenario alone, we already have all the plot components built in.
Okay, true, but it's all built on matchsticks, so what do I give a fuck? Like, all of it makes no sense. All of everyone's choices and all the mechanics, they're all bullshit. But yes, you know, there's a giant fucking laser. It's gonna destroy the world. We gotta stop it. It's like, yeah, okay. So you see, this is what I mean about
Alright,
this style
I guess
of
so.
criticism. It's like, we've got the goals, the stakes, and the urgency. It's like, yes, but they're all terribly written.
But they're there, so that means
like,
it's
well, they're-
good. That means it's filmed.
The stakes, they're there.
Well, you know how he said, you said underwater's like crap. I'd be like, goal, get out of the Mariana Trench. Stakes, you could die at any moment if things go wrong. Urgency, the whole station is falling apart. Oh, I guess underwater's great. We did it.
You know,
I
they made a
honestly.
cheap Italian knockoff of Underwater where they have to escape the Marineros Trench.
Yeah, I feel like this isn't enough. We need to talk about the specifics to see if they did it well, because applying goal, stakes, and urgency, I don't even know if there's a film that you can't apply those to. Is there a story that doesn't have goal, stakes, and urgency if you're being generous in terms of how everything's flowing?
I mean,
That'd
you
be
have to
possibly one.
like you have to have a plot. A plot is it's like an emergent property of just events.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't not have a plot, even if a chair sitting in a room. There's a plot. It's a chair sitting in a room.
I don't know.
Um,
that might be where the limit is for me, because I was about to say, like,
Yeah,
a
like
guy
literally
sitting in the
nothing
chair in the room.
changes.
Nothing happens to it.
Well, I guess if it's a 2-hour movie of just a chair in a room, just there.
But- Yeah,
Like, how would you synopsize that on the back of the disc or the cover?
There's a chair in a room.
no, this
It represents stability.
What will happen? Find out in the chair.
I would, yeah,
Probably
I would have.
nothing, but
I
give it a
would
watch, find out.
Yeah, it's like a chair continues to remain where it has been erected inside of a room. Because I say erected because I imagine a folding chair, like someone just brought in a folding chair and like, they opened it up. That's the sound they make, and they put it down on the background there, and they just filmed it for 2 hours, and so the plot is the chair
The
continuing
chair
to
had its chance.
exist. The chair had its chance.
Smashes it over Homer's head. Oh, oh.
What did?
Where did you learn to be a chair? On a
A
farm?
folding table? Yeah, that's right.
Oh, the folding table.
The goal we're doing is stopping Zod's machine.
Okay, you really gonna just like ahead of time? The goal is to stop Zod. The stakes. Earth is at stake. Urgency. You have a ticking clock on the world engine. Like, yeah, I know. Why is this special?
Yeah.
Fucking everything
How did
does
we
this.
get here?
Earth into Krypton. The stakes, or why we have to do it, is all the lives on Earth that we got
Yeah.
attached to on our character journey. The
No,
urgency,
I'm
or
not attached to anyone except for
I mean,
Ginger Kid
again,
and his IHOP.
Rags, no, you stop. You're talking about the
It's
details.
funny, right? Because Underwater
What?
has all three of these things.
You gotta stop
What-
talking
what
about
I-
the details. That's not what we're focusing on. We just have to establish there are stakes through people might die. There are your stakes.
Oh my goodness.
I feel
people
like a
might
lot
die.
of films will pass this test. Gonna be honest with you.
This is a video with it has film perfection in the title, and he's describing that there is a goal. Our
There
stakes.
is a
Like,
goal.
This film, the film perfection. This film has a plot.
It's
That's all it
impressive.
takes. It's a very low bar, except if it's a ripoff of Alien, then it doesn't meet that bar for some
Fuck
reason.
those films particularly. They don't have GSU.
is, I mean, it's mostly kind of right now. These three components serve as the external driving force behind the second half of the film, and they are the thing that makes everything we do.
Why does he take so long to say, yeah, this is the second half of the film? It's just this.
Yeah,
You gotta
this is
stopping
EFAP telling
Zod.
him to hurry the fuck up.
Like, he uses a lot of words to describe, because he just did he told you that Zod has to be stopped because he might kill a bunch of people and it's got to be right now, and that is what the second half of the film is. That's what he's telling you, and now I want you to listen to the words he uses.
We got attached to on our character journey. The urgency, or when it has to be done, is, I mean, it's mostly kind of right now. These three components serve as the external driving force behind the second half of the film.
Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Do you understand the point I'm making here? Jesus fucking Christ, mate.
I get lost when he talks. Like
Yeah.
my mind wanders away. Like I can't.
Yeah.
I can't. There's nothing. It's like I've fallen in a river, but it's not a swift river, and it's
But you
not
don't
like
have
fast
the J
or
to grab
deep.
onto.
No, it's just like I don't care about grabbing onto anything. It's like I've fallen and it's like a lazy river at a theme park, and I'm just like I don't have anything to do, so I guess I'll just go around in circles for a while and not grab onto anything. That's what it's like to listen to this.
Zod was a species supremacist. Why do you guys think he would settle on living with humans? That should have been
never-
the drama. That should have been
he
it.
never
We never
really-
got it.
Yeah, we never talk about this.
Sorry that
'Cause
that's not in the
it's
film
not
when you
there.
wanted it to be, because it ain't.
Yeah, it's not in the film.
And this makes everything we do in the second half serve a clear functional purpose in one
Jesus.
form.
Clear?
All he said is we have to beat Zod. That's all he said. Jesus.
Or another. Now, could the plot in execution have been better than just another blue sky beam threatening the whole world?
That's not even where my
Yes.
issue lies.
Yes,
I don't fucking care
it
about the
could have
sky
been
beam.
better.
But yes, it
Thank
could
you
have
for
been.
asking, but yes, it could have been a lot better.
If he's gonna say yes, I'm really curious how this becomes film perfection. But all right.
Yes, but at the same time, I'll concede
it
that
is.
it does still do the job to earn its purpose.
How is this perfection
No, it
if it could have
doesn't.
been
How
way
is
better?
this?
I don't fucking... I think we have different definitions of the word
Like it
perfection.
could have been flawless, but it could have been flawless in a better way.
Oh, right, I see.
Of existence.
I mean, I guess
especially
that
when-
makes sense. Right? If perfection is without flaws, you could have done something else that was more satisfying but also without flaws.
So do you mean like if a story was perfectly functional but it could have been improved, but it doesn't mean it's not perfectly functional?
Yeah, like you know how they rate dives in the Olympics?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, I guess for those of you who don't know, I'm not a diving expert.
Don't worry.
I don't know every dive in town. However, based on like the difficulty of the dive that you're doing, it's like your max score. So you could I think you could make an easy dive perfectly, but you could only get so high. But you could also do a different, more difficult dive, and if you do that perfectly, your score will be much higher.
Which, by the way,
I think that's how it works.
The two comparisons I would actually sub in as films would be 12 Angry Men versus Lord of the Rings. Like, that is the first one is a simple, relatively simple dive done perfectly. The second one is a very complicated dive done pretty damn well. There we go, we did it. We solved film.
Yeah, we did it. We're the analogy kings and queens.
Still do the job to earn its purpose of existence, especially when you pair it up with the
Purpose of
character journey
existence?
choices
That's kind
that
of redundant.
I don't like the way he writes his scripts. They annoy me.
Are you
But
sure
it
he
does-
even writes his scripts? Because later, I mean, he said vanity earlier.
When he meant
That makes-
futility.
Which
That
is
makes
a
it
really...
seem like he's. It
Well,
makes
yeah,
it
if he
seem
was
like
looking
he's
at a-
freewheeling.
Yeah,
I
when
feel
he
like
if he
ma-
was looking at a script, he wouldn't see the word futility and say vanity for whatever reason. Unless, or maybe he
I feel
did.
like
I don't know.
the more fundamental thing for me, because like I'm glazing over here, and it's just because this whole
Like a
video
donut?
feels so directionless. I
like
guess
glazed donuts.
yeah, like I'm turning into a donut as I sit here
Oh,
because I'm just like
you have a
it
hole
just
in the
feels
middle.
like we're going in circles and like we're not getting anywhere,
I
and
see
it's
what you
all
did there.
rudderless and like I don't
That's
don't
correct.
know
The
what
donut
point he's
doesn't have a
building towards.
rudder.
Well, I can help you, Fringy, okay? So we
I'm a
said...
donut
Like there's
that's
a
rowing
gaping
down
hole in the middle of
a
me.
river, all right? It's a donut that's going kayaking, and the rapids are just getting too fast, and we're losing track of where we're going.
This video is a soggy donut.
Donut Fringy
This
had his
video is a
chance.
soggy donut without a rudder, yes.
There's probably going to be people drawing you as a donut now, but...
Well, that's...
Yeah,
I
it's
see
either that or a
people are
crab.
noticing that it's dough, like no.
Donut.
I see people figure that out, yeah.
all
Get on it! Get
So-
on
so-
it, guys.
To make sure, because
What's
I'm
that?
make sure everyone's following, is he's described that there is a plot and it functions. That's where we're at in the video. He said
I
it.
feel like okay.
He said it in a
This
longer
guy's-
way, but still.
Someone is saying that Zod is clearly a supremacist. You don't need them telling the audience for it to be obvious.
No, they never have that conversation.
No, they
that's my
never.
issue.
Yeah, they never even bring it up.
So the idea that, because maybe we agree with this commenter. Yes, Zod does indeed act completely villainous and gets defeated because of his crazy villainous plans. He never thinks through anything whatsoever. If he had said, I refuse to live with human scum, and then Clark said that's the only way Krypton's ever going to live again, that would be
rebel scum.
That would be a really interesting fucking conversation to hear, but we never
He
get
doesn't
it.
do that though. He doesn't say that I don't want any humans here for Kryptonians to thrive. He says I don't want to deal with 20 minutes of pain or whatever.
Yeah, that's
years
what
of
he
pain.
says.
That's the point. Not that there are humans here. That's just to terraform Earth, you have to kill the humans, and oh well, you have to break a few eggs to make an omelet. That's his point.
Got to be built on. He doesn't say when Superman is like, "What's it going to cost?" He doesn't say, of course it'll cost the human pestilence. They'll be fucking erased. That's good. He says, well, it's got to be built on something. As if to say, oh yeah, humans have to die.
Yeah, that's what he says. He doesn't say, "Oh, these humans scum. They're
why would you
inferior,
care?
and I am superior."
Like, Clark, why do
I'm
you
a
give a fuck about these
supremacist.
humans? They're terrible. They're the worst. This species is redundant, even though we're about as good as them when we don't have their atmosphere.
Yeah.
So weird.
Yeah, that wouldn't make sense either, but at least it would go some way to explaining his motivations. But he doesn't even say that. That's basic stuff. The movie doesn't even do it.
Still earn its purpose of existence, especially when you pair it up.
It earns its purpose of existence.
Yeah.
That's about the blue laser.
Earns its purpose
Yeah,
of existence.
Can you go back? I already forgot what he said earlier.
What is this sentence?
I'm so confused.
God, it really frustrates me when we listen to these like videos and just the writing is so bad. Like, and not even just the points that are being made, but just the way that the sentences are constructed. It's
I
just
often
so
think,
broken.
It's like an AI generated script.
For a long
Yeah.
time, making videos in the video essay like genre category, it's like a pass for how good your script is already. It's like, well, you're making video essays, so your script is probably pretty good. Like, wait, what? No.
You would hope so. But
World.
this didn't get redrafted, that's for sure.
No, it didn't even get
Another-
re-edited.
I was about to say, of course it did, because he fucking corrects his mistakes with text.
A blue sky beam
Yeah.
threatening the whole world, yes. But at the same time, I'll
Only
concede
5,000
that it
people
does
died
still
in
do
this
the
movie, right?
Oh, I guess we can bring that up. Yeah,
Uh,
Zack Snyder said that only 5,000 people died in the event that is Man of Steel.
No
Yeah,
way.
horseshit. Yeah, if 3,000 people
Was-
died in 9/11, then
So-
yeah,
and-
the 5,000 people did. Yeah,
I
this
want to
was
show people
the-
this image, right? Because I sent this while I was looking. I was trying to finish watching the film again to you guys. So, now you might be thinking to yourself, "Okay, fine, mutually, that's a lot of damage," but I could maybe picture there's 5,000 people in this image. It's like, yes, this is about 0.5% of the damage done in the entire movie. So,
Well, it's just again, like Rags just said it. So about 3,000 people died in 9/11, and those buildings were like there was evacuations of large portions of those buildings. So if like even more than 2 buildings collapse here, which they do, there's like 18 buildings collapse. There are a lot of people who are dying in this event. It's not 5,000. This is like imagine if like 10 square blocks of New York, like Manhattan, just got obliterated. And you're like, oh, 5,000 people. It's
Hey.
like, aren't there like 2 million people here in like an average day?
hey, Roogs, do you think, judging from this, that Lawrence Fishburne didn't make it?
God, yeah, they're dead.
Yeah, I think that this guy's totally dead. There's an interesting hesitance that people have to run away from this thing in this movie.
It's
It
really
probably
interesting. Yeah.
It does contribute to the
BVS
death count,
too.
undoubtedly.
Somebody
Yeah, and-
mentioned something super interesting that 5,000 casualties, even the lowest estimate, is a lot more people than have ever died from collateral damage in the Avengers, and yet even that was enough for them to take action to
Yeah.
legislate it.
Big deal.
Yeah.
It is a big deal, yeah.
Anyway,
threatening the whole world, yes. But at the same time, I'll concede that it does still do the job to earn its purpose of existence.
it does do the
Oh,
job
stop
to
it!
earn the purpose of its existence. What a sentence that is.
Let's throw in words to that sentence. Let's make the sentence longer.
Let's make the
You gotta get
sentence
to that.
longer. It does feel that way.
My teacher said I had to have 2,000 words for my essay, so we're gonna throw in as many little articles and prepositions and all as much as I can. Stretch that
Especially
shit out.
when you end up with the character journey choices that Clark in the process has to make.
Kal-El, I say this. Surrender within 24 hours.
This is never really. They don't
This
do
is
anything with this though. He's like, if you don't surrender, the world will suffer. And Kal-El is like, oh, Clark is
Oh.
like, yeah, all right then. I guess I'll go and see them.
Yeah,
Yeah, stop calling him
guess I
Kal-El,
understand,
it's
yeah.
Clark, alright?
I get it's tough for me
They don't
because they
know
call him
he's-
that throughout the fucking
I know,
movie.
they keep calling him that, and it really bugs me. It's seriously, it is like, I'm not even like that big of a Superman fan, but my biggest pet peeve is when they call him Kal-El. He's fucking Clark, that's the point.
what's the what's the creepiest, weirdest way that I could show up to
That I could-
humans to convince
Yeah.
the guy to give himself up? What's the worst verbiage that I could use? Surrender himself to us, or else I'll fucking kill Earth. And I'm gonna take all
Yeah,
the
he says
power
the
away.
world will suffer. It's like,
World
wow.
will suffer. Like,
Look at this
geez, so you're just like
creepy-
a bad person right off the bat.
Like, you're glitch arting your way onto a message with this
Skull.
clear
Look at
skull
him.
image. Like, what the fuck are you
Yeah.
doing, Zod?
Yeah, it's one
You
of,
don't
the
wanna
one of the things I said on the call is that like he has the technology to transmit this to every phone and every computer and every TV in the world, but he can't make a clear image. Like what? Why is it glitch art? I don't understand.
Because
Ye-
they have to be. They're evil. Instead of them just showing
Oh.
up in their spaceship, going someplace, and be like, "Hi, we're aliens. Can we talk to someone in charge?"
Oh,
We have
to
we have
clarify,
rules.
so I'm seeing people in chat, like, to clarify, I don't have a problem with, like, Kryptonians calling them that. What I'm saying is, like, something that I've noticed in, like, a lot of media now, and that really bugs me, is when characters who should be calling him Clark call him Kal-El. Like, I think the
Wonder
best,
Woman?
we'll get to this when we get to Justice League, but, like, when they're trying to restrain Superman, Wonder Woman says Kal-El, the last son of Krypton, to try and jog his memory. Why would that jog his memory of who he is more than Clark Kent?
Yeah.
You grew up in Kansas. Your mom's name is Martha or something. You know what I mean? Like that.
Why'd you say that name?
say that name?
Yeah, yeah.
Kal-El,
Like, this is and
Kal-El,
I remember, like,
enough.
I remember this happened in Injustice too, but I almost feel like that was almost the point. Everybody who's retarded calls him Kal-El, but like everybody who's a good guy calls him Clark. And I almost feel like that's deliberate, like on purpose, because they're emphasizing the human aspect. I think it's just fundamentally, if you are Guy, you've grown up your entire life in like Smallville in Kansas. The only parents you've ever known are Jonathan and Martha, everybody that you know as a human being. And then, 25 years later, you find out, or 33 years later, because the Jesus parallel isn't any more obvious in this film, that like, oh no, you're from a different planet and all that. I don't see how any of that would ever like change fundamentally the identity that you cultivated as a human being. Yeah. And I get really frustrated when Superman properties emphasize the God Jesus aspect of Superman rather than the very human, mundane aspect of him. He's just a humble small town guy with humble small town values who goes around and saves people. It's Superman. He's not that complicated. He's really
it's like they don't understand what the term formative years actually means.
Yeah,
if I was Superman and someone called me Kal-El, I'm like, no, my name's Clark.
No, I'm Clark. Yeah.
Stop calling me Kal-El. No, that's not my name. I don't respond to that.
It'd be like if somebody turned up today and told me, your name is Schlubeldube. It's like, oh, it's not. But
as long as you add in if someone told you you actually were born on Glorman and you were called Schlubeldube, you still wouldn't go by that from then on. You'd be like,
I'd be like, okay, but that's not. Yeah, and it's like, the clearest example, right? When Superman meets like Jor-El, it shouldn't be that meaningful by comparison to. It shouldn't be that meaningful by comparison to just his dad and his mom that actually raised him, like the people who actually were there for him.
Yeah,
it's just confusing because I know that it's it's not kind.
Schlubeldube had its chance.
Schlubeldube had its chance. Yeah. It's kind of the adaptation argument, but it's also rooted in this film because in this film it makes sense. It would make more sense for him to.
Everything you said made sense whether the comics exist or not.
Yeah. I guess it's just that I don't know why they did this from the perspective of writing this story. I think fundamentally I'm more interested in the idea of somebody who's not technically from Earth but might as well be, versus the God thing that they keep doing here. I think that the old one, the campy lame one that people like, that's more interesting. But
I think it would have been a really interesting character bit if when Clark finds the spaceship and he gets the construct of his father Jor-El, and the construct calls him Kal-El, and Superman says, "No, my name's Clark." And that's something that he says that could have gone a long way with stuff like that. But instead, he just stands there like an idiot and just
I think
it all
there's
in.
so much that you could have done. Even if you wanted to tell this type of story, you could have done a much better job of like reinforcing what the choice is, like the choice to adopt the identity of the human being. Like if the central arc was he has his human identity and he's almost like searching for something more meaningful, and then he realizes like, no, this is meaningful. And I feel like that's almost what the film wants it to be, but the film does not achieve that at all.
And yeah, I wanted to bring up as well, when this message starts up, it knocks out all the lights.
Yes, and then the lights come back on when it goes
I don't understand. Like, it knocks all the lights off, but it keeps all TV screens and mobile screens on to send the message. Like,
how is that possible?
Well, I don't even know what the fuck how does he differentiate and why?
Make it spooky.
I said this before, but he wants the ideal viewing experience for everyone at home. It's like, hey, shut those lights off. I got something important to show you. It's some VLC glitch art.
We have someone sent me an article. It's on BuzzFeed, so it might be true.
Oh my god!
But someone said there was an estimation done, a study done for BuzzFeed, by Charles Watson and his team at Watson Technical Consulting to model and anticipate the damage done to Metropolis, both in the form of human casualties and monetary cost. And Watson Technical Consulting estimates that in the days after the attack, the known damage would be 129,000 known killed, over 250,000 missing, most of whom would have also died, and nearly 1 million injured. In terms of strictly physical damage done to the city, the initial estimate is $700 billion. To put it in context, 9/11's physical damage was $55 billion, with a further economic impact of $123 billion. So, Watson Technical Consulting estimates that the damage in Man of Steel would be about $2 trillion.
For reference, by the way, because I was curious about this. I'm pretty sure Hurricane Katrina is like the most expensive thing to ever happen in America in terms of, you know, a disaster. The damage was 125 billion. So we're talking about what, at least 10 times worse? Like at least 10 times more catastrophic.
Yeah. Do they even take into account everything that happened in Smallville? Like, obviously, it's a smaller place, but there's a lot of damage done there, too.
That would be a lot of damage and a few deaths. God damn, like, $2 trillion. This is basically the worst disaster ever.
Well,
like, ever in the history of the world.
On the EFAP movies, but it's like there would be incredible ripple effects from all of this in the world that is the DCEU. Not to mention all the alien tech, by the way, and how that would change everything, too. Something of a point on that is when, let me get it up. You know when Lois is exiting the alien ship? She takes off her breathing mask thing and just tosses it to the ground. And it's like, this technology is incredible, just FYI. Like,
yeah, just hold on to it.
I will show it on screen in a moment once we actually get to, you know how copyright is. There it goes. Look, she's gonna take it off. Baboo. She could have put it in the pod. She could have put it in the pod. But oh well. But yeah, there would be. It's catastrophe times a million. I don't know what to say.
Like, just so that just for us here. Yeah, I was about to say. That's what I got. It's good.
We seek our lost son. Oh, that's wonderful. My people.
That's good. That is
good job. Good job, Kara.
Or watch this world suffer the consequences.
What does your gut tell you?
Hell, why would he? Give humans a chance? Give humans a chance. Like, if someone was about to mug like my mother, right, and he was coming at her with a knife, and I was there and I could stop him with a gun or whatever, I wouldn't be like, maybe I should give my mom a chance.
I'm trying to like think. Like, it baffles me that this is considered like the interesting development for his character. It's like, will Clark choose to give humans a chance? It's like, where do you think you've grown up your whole life, you asshole? Like, this whole world is filled with people that you know very well are very good. It's like, yes, but that's
including your mom.
He does give it. It's like, this was never a choice. He's dealing with psychopaths versus the people he loves. Why is this interesting? Please tell me.
I think the worst the movie posits that humanity, is
that he got bullied a lot.
No, it's that they might freak out if they realized he was an alien.
Oh,
compared to the whole Earth being destroyed, well, all of humanity being destroyed, I feel like this, it will be okay.
Well, I mean, that's very selfish if at that point, if he's like, man, I'll be a freak, so maybe everybody should die. Wow.
Yeah. For real.
God. Crap movie.
But all that said, despite certain...
I'd love it if he was like, I'm not sure if I should give humans a chance. Like, you're chill with them being genocided? Like, really?
Like, you're even considering this?
It's like, wow. He's like, yeah, but what if they're mean to me when I reveal myself? You're like, oh.
Oh,
maybe you're bulletproof. You are bulletproof, my dude.
You're gonna be okay, man.
It's like, oh, you're a piece of shit.
Other entries... ability to competently succeed even at this, I'd say they
Oh my god, do you guys remember when the missiles are deflected and the missiles hit humans? Like like the government's missiles fly into the civilians. Oh. such a like.
And then
God.
fuck it, don't forget about the missiles flying into it. Remember when the jets fly into it?
Well, so
Yeah.
this is the interesting thing about that, right? The idea is when these missiles start hitting the civilians, they establish like, oh, the magnetism is making it so that the missiles are hitting not our target. So what we need to do is launch them while being closer. But then the unfortunate result is by getting closer, they get dragged in themselves and killed. And it's like, so you're telling me
launching
Because
them
I guess we
or-
didn't realize that our own ships were also made
So,
of
yeah,
similar materials to those rockets.
First of all,
Yeah, like, why would
incredibly
firing it
stupid.
closer-
I don't know why they didn't
Yeah.
think that would happen. But secondly, so what if you just fire it from above down?
Yeah, would that work? Or
I'm pretty sure that would work. Oh.
also, guys, nuclear bomb might be an option worth
I-
considering.
I mean, well, at least we can argue. Well, they fucking detonate a black hole in.
Yeah.
But what I wanted to establish as well is that I know some people out there right now might be typing this up. It's like, in fairness, these are fighter pilot people. You know, they're not necessarily as smart as YouTube film critics. You have to keep that
But
in
they're
mind.
not stupid.
No, come on. Like, we've been told this before.
I do love that argument, right? Like, oh, you know, people can make stupid decisions. It's like, yeah, I'm sorry that I assumed that the military is smarter than me in a movie. That was my mistake, I guess.
But like, what of our
Mind-blowing.
instant? Like, I think 3 of us at the same time said shoot the missiles from above because it's pulling things down because of gravity. So I think 3 of us were like, oh, just shoot the missiles from the top. Just fly down and shoot the missiles. And they don't do that. And it was just three idiot civvies here watching this TV show. We're like, oh, we figured it out instantly without even having to really think about it at all.
Well,
And the military is like, what are we gonna do? I don't know. It's crash into it.
Well, it's magnetizing, you know, all forms of metal. Maybe if we fly toward it, like, that'll fly closer, John. Oh no, it's sucking me in. Ah!
I'm good.
Should
The
be
good
pretty
thing we're flying paper planes.
obvious here, so if you want to know more, you can check out my other videos on the topic. The thing about Man of Steel I do find worth noting though is its ability to weave in plot even to the sections where the plot doesn't yet exist.
We already established
The
how
plot
this
is
plot
happening there.
It
What are you
weaves
talking
plot
about?
into sections where the plot doesn't exist.
So the
Ah.
plot does exist in those sections.
Yeah, we already went over this. There
Oh
was
my
clearly
God.
plot in this portion, but this is also garbage. Like, everything that comes together in this portion of the plot is really dumb. She takes one
Hey.
photo at one random point in the night, and it happens to be when Clark is making his way to the ship that he heard about because he heard 2 guys talking in a bar. It's like, fucking hell.
All right. So an idiot in chat said, "You guys whine about the damage and casualties, then casually throw in nukes as an option. WTF?"
Oh, so sorry. The reason why I brought up nukes is that if the world engine thing keeps going forever, then everybody dies. And at that point, it probably would be better to use a nuke to stop it.
I'm glad that you explained to the person that using a nuke is preferable over ultimate destruction. I'm
Yeah,
glad that
extinction of the
Yeah.
race. Yes.
Let
yeah.
me tell you, man. One nuke can't kill all of Earth, but the world engine can. So maybe it might be a good idea. Yeah, nukes are meant to minimize the damage. It's still a lot of damage, but it's
Yeah.
less than.
It's like, you know, the only time nukes have ever been used in war was to do that.
Whoa!
To
But
try-
nukes kill people though, Rags.
Oh my god! So that's off the table then.
That's off the table. Yeah, let's ignore that. By the way,
If only we could come up with a nuke that just like inconveniences a bunch of people.
What, it puts pebbles in people's shoes?
Yeah,
Oh, damn.
like if we could come up with a bomb that like vaporizes all of the left shoes in like a 5-mile radius,
I like.
then
that-
I think that would be an incredibly devastating tool of war.
What if it makes it so that there's pebbles in your shoes even if you aren't wearing shoes? You just feel it. You're like, oh.
Oh, you're always walking on just a pebble, not a bunch of pebbles, which would be totally fine, but just
Oh,
just a
Or
single
like
pebble.
It's that
Yeah.
it's that thing, like that Rick and Morty thing where it's like, oh, you know that feeling when you got something in your neck stuck there, like you
They-
just can't get it out.
They could call it a weapon of mass distraction.
Someone said you're complaining that too many people were killed by Superman, though. That is a character criticism of Superman. That
Yeah,
the film
'cause
doesn't recognize what
'cause-
he's doing, and he doesn't either.
Can you not understand 2 arguments simultaneously?
No, this person clearly can't.
All right,
Also, in our argument, right, or in our watch through of the movie, I get argument and watch through of the bad movie mixed up. They're basically the same thing, but we regularly say, "Why doesn't Superman just punch it?" And then at the end, he
He
punches it,
punches it.
and it breaks.
Hey,
And so,
Why doesn't he use his fucking laser? on any of the Kryptonian ships up until right at the end. That's when he finally does it after the all kinds of destruction. It's fascinating. He has,
So the
he has a
discussion
really...
about nukes is what humanity can do. Clearly,
Yes.
don't work. And the discussion of what Superman can do is that he could stop it at any moment, but he doesn't because he's an idiot. That's
Yeah.
the difference.
He's like, it's like what happened at Smallville, but now it's Bigville, and he hasn't changed.
Bigville.
Bigville. Do you guys remember when the enormous alien ship did a ninja move on Superman? It just popped
It's
up.
really quiet though. Like it's good technology.
He was like, "Oh my god!" And
Oh, someone drew Flunk here.
someone drew Flunk.
He's
a good guy, Flunk.
There, they drew Flunk. We have a Flunk.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a Flunk.
I mean, he was a stick man. I'm impressed.
Oh, why did it go to the side? Why is it on its
half
side?
of it's loading for me? Why?
Here, let me find out why. For some reason,
I only have half a Flunk.
Oh, Colt. Oh, here, let me. Here, I could just screenshot the picture because Discord wants to load this the wrong way. So,
Dude,
we'll do
Flunk
that.
has such a big brain.
Good old Flunk.
Gonna piece together his leg as well. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Flunk. He really tried to save the day, Man of Steel. He's the unsung hero.
Soccer expert.
Flunk had his chance. No.
Got my other videos on the topic. The thing about Man of Steel I do find worth noting though is its ability to weave in plot even to the sections where the plot doesn't yet exist.
So that is a fascinating statement to make.
What a sentence. What a sentence.
It weaves in
That
plot.
sentence is just, oh.
Did he mean to say that there is plot when we don't necessarily realize that it's plot yet? Is that what he meant to say?
I couldn't even begin to guess what he meant to say.
All right.
See, after the initial building blocks for the plot in the prologue, it then kinda goes away altogether, because there's this 40-minute character section before Zod shows
That
up.
is a
And
generous
yet, in that
interpretation of
plotless
what that
character
was.
journey-driven section, the movie still manages to...
What is this? Well, I'm getting
your editing choices confuse me.
Yeah, my brain's. I'm getting distracted.
I
We
think
need
that
to
was
go back a
actually
bit.
part of what he was saying. So what he said was, we got plot, then we didn't get plot for 40 minutes, and we don't need explosions in these portions. I think that's what he was saying.
away altogether, because there's this 40-minute character section before Zod shows up. And yet, in that plotless character journey-driven section, the movie still manages to evoke the exhilarating feeling of plot by...
No, it doesn't.
What are you
Exhilarating.
talking? What is happening?
Exhilarating plot? Like here?
There's so many things that have just been asserted. Like, is it more exhilarating to have plot happen than character now?
Well, that is a weird statement, isn't it? Because you think about, like you mentioned earlier, 12 Angry Men, a lot of exhilarating scenes in there, and it's because the characters are clashing. In fact, characters clashing is usually the most exhilarating part of a story, not like why the fight in Civil War between Cap and Tony is like more exhilarating than the airport battle. Like, I don't know about you guys, but like it's more exhilarating, and the stakes are smaller technically.
Yeah, because like it seems to me that because I wouldn't want to say that he's saying that that's the truth. He's saying that despite that being the truth, this is still exhilarating to deal with, these character modes. And I'm just like, since when was that something we agreed on? I wasn't there.
Yeah.
By creating these efficient situations centered around the same three components. For example, early on there's this...
Okay, at this point I want him to just point a scene to just a movie to me, and I'll tell him what the goals, stakes, and urgency are in every single fucking one. I don't think that there's just I don't know which film exists that doesn't have those things. Stop doing it as a point of praise that a story has goals, stakes, and urgency. It's like, please, I beg you.
It's almost an unavoidable part of writing a story, like Rag said.
Captain Marvel, she's looking for the science project, the secret science project. The stakes are that if she doesn't get it before the Skrulls do, then bad things happen. Urgency is the Skrulls are looking for it at the same time she is. There you go. Captain Marvel did it.
Fucking great. Yeah, good job. This film has a plot sometimes.
That's funny because I know what are some because there are films he said are Anatomy of a Failure that all have these things too.
All right, let's go have a look at his series, I guess.
Well, yeah, I mean, he said Dark Phoenix. Dark Phoenix is an interesting one because all of you guys hate that movie more than you should. It's not a good movie, but goddamn, like it's not as bad as people say it is. It's if anything, it's maybe just fine.
But does it have a plot?
Which is funny because it has all of these things too. Like it has a.
Does it have CP?
Wonder Woman 84. The goal is to stop Max. The stakes are if they don't, wishes continue to get granted, and
the urgency is that
as
the
time
longer
goes on,
that
the
it
more get
happens,
granted.
the more the
There we
world
go.
will end.
Yep.
Transformers 4. What?
I don't remember that movie.
The goals are we're gonna make Earth shit. The stakes are when Earth is made crap, everybody dies, and the urgency is they're doing it right now. Okay. The Amazing Spider-Man 2. The goal is. The goal is.
Oh, the goal is to stop, Electro and Green Goblin and.
Well, I
Rhino.
guess the goal is like whose goal?
I guess the protagonist.
But he said that G for Man of Steel was Zod's plan. Zod's goal was the goal. This is why I'm getting confused. It's whose goal? Is it just any goal at all?
It is a weird way to This is what I mean. Like, establishing that there are goal, stakes, and urgency means that you've nailed plot. To me, I'm just like, God, there should be more to it than that.
Centered around the same three components. For example, early on there's this character scene where Clark is just casually working on his boat as a fisherman, when suddenly...
Also be your boat, stand clear. The subsea valves failed and the rig is...
Hey, you skipped the part where the super strong man tackled Superman.
Yeah, you did. Oh yeah, I guess he's not going to talk about that.
It's going to set up another film in the DCEU. Fisherman.
Yeah.
Gonna be a
Fisherman.
About to explode.
Just like that, a character beat has
Aquaman's
turned into an
Aquaman.
external manifestation of GSU. The goal is to free
an external manifestation of GSU. Why?
An external What words?
He's reminding
Just
me of
have
Mark
words
Brown.
happen.
The versatile verbs of pressing L1. It's like, what?
the stuck in place, or stakes are the lives of the workers. The urgency is the fire.
Well, yes, but like, why is this so special to you?
Most films have this.
This is what I mean. I'm struggling to think of examples where they don't have this.
They're about to blow the
we
whole
need Don
place.
Beveridge to explain this.
Surely it's in how it's constructed rather than whether or not they nailed GSU.
Because he's talking about this movie as like, oh, this is what the DCEU films need to learn from going forward. Because this
Like,
movie
all of
has
them have this.
goals,
Yeah.
stakes, and urgency, and they all do.
Wonder
which is-
Woman has this.
Yeah, we just
Yes.
went over
And
how
he said
84
Wonder Woman-
definitely has this.
Yeah.
They all have it. It's
Again,
just they're
all
almost
films-
all
yeah.
They're almost all poorly executed, and this is no
Exactly.
exception.
Goal, stakes, urgency, plot. Another example, we have a character scene of young Clark sitting in a school bus when...
Oh shit!
You see, the goal is to not drown. The stakes are they could drown. The urgency is they are drowning. Stop.
What are we doing right now?
I don't.
Yeah.
Again, suddenly a plot-driven situation. We have to get the
Suddenly
bus
plot.
A plot-driven situation in the time of the movie where you said there was no plot. Whoa.
out of the water to save the other school kids on board before they all drown.
Oh, there it is.
God.
Well,
He said the thing.
There you go.
What is this?
This is why it's perfect.
The Arctic scene. We have to get to the Kryptonian ship to prevent it from falling in the wrong hands before the army finds it. And then within
Before
that,
it
there's
does
even
fall into the wrong hands. We have to stop it from falling into the wrong hands before it does.
Or else it will. Or else it will.
Or else it will.
But do it be?
But if that happens, then it did happen.
Oh, no.
Dude, come on. What is this?
You see,
What's
there are
going
scenes
on?
in which characters wish to achieve things before a time limit. That's it's pretty revolutionary.
another plot beat of us having to... and so on and so on. The point I'm getting at here is that even though the main plot doesn't fully kick in until like halfway in, the movie still creates these external situations to give us the exhilaration.
What's an internal situation? Just so that is an
Introspection.
external like a tornado?
An external would be something that is like the world throws a situation at you, I guess, whereas internal is like a struggle in your head.
Like, do I want
Alright.
to
decision.
kill or
Alright.
to spare? I
Alright.
don't know. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's. I mean, I
just
get
wanna-
that
I gotta like
part.
I feel like I have to ask for these things.
No, I totally understand why, because like this video is not helping.
No.
Yeah, because I constantly want to ask, what do you mean?
I think
I
it's just,
love that he
It'll be so
describes
romantic.
this scene that he's showing on screen as exhilarating. That's so goddamn funny to me.
I mean, we could talk about it, I guess, before he
Yeah, let's talk
praises
about it. This is like a good time.
So right before a tornado suddenly forms around a bunch of cars,
A wild tornado appears.
Superman is telling his parents how much he's not their kid and wants to go and do stuff, which is fun. And then they get there, they get out, everyone gets out of their cars, nobody drives away from the fucking tornado. Everyone just looks at it and goes, well, time to get on foot. It's just like, alright, I mean...
Yeah, it's not like cars are faster than...
See, maybe
We're
there's
from
something
Kansas. We haven't prepared for this.
So, they start leaving, and then, oh no, there's someone who hasn't gotten out of their car yet, and so, Jonathan is like, everyone, get under the overpass, the bridge, whatever, they gotta get under there to be safe. I'm gonna go and help the person in the car. Clark, fuck off. And Clark's like, whoa, 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 I can help. And there's this implication in the scene that Jonathan is like, no, like, we can't let people know. It's like, dude, he is a strapping young lad, alright? He can help people, whether or not like, this situation of we can't have Superman help these people out of the car because then they'll know. It's like, no, a regular person can help. He is younger than you, he is stronger than you, he is faster than you. Like, just let him do, regardless of superpowers. But no, you know, Jonathan's like, I'll go do it. And then, unfortunately, a car lands on the car that he's in, and it hurts his foot. And he just, like, oh, I'm gonna pull it up. It's so funny to me. His, like, resignation to death.
He just gives up. He doesn't hobble over. He just stops. Says no.
Yeah, so as you can see, he's hurt his legs, chat. Get ready,
Says
right?
no
So
to living.
you need to picture this scenario yourselves, where you've hurt your leg to the point maybe you can't even walk on that leg. Let's go even crazier than it is for him. So what do? A tornado's gonna kill you, and you can't quite walk on your leg. And he's right there, and the tornado's coming. Me personally, I'm gonna start crawling like crazy. I'm gonna start fucking. I'm just gonna like oof oof oof. You know?
Yeah. I'm like, you know what? Not a
Give
good
it a-
chance is better than no chance.
Yeah.
I don't want to die in front of everybody. That might be traumatic. Plus,
embarrassing.
I don't want to die because I'm me. There are
I
stakes,
like being
urgency, and something.
So he can hobble. He takes one step and goes, nah. What would be the
I'm
point?
Good.
Like, this would be uncomfortable.
And enough
I'll
time
die.
passes in this scene that Clark could easily run at a normal human speed
Yep.
over to him, pick him up, and then run away. But he doesn't, because he just gives him his hand. He goes,
Says
no.
no.
Don't do
No,
it."
it's like, I meant
the
take my
hand.
hand, to grab my hand.
No, he's
Imagine if he like actually did mean that, and then he saw Superman, and his eyes widened, like he's let him die.
Imagine Jonathan is like, no, Jonathan can't had his chance. He's just
Shoot the laser at him. Yeah. No, would never.
yeah, I know there's people out there who think this scene is powerful. It's embarrassing.
It's
It's
fucking
so
crazy.
goddamn
It's so
embarrassing.
stupid. Don't help me with your super speed that you don't need right now.
and yeah,
all the
no,
other
Even
people
then,
that are
he
strong
tells him
enough.
to go take them under the bridge and like, oh, I'm gonna go help these people instead.
why not
He-
a clock? Go help.
Yes. He's
Ah.
tall and in shape and strong. He could carry these people. He could carry his dad. And
It's
it wouldn't
not
be
unreasonable
absurd.
that he would be able to carry people. Yeah.
Yeah.
When he still
Plot.
has
Even though our
Capital
focus is
frame,
mostly
like,
on
can-
character,
do stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, superpowers.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
like strong boy, big
Well,
strong boy.
And this was the thing, like, ignoring all of how horribly done all of that was, he could still actually use his Superman powers, and people could be like, oh my god, and just be like, yep, this is a secret that our town must keep.
Yeah, but you know what? My dad's life is worth giving up that secret because I'm a good person.
And that's the
Yeah,
problem,
yeah.
it's Clark's choice, ultimately, to make, and he made it. So-
Yeah,
Yeah.
he made it.
And what's crazy is
decides-
this is absolutely adaptation at this point, but I just think it's an interesting thought. A lot of people like to point out the big thing for Clark to have to deal with when he's in the comics and certain iterations is the idea that despite how strong he is, there's some things he can't save people from, such as Jonathan Kent's heart attack in the way it usually goes. What a way to
That makes so
spit
much
on
more
Superman
sense.
fans. What a way to say, not only does Jonathan Kent not die from something that Superman can stop, Superman chooses not to help him. Like, oh man.
It is very strange to me that when Superman is adapted poorly, that nobody gives a fuck. But when Spider-Man is adapted in a way that you don't like, that's a big
That's
problem.
a sin against mankind.
And also, it's weird because when Batman's adapted in a way that people don't like, as I'm sure we'll get to eventually, like that's really bad. But when it's Superman, nobody
Journal
cares.
I think a lot of people
It's
did
almost
care
like
about this
there's
though,
a-
right?
Did they? Wait, hold on. Let me. Angry Joe is like a big Superman fan. Does he like this film?
This is the thing. I'm not saying everybody
no
did, but I
clue.
know a lot of people took issue with not just Clark, but also Jonathan Kent, like in this movie. in
Okay,
terms of-
that'll be good then, because like I'm not sure. Hold on,
That's
Fringy, I care. I'm glad you do care. I'm just saying, be
Fringy, I
consistent.
care.
That's it. He does like it. Okay, apparently he
Uh-huh.
does. All right. He gave it a 9 out of 10. Are you kidding
Oh
me?
god.
9
Are you
no.
kidding me?
Like, this is 3 out of 10 area.
Yeah, it is.
Absolutely, yeah.
It might even be worse than that. To be honest
Oh
with you.
god, this movie, like, it's why do we keep coming across media that keeps our scale may as well be 1, 2, 3.
We're the anti-IGN, where things are like a 3 by default.
Yeah.
Things are a 3 by default instead of like a 7.5.
Yeah, it's fucking our scale up. Where's the 7s and 8s in this world? 9 out of 10.
Those
Fucking
take
hell.
work and effort. People have to care.
Situation was the exhilaration of plot, so that even though our focus is mostly on character, it's not on character, and thus doesn't ever become boring. We
Boring. Avoid boring. Stop it. Boring. I don't care.
I just like the idea that he's like, hey, advice when you're doing your strictly character stuff and you want to put plot in there so it's not boring. It's like, what is this formula?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't bored during this scene. I laughed a lot, especially when he goes, "No,
No.
no, don't. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna die. Don't. You stay over there. Don't."
Oh,
It's not boring. It's stupid.
We're gonna
I
say
wasn't
something
bored.
now about boring.
Hmm?
You sound like you're gonna say something.
It's all right. It's already gone.
That was a great
all right.
contribution. Thank you.
Yeah.
Matt.
No, I answered the question for myself. It's all good.
Hi, Metal.
Hey. What's
What are
up?
you doing here?
Mel, why do you look so disgusted with rags? What the fuck?
He looks so horny at me, and I don't like it. Makes me
He's
scared.
clearly
I'm
not
looking
looking
at
at you.
everybody. I'm looking at
Chat.
I'm looking at you and you and you. I'm like one of those paintings where
Oh,
no
no.
matter the angle you look
Oh my
at it,
God.
I'm always
can't
looking at you. I'm over here. I'm over there. Oh my god!
It doesn't matter where I stand in my room. He's always watching.
No.
Help me.
Always feel like
Remember,
dog is
add-
watching me.
You gotta add in plot when you have character-focused things to prevent boredom.
it's not only on character, and thus doesn't ever become boring. We have these smaller contained missions
Because character
fueled by
work
the emotion.
is boring.
I just that's what I mean.
contained
This, the
is the
things,
implication.
the things that are being said without him necessarily realizing are baffling sometimes. Remember the amount of times he shat on aliens without realizing it in his underwater video?
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
You can't kill one enemy when there's more of them. Like, what?
It's meaningless.
It's it's not scary if there's more than one evil monster.
Especially when there's a big one too. It's like, dude.
Character, it's not only on character, and thus doesn't ever become boring. We have these smaller
Of course, the
Like, chat, you
implication
do-
here that characters are boring.
Yeah,
we have
you
to
do-
have
you do
plot
get-
to make it exciting.
Focusing on character would be boring, is what he accidentally just implied. Like, it's,
Yeah.
what?
Direct implication of what he said. This is the kind of things you pick up on a second draft
Hell yeah.
or first draft or something. Most people don't even say it in the first place, but
Mm-hmm.
oh well.
ever become boring. We have these smaller contained missions fueled by the emotion of the character journey in which we either succeed or fail.
So what he just spent ages saying is we had a scene that has characters making choices in it,
Yes. And sometimes they fail.
which is honestly
And
quite
he failed
common.
this one, I would say,
But-
pretty confidently.
Yeah,
he
but
failed
thank
this
God-
mission.
Yeah, thank God things happen or else it'd be boring.
Like, he didn't talk about why the scene is good outside of saying its character and plot.
Yeah, it's just he
Okay.
just sort of describes generally what sort of happens in a very open way, whereas we just talked casually about why it's shit.
Yeah, we
Well,
talked
it's
about all the
just-
mechanics, how it all happened, why
Well-
they were there.
Yeah, all he's done is describe it. It's like, this is a car. It has some wheels and an engine. It's like, the engine is made out of jello. No, but it has an
But it's an
engine.
engine.
All right? It's good.
No, imagine you're writing whatever the next DCEU movie is going to be, and you're like, okay, how do I do it? How do I do it well? Oh, great! I found this great video where someone's going to tell me how
That
to build
says how to do it perfectly.
these-
Yeah.
Remember
movie,
the
and you're
Jello
like-
engine.
and you're like furiously taking notes. Okay, so I want character and plot, or else it's boring. Oh, this is brilliant. Oh, this is so great.
Brilliant.
You got to remember GSU and CP. You could have stopped
Yeah,
him.
that's on you. That's on you, Clark.
Yeah, Clark,
Fucking
if you,
asshole.
yeah, if you were gonna be this bugged by it, you should have done something.
Yeah.
You might
Yeah.
even say it would have been in character for him to have saved him at the sacrifice of his identity.
To have
That
made
would
it
have been a
short.
really-
Yeah.
That would have been
Yeah.
a really super thing to do.
Yeah.
God,
And that's what I
it's-
wish.
He
Dare I
doesn't
say,
do anything heroic until he finally decides, like, oh yeah, I should just punch this machine to death at the very end. Like,
Yeah.
he's not a hero in this movie.
No.
He's not.
No. He puts up bare effort plenty of times to actually, like, fucking defend Earth. Honestly, as a member of Earth, watching this film as, like, a documentary of what this man did to protect us, I'd be like, you're an ass. Like,
Like, does he?
Yeah.
Does he really care about us, or is it just because he has nowhere else
No
to
wonder
live?
the people in Batman v Superman were so mad at him.
well, remember,
Yeah.
in
Fuck
BVS,
this
when
guy.
he's saving people, he looks really sad.
Yeah.
Like, oh, here's another set of
He's
people to save.
bored of it,
And you know
which
what?
would have been an interesting story to explore,
Yeah.
but they don't. He's just bored.
It would
I
have been
guess.
cool to have done that in BVS, but we never, like, Batman is often cited as, like, well, at least we know that why he's mad. It's like, but we never actually understand why. I shouldn't be doing this yet. We'll get there eventually, but I just want to bring up that we never actually understand what Batman's understanding of what happened in Man of Steel is. He just says, he brought these people here. Fuck him.
He
It's
brought
like,
the
is that...
war to us.
To us.
Yeah, and it's
yeah.
like, wait, do you actually think that's what happened? Do you, like, would you... Do you, like, I want
not even
Batman's
right
opinion
about
on
what
what Superman did to save people, too, because that's the interesting part. That's what Civil War does. It's like, well, we saved the world. It's like, you did, but you could have done a better job, couldn't you?
You could have done better, and there are people. I mean, it's funny. Ross says a few times, like, there are people who are dead who wouldn't have been.
Yeah.
Like, that's a good point.
And it's something that people struggle with, and I find it so awkward when, you know, a police officer fires into a group of people, kills it like a terrorist, but he also killed a whole bunch of people. It's like, well, he saved the day. It's like, yeah,
Nobody believes.
Terrible
Yeah.
job at it.
yeah, there's.
And that's what I wish all these DCU movies in the future.
Imagine he did save Jonathan there. His identity was sacrificed for it. He went through a lot of trouble to try and reseal it, and then Jonathan dies a few weeks later from a heart attack. Almost making the drama that, was it even worth it, that decision, after everything that happened? And of course the answer is yes,
Yeah.
but it would still be...
Yeah, it's something. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
something he could talk about with, you know, his mom. That could be
Mhm.
something that they discuss as two characters dealing with issues that they're both personally related to. But
Yeah, but it's not as your real mom, so what does that matter?
yeah, you're not
Yeah.
really my mom.
Fuck you, Mom.
Yeah,
Hey, mom, I
that's
found
not
my
mom.
parents.
At some
Mark,
My
point,
real
come
parents,
downstairs, dinner's ready.
not like you.
Not like
Not
you,
my
like
real
a
mom.
real peasant. Fucking hell.
at some point, he decides to leave home and go like off the grid and have a job in Canada or whatever else he does. It'd be interesting if he had to do it after saving his dad. You know, but we don't actually know what led him to actually leave home and
Yeah.
go off the grid. We don't know the event that caused that.
Not for sure.
Must have
Anyway.
been one that really gave up his identity, more so than usual.
Yeah, and that would be if he did it to save his dad, that would be more interesting. But apparently not.
And that's what I wish all these DCU movies in the future would do.
Can you imagine if all the DC movies in the future were like this movie? Ugh.
I
Oh,
love it.
Jesus
It would
Christ, that'd
change
be
a lot.
horrible.
Well, I mean, it
That'd be
wouldn't change
horrible.
much. Yeah, it'd
Wow.
still be crap
That's
like
so
it is
offensive.
now.
Even though it is important to give us an internal character journey that makes us feel, we still also need a steady stream of external plot situations
I don't agree. Like
You don't need them.
You've said, as a result of describing the scenes that happened, we need plot to be happening on our characters, whether or not we're simply learning about them. It's like, no, I reject your reality and substitute my own.
Oh no.
It's frustrating, okay? Like, he's just decided after describing that these things happen in these scenes that means that's what you have to do. That's all he did.
Us an internal character journey that makes us feel, we still also need a steady stream of external plot situations to make us exhilarated. Give us things happening. Give us real external.
I guess
Why
it's
would
just-
you
he's
show
so-
this?
Give us things happening.
Why would you show this?
He's just so brazenly bold about how wrong he is. He's just asserting everything so confidently. I could see how people would watch this and just be nodding along. Oh yes, of course. Oh yeah, that we need plot. Yeah, we need steady plot. Yeah.
Give us things happening.
Exhilaration. Can we I just want to show the clip he showed here, right?
To make us exhilarated. Give us things happening. Give us real external obstacles that we have to.
Give us real external obstacles. Okay, so do you know what? We're talking about it now. This is happening. So this scene... He's so small. Okay. That scene, alright, we're going to have to draw it right back to Zod is attacking. You got one end of the world has got the world engine on it. Clark's like, I'll take that one out. They talk about this whole plan instead of him just taking it out, of course, because Clark's retarded. Everyone is.
Of course, yeah. You
And,
can't just punch it.
He's like, I'll take that one out. You guys gonna have to take out the one in New York City. Now, by the way, if you're going to create a singularity / black hole on one of the two of them, maybe go for the one in the middle of nowhere rather than the one in New York City.
Yeah.
So
you'd think so.
I jumped the gun there. So the plan is they have to take Clark's ship that he arrived on because it has a phantom drive in it. And this ship has a phantom drive in it too. And if you crash two phantom drives together, it creates a fucking black hole. That's what they say is a good thing because it means that they can destroy the ship. I don't know if any of you have concerns about creating a black hole in the middle of New York City.
Yeah. We talk about this a little during the recording, but yeah, they're very quick to say, yeah, let's make a black hole on the surface of our planet. That won't end horrifically.
This is them agreeing. Look, I've got it on repeat. They're agreeing. Let's put a black hole in New York City. Let's do it. Black hole. Let's do it.
Alright, black hole. That's cool. Gotcha.
And so they are successful. In fact, one of the only things we like about this film is involved in the execution, where the general guy drives the ship and says, "What does he say? Like, there's honor in death or something like that."
He's like a good death is its own reward, basically.
Yeah, when he crashes into it.
Yeah, the thing that she told her before they had their knife fight, and it's actually cool little payoff there.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah, they did a good thing.
Oh, this is another funny bit
Ding.
here as well, because again, this whole fucking film is terrible. Zod is trying to stop them from destroying the world engine, and there's a bunch of ships here. He blows up all of them except the one ship he needed to destroy, and then he lines himself up behind it, he targets, and he's like, fire on the ship! And then Superman jumps in the way. If he had simply shot it, there's so much of that in the film. If X had simply happened, which was perfectly likely.
He pulled a Hux,
Yeah, he was too arrogant, I suppose.
I guess.
So,
Destroy those small, tiny fighters
we got...
that can't hurt us.
So by the way, Scientist Man, who makes all of this happen because he figures out how to do it, he's just unceremoniously wiped out. We don't even see him again. I don't know if you guys remember, it's this guy. He's an old man.
Yeah.
He's the one who gets it sorted. He like rearranges it and then hits it in, but he just dies. It's just like, bye. So, we create a black hole, and it pushes Lois away from it, out of the ship, which saves her life twice over. Then, everything starts getting sucked into it, including cars and Superman, but Lois doesn't. Lois continues to fall down. Makes no fucking sense at all.
Both in this movie and Batman vs Superman, her plot armor is insane.
Yeah, she's
crazy.
A single instance of plot armor I don't think I've come across, and you guys can tell me if there's other ones. This is the biggest single piece of plot armor I've ever seen. Someone falls away from a black hole that they're right next to.
Meanwhile, everything else is getting sucked into it.
It's not even that. Just the concept of falling away from a black hole. How did you do that? You're supposed to have the most extreme plot armor in the history of the universe. That's incredible.
That I think you're right. That might be the kind of the go-to example. Yeah.
So he's describing this as
Really
exhilarating. This is laughable. Like, what the fuck are they trying to say is happening here? We just glossed over the fact
No,
that
I
they're
just
gonna.
appeared for a second, but did you mention the fact that when Superman grabs her, he now has to try a lot harder to get away from the black hole?
Yeah, she was
So
falling
now that
away.
he's introduced himself into the plot equation.
Yeah.
Yeah, he.
See, look at him. Even his face starts to get torn off, but
Not
she's
hers,
just
though.
fine. Yeah.
No, not hers. She's fine.
Oh, it's so bad.
Jesus.
And
To
we
be
were-
fair,
He should have just grabbed onto
Exhilaration.
her and let her fall and pull him away from the
She
black
pulls
hole.
him away. Yeah, you have her falling up. So what you do is you have her fall off the ship before they detonate, and then as she's close to hitting the ground, she could like even level out and fall real close, and then start rising back up, and she starts screaming,
Yeah.
and then Clark has to save her. If you were competent, that's
It's
what you
not
could have
that
done.
hard. It's really not that hard.
And yeah, I like how we're focusing on this. We've glossed over the fact that they've detonated a black hole in the middle of New York City. That is a huge. They never talk about how they're going to control it. They simply say that's what we're going to do.
Yeah. What are we doing after the ship is gone? It's like, oh,
I need to like black holes. All right,
those are dangerous. If
Black
someone's
holes are
not aware.
bad.
I'll give it
They're
to.
not-
You don't want to be anywhere near them.
I'll give it to Meme Repository. He has some really funny black hole related edits in the EFAP.
Yeah, he
movie.
does.
It's like, black holes are no joke. Okay, want to make sure we
fuck you
understand
up.
that.
They're bad for your skin.
The world is somehow saved by that event, and you know what? Filmento's right. We need more events like that. Put them in Batwoman. That's where they belong.
Give us something that combines the emotion of a small character study and the excitement of a
What
big
is?
Hollywood
As if you can't have a character study in a
I
blockbuster.
don't know. I'm just confused. I just whatever.
Well,
Just
I
go
mean,
ahead.
his advice here is some of that good old fashioned. If you write your film well, it'll be good sort of thing. He's like, you should have a good character and good plot. I'm like, huh.
Yeah, you need to have good plot and good characters.
If you-
Thanks
yeah.
a lot, Captain Obvious.
If you guys can just nail that element, you'll be fine.
Thank you for
something
coming
that
to my TED
combines
Talk.
the emotion of a small character study and the excitement of a
But it
big
doesn't.
Hollywood blockbuster. And
So
then
not Man of
finally, the
Steel,
thing
then.
that ties both of these
Oh god. So,
Oh no.
So-
Oh, no.
as you guys have been blown away by how impressive the plot and characters are, now get ready for the third most important element.
aspects together is the
Chemical.
film. But like I
Please.
said, before we can move on to that last point, I first gotta read this book on psychology to be
I don't.
Stop. I hate
Why they're
this.
doing? Wait, this is the second time he said this.
Maybe it's an.
Yeah, but now he's about to quote it.
No,
able
like
to explain it.
Like he talked about the book before, and he talked about her
didn't-
because they had the profile with the
Yeah,
question
but then he
mark.
said we'll get back to it.
Yeah,
I
he was-
think.
he was
Now
non-specific.
we're talking
Oh.
about the book.
properly. So see you in like 27
Instead
hours
of reading the
or
book,
something.
you should put effort into your video.
No,
Okay.
that's my advice. No.
No.
Oh, what's this? I already got all the necessary information from that book that I needed to learn. How's that
No!
possible? Well, it's thanks to
Oh,
I didn't read the
Uh,
book, and I fucking get why this movie's shit.
we have segued everyone. We have segued.
We are
This is
at
actually-
time.
really cool app called Blinkist that takes all the key
Blinkist?
lessons from non-fiction books and condenses them into these 15 or so minute highlights.
No, read the fucking book. Seriously,
Yes.
read the
Decisive.
fucking book. Like this is terrible.
Wait, wait,
Just
wait.
read the whole book.
I need.
How to
am
make
I
better
clear on this?
choices in
It
life
takes
and
a
work.
book and it converts the book's main points into a readable list. You
know what
fucking
else?
kidding
You
me?
know
A
what
readable list,
You know what else can do this? Wikipedia.
but a
Well,
book is
I
a
think
readable
I would appeal more
thing.
fundamentally. Like,
can't
read
believe
the
this.
book.
Why the fuck?
Just
yeah.
read the book.
It's an app that literally says like books suck. Here's what they wanted to tell you. Like, what the fuck is the point of that? Why?
So one of the really good things about reading books is that you can glean things that you didn't expect to get out of the book. Little sentences or just things that you personally speak to you or are meaningful to you. You're not going to get any of that if you just take the book and then go like, reading sucks, doesn't it? Here's a short little way of reading. Fuck. What the fuck is this
Dude,
app?
this is-
What's it called again? Blinkist.
Blinkist. This is the equivalent of like, oh, should I watch Prestige? And I'm like, no. The main thing the film's trying to do is it has a lot to say about like how far we'll go to achieve great things or impress people. Or it's
And
just,
it
you know-
costs money. It costs
costs money.
$9.99. It costs $10 a month, or alternatively, you can get the premium version for $20 a month.
Even shorter synopses. Oh, wait, if you get the premium version, is it a shorter synopsis or a longer synopsis?
So I don't know what the
Rex,
difference.
I don't know.
I actually don't know I don't know what the difference is for the premium. It doesn't make it clear.
That's
I'm
terrible.
blown away that this even exists.
Oh,
This is
for
probably
$20 a month, you can cancel it You can cancel it. The other one is annually billed. So
this is the first thing I think I've seen advertised that instead of assuming what's bad about it underneath, it's the surface that's bad. Like, you know, Raid Shadow Legends, it's like this awesome RPG, you get to play, it does all these things, all these levels.
That sounds super
like,
cool.
whoa. And it's like, yeah, it's probably a shitty mobile game. You're like, oh, and it's like, this makes it so you don't have to read books, you could just read someone's perspective of what the point was. You're like, what?
why the fuck would I want that?
Why would
That
I
sounds
pay
better
for
than
that?
reading.
I guess we don't
It
need
costs
books.
as much. It costs
Yeah.
about as much to use this service as it does to use fucking Audible.
What?
Just fucking get Audible. Just listen to the whole book. If you don't want
Yeah.
to fucking read it, just listen to it. Don't do this shit.
I can't believe this
What
app
is
exists. It seems like a parody app.
Yeah.
Like you'd put this in a fucking comedy sketch show.
Yeah, plot synopses on the internet, those are free.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Spark Notes doesn't exist. You can just pay for Spark Notes. I think it's safe to assume, by the way, that we're never going to get sponsored by Blinkist.
Oh no.
Oh no, God.
Blinkist
Fucking
can go
Blink.
fuck themselves. What the hell is the
if
point
the
of this app?
So if a representative from Blink Tits or whatever is watching this, if you could do your best to convince us that your product is
17 million people have this. There
Wow.
are 17 million people who. Oh, look, the 7 highly effective, the 7 habits of highly effective people. Now, I have that book. I'm pretty sure it's like 400 pages long, but you could read it in 19 minutes now. I wonder how much I'm going to lose by doing that.
It's amazing.
I mean, it's not like this is so fascinating. Imagine being like somebody who wrote a book and it's like 400 pages long, and you're like, I have edited this. I've gone through it so many times. This is all of the content that I wanted in this book for you to read. And someone's like, yeah, fuck that. We can cut down like 90% of that and then make it 20 minutes long. I'm sure that nothing important is going to be lost by doing this.
Who's doing the editing, you know? Like, who's the one who says, like, you know, this
Yeah.
paragraph, there's nothing in it.
That's-
This
wait,
paragraph, this
did-
was a good one.
Did they
Dude,
read the book? Did the
imagine
person making
writing
the
the whole
synopsis read the book?
And then you find out that your book has been cut down to like 10 minutes. And people are paying for that. They're paying to have
paying
your
for
work reduced. Like, come on. What is this?
I mean, let's see how
That
he
must-
I'll
describes
tell
it.
you what. I have a pitch for a new app. It's called Blink Tits, and what you do is you get synopses of things on Blink List or whatever
Of
the fuck
porn?
this is called,
Oh.
and then you shorten them even more so you can read them in like 2 minutes.
Ah.
Yeah, and
Dude,
it only
this-
costs $100 a year, and you get synopses of books that you should probably just read yourself.
This
Probably
is
just read them.
this is some dystopian level app.
This
Like,
feels like some 2020. Yeah, this feels like some 2021 stuff. Like, you don't have an attention span. That's okay. Just
reading
get
is
the
for the
10 minutes.
gays.
Reading is lame. Why do you now there's a tab for economics and it's like, oh, the blockchain revolution. Yes, I'm sure in 13 minutes I'm going to learn all that there is to know about fucking cryptocurrency. Holy
Absolutely.
shit. Capitalism and freedom. 13 minutes. You're telling me that I can learn about capitalism and be like, yeah, I'm good. I understand capitalism in 13 minutes.
You have to put
I-
this in a Man of Steel video too.
I feel like this is
A movie
Well-
that could use being condensed as hell.
what is the name of the it's like the fallacy. It's named after 2 people who did the study of the less you know about something, the more confident you are.
Oh, the Dunning-Kruger
that's
effect.
Dunning-Kruger.
Dunning-Kruger
Yeah,
effect. Yeah.
this is the Dunning-Kruger effect, the app.
Yeah.
Where what you're gonna do is you're gonna read an article about some lofty, incredible subject for 13 minutes, and you're gonna walk away thinking, I know this subject, when you don't know jack shit about it, but you're gonna feel very confident that you know a lot about 100 different topics, but you don't know anything about them.
Imagine.
Yeah, like legit.
Imagine you wrote.
This
a
is
book.
the Dunning-Kruger app.
Imagine one of us wrote a book and the rest of us said, "Oh yeah, I checked it out on Blinkist. It was pretty cool."
Oh, this is what I'm saying. Like, imagine if you got like Edgar Allan Poe or something. You're like, hey, you know how you spent like your whole life writing stories? How does it feel to know that people have summed it up in a 10-minute piece of shit that costs like $200 a year or something?
Yeah, is it not?
Like,
Oh, and by the way, the
Guys,
reason
guys.
they didn't buy your book is because they paid this person money instead.
Guys, it's thematically consistent because his description of Man of Steel is basically one of these synopses where like you
Oh
think
my
you
God.
understand Man of Steel after watching his video, but he glossed over all the important aspects.
They even have things here for like, there's a tab for religion and spirituality, and they've got like Islam, 18 minutes. It's like, yes, I'm sure there's a very comprehensive guide on an entire religion.
Isn't
like in
the
18
existence
minutes.
of your work on that app an insult?
I feel like it is almost, right? Because it's like, dude, there's a reason why it is as long as it is. There's a reason for that. This does really upset me, like the fact that this exists.
Well, let's listen to his ad of it. Let's see if he makes it sound real good.
There is a synopsis. Somebody, hold on. Somebody asked, like, I can't wait for a synopsis on the Bible. There is one on this app. It's called What is the Bible? 15-minute read. Isn't the Bible like 1,000 pages long?
It's pretty long.
Is there a synopsis of Blinkist on there? Reduce Blinkist down to a couple of bullet points.
That takes
It's like fit
all
reading
lessons
into your life.
from non-fiction books and condenses them into these 15 or so minute highlights that you can either read or listen to without having to go through the whole thing.
Without having to go, I like the way he says it, without having to go through the whole thing. How about that's what the point of it being that long is?
Isn't that how Jared watched films, Rags? He said he would go through the clips on YouTube because he didn't want to watch the movies. He'd take too long. It's better to just watch the highlights. There you go. Blinkist for movies.
Make your bed a 10-minute read. That's interesting. How to win friends and influence people. 21 minutes.
Yeah, like I said, that book is about 400 pages long. I'm pretty sure it's a decently length.
I don't get how they choose what gets kept. You know, who's doing that?
Well, I'm betting, right? So, for instance, there's the book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, is on there. I bet their thing is, all right. So here are the 7 highly effective habits.
You're loud.
And this is. Am I loud? Oh,
yeah,
right,
I don't know if it's just me, but you're just like loud now. Let me.
Okay, is that better? Is that better?
Yeah, maybe it was just me, but you just got like super
very
loud.
excited. You're.
I'm
very
not
passionate.
excited. I'm upset because this really bugs me. This feels like an affront. This website's existence.
Yeah, I would never advertise this on my channel.
The wider implications. Again, I do kind of want to, because the first thing he just said was like, you don't have to read the whole book. It's like, what the fuck? Jeez.
Books and condenses them into these 15 or so minute highlights that you can either read or listen to without having to go through the whole thing. They have thousands of non-fiction books to learn from, ranging from science to history
Science and history.
The key message of this book: for lasting effectiveness, adopt these 7 habits. Be proactive. You have a natural need to wield influence on the world around you. So don't spend your time just reacting to external events and circumstances. Maybe he got that for his little thing. Take charge and assume responsibility for your life, unlike Superman. Begin with an end in mind.
There's probably a lot more that you need to know about that whole be proactive thing that is gone.
It just says do things.
I'm blown away. It's so insulting. It's like, I've taken the parts of your book that actually matter and I've given it to people. Is that chill? You're like, no.
No.
Like, well, I'll pay you a small share, I guess.
Begin with an end in mind. Don't spend your life working aimlessly, tackling whatever job comes to hand. Have a vision for the future and align your actions accordingly to make it into a reality. Okay. So do things and have a goal.
Have GSU. That's where you got it.
GSU.
This is just a less entertaining version of the Phantom Toll Booth.
Which is just a less entertaining version of the Phantom Menace.
There is a 7-minute
oh, no.
Sam Harris thing on free will. 7 minutes.
7
minutes is all I can spare to play with free will.
7 minutes.
Yeah.
To productivity and to whatever you might think of. It's kind of like school, but as if you were Sonic or something.
School, but if you were Sonic. His analogies don't even make sense. Sonic
Cool, but if
can't
you were
learn
Sonic-
super fast. He
Yeah,
runs
he can't
super
listen faster than the teacher can talk. So, like, I don't get it.
It's like a Family Guy joke where he says, "You learn faster than Sonic," and it cuts to Sonic in a classroom. And he's like, "I don't understand what I have to listen. Like, why would you make this?" Okay.
Why are you talking?
Well, he said
so
Sonic
slow?
or something, so he didn't even
okay.
want to commit to that. Joke.
Sonic can
Sonic-like
listen
creature.
really quickly.
Sponsoring this video with an actual 25% off Filmento discount for the first 100 people who click, which also includes a free 7-day trial.
The 7-day trial is included in everything. This is not additional. This is just part of it. It comes with a free trial.
You get 25%
Rags, do you
off.
think that works of Dawn Beverage on this app? There's no way that you could distill all of Dawn Beverage's amazing management advice into just a few words. There's no way.
What about Pat Conroy?
Pat Conroy.
So I'm pretty sure that
you can.
I'm pretty
Oh,
sure
dude, if they had, I would. Oh my god, I gotta look up to see if they have like the Lords of Discipline and stuff.
this seems to just be so it's all non-fiction, right? So I've just another one.
Oh, it's
Thinking Fast-
nonfiction. Oh,
Yeah, so it's not because if it was fiction, that would be insane.
But wait,
That
they
would be
included the
more
Bible.
insane.
Hey.
hey.
But they've got Thinking Fast and Slow. Now, I'm pretty sure that book is like takes 15 hours to read, and they've got a 19-minute thing. It's like, come on, stop it! Like, come on, stop it, please. I can't take this. Emotional Intelligence, that's a huge book in a 16 minutes. Stop doing this.
Stop doing. It's a nightmare. It's come true. Blinkist.
It
fuck
really
you.
makes me upset. Like, cause you know, this is some
sex fun.
this is some just general good advice, but like reading is super useful and super helpful. You can learn a lot from reading just a bunch of different books, and you're not going to get any of that from just reading a bunch of 16-minute, 15-minute summaries.
Think how useful this app is for video essayists.
Well, I mean, yeah, because he came on saying like, "Oh, we got to talk about this book." It's like, you didn't fucking read it. You read a Spark Notes on it. You didn't read the book.
Well, in fairness, this is way better. You don't even have to read all of that
You don't
fluff.
even have to. I love that. You don't even. It's like you don't even have to watch the movie. You just get the notes on what happened. Why do you? I like it. The hassle of reading. Like, come on,
Guys, this is funny. How to Make People Like You in 90 Seconds or Less. It's a 13-minute read.
Wait a minute.
Boy, I feel tricked.
I know what it really means, chat. I get it. It's just funny. It's like when you see a sign that says "Learn to play guitar, no strings attached." Like, I know what they mean. All right, it's just funny to hear it out loud.
People who click, which also includes a free 7-day trial that you can cancel if
reading isn't for everybody, Fringy. So get Audible and just have somebody read it for you.
Yeah,
you still have to read
Wait,
these
whether
summaries.
or not one wishes to read is kind of irrelevant to this whole thing. Like, the best you could argue is, well, if I don't like reading, I would rather read something small than big. We like listen to it.
Yeah, listen to the whole thing. I don't like reading or listening. Oh, all right.
Oh, damn.
You know, like, I guess you're just a lump. Like, you're just a big lump on the ground. Like,
Someone said, is this older than the Underwater video? So crazy. We watched Man of Steel. We were ready to do some Man of Steel coverage, and Filmento drops a Man of Steel video like a couple of days ago. It was like, whoa. Just the timing, because we're a big fan of Filmento on this podcast at this point, as you can tell. So it's cool to get some insight into Man of Steel.
Well, if for some reason you ultimately feel it's not for you. So if you want to gain new skills and knowledge at an increased speed, check the link in the description.
Gain new skills?
No.
Stop it.
Like, you might remember a couple useful things, maybe.
I feel so bad for the people.
You ain't picking up new skills.
All the original authors, I feel so bad for you.
Yeah.
Description and out. Thanks. But now, since we have that necessary knowledge,
So
Good,
he had to
bad?
pick up what he needed for. So he didn't read the book. He got the
didn't read the
summary
book.
of the book from Blinkist, and now he is qualified to talk about this character for his shitty video.
What the fuck is good bad?
God.
Good, bad.
Why did you call it?
I don't know.
These little
Why am I
title
so
cards
bad at
of
being
his.
good?
Good bad? Let's find out.
So lastly, there's the massively crucial DC aspect of the main villain.
Massively crucial. It's not even a little.
Massively
It's
crucial
not even a
DC
little
aspect.
crucial. It's massively crucial.
The point of the word crucial is to define it as it's crucial. It's the thing you need. Like, it's massively. Also, what do you mean DC movies? It's crucial for any movie with a villain, is it not?
You'd think so.
Why just DC? Why these sentences?
Which here is the form of General Zod. Again, whether Zod is the greatest DCU villain we've had so far, up for you to decide.
No,
He's not.
fucking shit.
He's got nothing on Max Lord. It's not even close.
Yeah, Max Lord is way better.
Yeah.
Not even close. Zod's a fucking idiot.
Zod's either incredibly stupid or he was programmed stupid, if you will, by his biology.
Yeah.
Like, fuck
me. He was programmed to be a rebel.
Well, he's
assassinated a member of the council.
So the idea is that he wants to defend Krypton no matter what, and as his soldier upbringing tells him, he has to kill the council because they're a threat to Krypton.
Oh, I wouldn't have programmed that into the thing.
Well, I mean, it's not even. I don't even know if that's what it is. I'm just like, I don't know. Like, remember,
I'm so
he's
confused.
Like, at the last fight, he's like, "Oh, I'm a soldier and I fight for Krypton. Krypton's gone. You've destroyed my soul. I'm gonna make humans suffer."
My soul. Yeah.
Yeah, he literally says,
remember,
"I'm gonna make
Krypton
humans...
dies, make everyone else suffer."
Yeah, he says, "I'm gonna make humans suffer. I'm gonna take them from you one by one."
One by one.
Okay.
Yep.
And then, do you know what the response is? Because the dialogue is incredible.
You're a monster, Zod,
and I'm gonna stop you.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then Zod's
but hey,
like,
look,
"This
you
old
can learn
land..."
how to write. You can learn how to write a story in 10 minutes. Just go to Blinkist, and if there's one for credit. Oh my god, there are.
Of course there are.
How to write a story.
Story worthy.
Yeah, I feel like this is gonna make people feel overqualified.
Do you think there's a...
Yeah, because they'll be like, look at how many books I've read. It's like, oh, have you read all these books? Well, I've read, like, the parts that somebody somewhere who I don't know decided were important.
Do you think they have a summary of a thing that's like how to summarize stories?
Well, I mean, like I said, there's something called story work. Oh, yeah, maybe, probably. Who knows?
That'd be useful.
Yeah, man. I'm just so tired of reading. I just want it to be over.
Yeah.
DC aspect of the main villain, which here comes in form of General Zod. Again, whether Zod is the great...
How come that one dude's so fucking tall?
He's present in multiple parts of the movie. He's just this big dude. I don't know.
I didn't even notice that shit. There was just, they have like this fucking, who's the Lurch or whatever his name is, just in the back with his big ass self being all
Yarp.
big. Ugh.
Yarp.
greatest DC had so far is up for you to decide, but he's definitely up there among the greatest.
No.
Okay.
Oh my
so,
god, no.
Look, for the audience, we've done 4 on the newest arc of the DC. We've got Max Lord is at the top, Ares and Zod and Doomsday and is that
Lex?
And Lex. Ugh.
And if
They're
rank
all-
it would be, yeah, probably they're all got a lot of problems, but Max is at the top for sure.
Max
I
is
guess
something.
Doomsday's next, 'cause at least-
Doomsday
well,
isn't as low as the others because he's just a beast.
Yeah, he's just an evil monster. I guess.
Yeah. What can you really say is wrong with him? He's just like, well, he's a weird creature trying to kill everything. So
as for Ares, well, then I will destroy
Ares is almost as broken as Zod, I'd say. I'm not even sure which one is worse. They both
Yeah,
they
I
both
think
have the
Zod
same
might be
problem.
worse, but they're close.
And then Lex. Oh.
Wait, did he say Zod was among the best for DCEU or all superhero movies?
DCU, I think.
With him, it could be either way. Who the fuck knows?
Well, the thing is when we think about our other villains, it's like, oh, the people from Suicide Squad whose names I can't even remember, and then we got Steppenwolf right here, who was fucking awful. Aquaman, who was like Ocean Master.
Who keeps
God,
screaming.
that's such a low bar. Even
Exactly.
whoever is the best hero in the DCEU still sucks.
Yeah, they're on
Funny,
par
it's-
with the worst from the MCU. Stuff like Caecilius or, you know...
Because people will be like, no, DC's got a really great rogues gallery. It's like, they do, yes, but not in these films they don't.
No.
Batman's got an incredible rogues gallery in other media, but not in this series.
Black Manta, yeah, he's great.
Black Manta, and then who was the guy in Shazam? The guy.
Oh yeah,
The guy.
Mark
Kablam.
Strong.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I saw someone
And-
say Mark Strong should have been Lex Luthor. It's like, hell yes. Mark Strong's
Yeah,
got the...
he's great.
He could have been a really good Lex Luthor. What a shame.
He's
Instead,
great.
we got
I like
ding,
Mark
ding,
Strong.
ding,
Oh,
ding,
yeah,
ding,
yeah.
ding.
But instead, we had feeding sweets to a man. for a reason.
Putting his hand. and
That
putting
wasn't
his-
awkward at all.
You know the oldest lie in America, Senator, is that power can be innocent.
The Jolly Rangers are good.
He's such a try-hard, edgy little annoying shithead.
Yeah, and
Oldest
like,
lie.
hey, devils come from the sky. Oh, parademons, they're coming from the sky. Ain't that clever,
Ooh,
guys?
wow.
It's so
How
fucking
clever.
clever.
Ooh.
You know,
At least
all
the music was
on the
good.
fact that he's
I like the idea that he's going to throw Steppenwolf on screen. It's like, ugh, look how bad it could be. It's like,
Bad it is.
Zod's really bad.
Zod's real bad.
Zod's really bad.
We're probably going to
Zod's
conclude he's
bad.
worse than Steppenwolf, by the way.
He probably will, because Steppenwolf was just an evil man.
He's super
Yeah,
simple.
that's why
He's trying to...
Doomsday's better than
Yeah.
Zod, because Doomsday's just an evil monster. Like, there's nothing to fuck up.
If you want to say he's bad, like, then you have to say stuff like, you know, like Lurtz is bad now. It's like, why? Because he's
Yeah,
singular in his goals. Like, okay.
Steppenwolf isn't bad because his CGI looks crap, and it will look terrible in the Justice Snyder cut. Alright, guys, you see those spiky shit? Like, goddamn.
Oh yeah, he's so spiky. I'm looking forward to it.
guy, but he's definitely up there among the greatest. You know, already based on the fact that he's not a hulking mass of empty CGI acting like a little kid lost in a store.
Where is my mother?
There's a lot of good things to say.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's much worse than that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, like, Zod's really bad. This scene
I
is...
will find you. Him.
I will find him.
Do.
Say about Zod. Look at my villains video, for example, you'll find that he fills all the qualities mentioned there. But the reason I'm bringing this out of
Oh no, please don't tell me you have a video of like, here is the one and only way to write villains, please.
Also, please don't
Because-
put Zod on par with Hannibal Lecter from Silence
Yeah,
of the Lambs.
that should be against
He's
the
like
Geneva.
one of the better villains in movie history. Don't
Yeah.
do that shit.
Zod is Zod is shit as a villain. He definitely
bet
checks
you
the
hit-
boxes for stupid idiot.
Yeah. I bet you the qualities he has for villain is like he wants the opposite of what the main character
Yeah,
wants.
yeah.
He's generally mean about it.
He's mean.
You have these things, you
he
have
has
a villain.
flaw, you see, in his logic that he cannot see.
They're not so different, you and I. Or
That's a
Like
key
that-
element.
about Zod.
I bet you those are the qualifications he has for like what makes a good villain. It's just like, oh, nothing about how they're executed.
It would be the
just
kind of
they
video-
are a villain.
That encourages me to make stuff when I'm like, whenever someone makes a ruling for like how a villain should be, I'm always immediately like, oh, can we make one that doesn't follow that rule and is good? That's fine.
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
exactly.
So is it Alice is better than Zod? Alice has motivations at least.
Yeah,
that
Alice's
like sort of makes
problem
sense.
Is the world never punishes her? It's she's insane.
Yeah, she
so-
is. She's super irrational and insane, and the plot lets her get away with anything.
Yeah, like.
But there's like
goddamn.
something there. With Zod, there's basically nothing. He's just a fucking idiot who's evil.
And villains video, for example, you'll find that he fills all the qualities mentioned there. But the
Stop.
reason I'm bringing Zod up here is to highlight him in the context of what we've talked about so far. Because one of the most central key ways to make Zod work is by
You just say one of the most central key ways that works.
One of the most central key ways.
God damn it, dude.
so
The I don't even know the flab of your video. Like you need to cut it.
Flab.
far. Because one of the most central key ways that Man of Steel makes Zod work is by organically tying him into both its purposeful character as well as plot work in order to build him into something that every villain should be.
Oh, that sentence.
Yeah,
Oh, that is
Yeah,
a
I'm getting
clunker.
the.
Can
I'm
I
getting
have
the
a Blinkist version of that sentence, please?
Mahler,
I have
please
no
provide us
fucking
with the
idea what he
Blinkist
just said.
summary of that sentence.
I'm gonna have to hear that again.
I don't want to
honestly.
get caught in another. We have to repeat Filmento 10 times to discover what he was trying to say. I'll do it one more time. I'm not writing it down. People are like, Goodell. I was like, no. I can't handle it anymore.
Because one of the most central key ways that Man of Steel makes Zod work is by organically tying him into both its purposeful character as well as plot work in order to build him into something that every villain
He's
should
related
be.
to the plot and character, so he's good. Basically, he says that Zod works because he's related to the plot and characters.
Yeah.
How could he not be?
I mean, like, he's the villain. Like, by definition, he is. I mean, because if he wasn't, then he wouldn't be present.
That's what I mean. He wouldn't be in the fucking story if he wasn't relevant to the story. I don't understand what the fuck. What is the qualification here? What is he about to say that makes a good villain?
As well as plot work in order to build him into something that every villain should be. Formidable and understandable.
Not every villain has to be formidable, understandable at all. Like, sorry, Lovecraft, fuck you.
Yeah, Does a villain have to be formidable? I don't know. Was Zemo formidable in and of himself? No. Certainly not for the Avengers.
Yeah, so villains come in like categories. You want to sort them into categories. You have like non-character villains and character villains. The non-character villains are the monsters and the Lovecraftian monstrosities and the forces of nature, right? Like the antagonists, like a disaster movie. There's not a villain. Like it's tornadoes and mudslides and things. Those don't have characters. And then you have the character villains.
I think the stream just died.
Oh no!
Well, don't worry. Everything you're saying will be caught anyway locally, so you can keep going.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Hooray. But yeah, I would start off by separating them into these two very broad categories and then working from there. Like Zod is a character, so he goes into this category. And to have a good character villain, a lot of the times it's good to have things that make them, you want to be able to understand their motivations. Why are they making the decisions they're making? Are those decisions well informed? Does it make sense to them to make those decisions? And the yada 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 here. But yeah, definitely wouldn't agree with formidable. I'd agree more with, but
Wait,
understandable, definitely not.
Did he actually say that Zod is understandable?
Because he's not.
Because he's not. Yeah,
understandable. His
he's not.
motivations make no sense.
And by the way, he is contradictively formidable. Superman should be able to smash this cunt up like immediately, but he just can't.
Yeah.
Someone said, "What about Joker? He's not understandable." I was like, "Yeah, he is."
Whoa! Yeah, Joker's understandable. I think someone said he's not formidable though, which I wouldn't necessarily disagree with. Having the gun.
Wait. Are we talking about like the normal Joker, or are we talking about Joaquin Phoenix Joker?
Joaquin Phoenix Joker.
Oh yeah, he's very understandable, but he's not that formidable.
Yeah, like I understand someone could be like, well, he kills people. I'm like, formidable in the sense
that's a guy.
Yeah, you see him, you don't go like, oh my god, look at the strength and power. It's.
And also, Zemo's not formidable. Not
well,
really.
That's why I brought him up. Like, I think that's part of his strength as a villain is that he's not formidable in and of himself.
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, it's he's secondhand formidable, and that all of his skills and his talents allow him to do things. He's like a spy, or he's like
I guess it depends on whether we're using the word formidable strictly in the sense of can they beat you up, as opposed to what can they do to you. You know.
I would also want to sort of pause and say, like, what if we did have a standard superhero movie and the enemy was a Zod-like figure, but we never actually know his motivation? Can that never work?
No, I don't think that can't work.
I feel like we could generate scenarios where you have these, creatures that I guess I want to move away from them. I want them to have personality.
What about tribbles? Tribbles are not formidable, but they can cause serious problems. They can be the antagonist of a plot. I mean, the trouble with tribbles is that they're no trouble at all.
Moving
along.
Can you have a villain like Zod that you don't actually ever find out his motivation? Can the film still work?
I'm sure there's a way to do it. I'm not willing to say that it's impossible.
I mean, ultimately, if you had a movie that was all from Batman's perspective, that was Man of Steel, and so he's trying to understand and deal with these aliens, but he can never get to them, and he can only ever try and help people survive the onslaught that happens around him. I feel like that could be a good movie, even if he never finds out why they were here.
Yeah, they arrive here for a reason that's sufficient for them, apparently. They're doing things.
All we really need is that their behavior not be contradictive. So the behavior of whatever the antagonist is, even if we don't know what their motivation is, at least it's not contradicted by two different things they do. You know what I mean? So like we don't know exactly what their motivation is, but everything they do seems like it's consistent with itself. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I feel like that could work.
And to someone in chat, so he said, Zod wants to save his species. That's understandable. The issue is that he goes about it in like the actual worst possible way.
Well, yeah,
that makes
so
no sense.
To help him understand, I'm fucking ripping apart Rags' house. And he's like, why? And I'm like, I'm thirsty. And I grab a drink of water. And he's like, oh.
And he keeps doing it.
And then someone's like, you see, you understand, Muller is thirsty. You understand, Rags? And you're just like, I guess so. The way he went about satisfying his goal, I didn't really understand, though.
Like, I really hate everyone who is like, oh, well, he's bred to be a soldier, but then, like, why doesn't he want superpowers?
Yeah, why are we suggesting soldiers are just fucking idiots?
Oh, that's another thing, too.
Because that's just like a trope, is that generals and soldiers are the worst possible people to engage in combat. However, a woman who picks up a pistol for the first time is a crack marksman.
Yeah. Well, it's just like, he wants his people to survive, and he chooses the worst possible tactical strategy to do so. So he chooses to wage war on the entire planet when his entire species could survive on this new planet. And they all have
comfortably
superpowers.
as Superman.
Yeah. So like that's an awful strategy to take.
Is Hitler a bad villain because he lost the war? What a fucking question.
Alrighty.
Someone typed that out, approved of it in their mind, and then hit enter and sent that publicly.
This whole formidable thing, we need to make sure that there's a reason to have this word, because some people are like, how can you have a villain that's not formidable? Like, we're trying to argue, is it possible to have one that's non-formidable? And of course, with Zemo, people are saying like, well, his capability as a antagonist
competent.
definitely makes him formidable. So being at that point, I'd be like, okay, yeah, I guess it's baked into the definition at this point. Like, how can you even be a villain? Well, that's what I mean. I would want formidable to mean, like, in this context, I assume this is what he's going for. Like, it's someone that you're going to essentially be scared of from their power. And I'm like, you don't have to have that for a villain. You can have someone who is working against the heroes entirely. And you know what? I'm just using it as an example, okay? But anyone here see Predators?
The new one?
No.
The 2010 one?
Yeah, the Robert Rodriguez one.
Yeah, where what's his face, the guy from 70s show is
he's
the
the
villain.
bad guy in their group, and the way he's the bad guy is he kills people with like poison agents and slitting them with his scalpel or whatever, and syringes, and you know, the idea is that he gets people when they're unassuming, and he'll get them with poisons, injections and stuff, and it's like, I wouldn't describe him as formidable in the traditional colloquial sense of the word. Rather, he is using sneaky, as Pycelle would say in Game of Thrones, he's using a woman's weapon, poison.
A scalpel. Oh.
So, yeah, like, if you simply mean by formidable, they have the ability to affect the hero's, like, existence in a negative way, I'd be like, what a worthless fucking word to put on screen.
Yeah, I would replace formidable with effective.
Sure. And then understandable, though, I still think, this is what I mean, like, I wouldn't, even this broad, I'm like, careful, you're treading on potentials, even with these.
The formidable is born from the plot, the purpose of it being to make Zod a worthy antagonist that we can find dangerous.
What a sentence. Another banger of a sentence. Just words. Oh.
We might actually lose to. And the way this film accomplishes that is simply by taking the main plot and invert.
Why would you show this scene?
Right, he throws a truck at a house. He's evil.
So wait, so General Zod is throwing the plot at the house. Is that what's happening here, or?
Why does he even bother to
do
say?
These edits?
GSU is attached to the truck, so he threw the truck at the house. He threw the plot at it.
Well, the show throws the plot out the window, so maybe Zod
he's not throwing it out the window, he's throwing it into the window.
Yeah, that's what I was going into. Like, maybe this is some sort of very 4D chess level.
Yeah, Zod
like,
is such
commentary.
a great villain that he throws the plot into the story.
Yeah,
I used to like Filmento. Yeah, that's
okay. You guys apparently don't know what formidable means.
I literally made clear that the colloquial sense of the word has to go beyond is able to affect people through power or capability. Which
First definition that comes up is inspiring fear or respect through being impressively large, powerful, intense, or capable.
Hence,
very broad,
literally everything. And I was like, there's no way he's putting the word on there if it's fucking like synonymous with villain in the first place, as in stands in the way of the hero in some way, shape, or form. And not that that's the definition of villain, but you get what I'm saying. Like, if we have to have a meaningful difference, why would it be meaningful to call someone formidable when they are the enemy? be like, oh, well, because they get in the way. You're like, oh, great, yes.
Well, I
that's
guess
formidable.
stormtroopers aren't formidable in Mando, but
Correct. They're not. They're effective only for plot requirement reasons, not because of actual competency, which is like its own category
The
of,
thing is,
what I
like,
would put them
all
under.
I would need to
'cause it's-
do is cite that they killed the bounty, the Mandalorians in season 1. I'd be like, there you go, formidable.
that's what I'm saying. Like this needs to be its own category of they're formidable off screen for plot reasons that make no sense, but when we see them, they're not formidable.
I mean, this kind of brings us.
Yeah, the horrible writing makes us have to create categories of villains that don't make sense.
Yeah, because again, we're reaching the problem of just because you can actually tick the box, as in formidable, means that they present a threat to our hero. You go, well, stormtroopers killed a bunch of Mandalorians, so they are a threat to our hero Mando. It's like, well, you say that,
No.
and the box is ticked on paper, but really that's a bunch of horse shit, like, in terms of all of our
because
references.
also on paper we tick the box of they cannot in any way possibly harm the protagonist. So both of those boxes get ticked, which means now we have issues we have to resolve, and we have to go back a step.
Muller doesn't actually know what formidable means. I mean, Cavalo
We
read out the
literally just read the
definition.
definition out.
Yeah, I don't know how else to help.
However, words don't have meanings, they have shared understandings. So when you say something and you know that it's going to cause a lot of confusion, you have to be like, okay, a better word would be da 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 for these reasons that we've elaborated on.
Yeah, and
the other point that comes to mind is that, like, are any of the other villains in the DCEU movies that he thinks are bad, are any of those villains not formidable?
Yeah, Steppenwolf is formidable.
Absolutely, all of them are. Absolutely all
Yeah,
of them
so
are.
what is the
formidable.
distinction here? The whole point of this video is here's how to do DCEU.
If anything, it's the
correct.
big problem with the DCEU. Every villain is crazy strong.
I mean, that was my whole point, is that there's no point using this word if it's going to be this broad. You have to use something else. You have to be more specific, because fucking everything is formidable when it's...
Because Mysterio, is he formidable? It's like, well, not him specifically, but the drones are.
I guess that's another problem.
This feels like the kind of writing advice you'd get in a synopsis of a writing book.
It sounds
where
like
it's
you get it
the
on a
villains
Blinkist,
should
yeah.
probably be formidable, and you should probably understand what and who they are.
It's formidable
Go
when they
write
present...
your masterpiece.
Even their helmets look like skulls, and you're like, what?
So evil.
When you're like, are they formidable? Did they present an obstacle for your hero? It's like, man, I'm well on the way to making a really great story now. I'm gonna make it so that my hero, who is Guy, and enemy is Guy with gun, did it. Understandable. You fucked my wife.
You just... It is...
I did it. I created the best of the DCEU.
I created story as I was told to by Blinkist.
We need more Blinkist.
The purpose of it being to make Zod a worthy antagonist that we can find.
Define worthy.
Yeah, worthy. There's a strange way to describe it.
And dangerous, someone we might actually lose to. And the way this film accomplishes...
No, there was never a chance of losing to him because Superman just had to fucking walk through the world engines. He just doesn't until the end.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why we constantly suggest in our watch through, just punch it. And then he doesn't, and then he decides to punch it, and then that solves the problem. And it's really weird.
Doing Superman stories, he's a little bit too powerful. Makes it really
Makes
hard.
it tough, yeah.
Yeah.
That is by taking the main plot and inverting it for his POV. In the Krypton prologue, it becomes very clear that...
for his POV.
Oh, these sentences.
Inverting it for his POV.
I'm guessing he's going to try and argue that, like, if you look at it from Zod's perspective, he's on his own protagonist
From my
journey.
point of view, the Jedi are evil.
Well, you are gay.
In prologue, it becomes very clear that Zod's external objective is to save his dying race, for which he needs the codex that holds the power to artificially breed Kryptonian babies for specific pre-assigned roles. And it's pretty evident how far he's willing to...
You know, it would be interesting if he said, no more codex. I'm destroying the codex. We're making babies the old-fashioned way. No destiny. No fate. We're fucking our species into success. That would have been interesting.
Or just, you know, if they don't have the population to be able to do that, they just birth the things from the pods, but no assigning, you know?
Yeah.
They can just be
He's
born.
just like, yeah, you're a Kryptonian.
If his goal is primarily, first and foremost, to save his species, then why doesn't he just fuck that female officer? You know, like, why is he so desperate for the Codex when his primary goal is just to further the species in
They
general?
can't do that anymore, I guess. They don't have the bits.
Yeah, how do they stop people from like making babies?
I
The
don't
whole
know.
civilization.
Maybe
Because
was
in
the implication that they
in Brave
started.
New World, there's all sorts of social pressures like baked into them to avoid, having standard births and all that. But in this society, I guess they just don't.
I was gonna say maybe the assigned role. Are they implying the assigned roles took away their sex drives? Like they all became a particular assignment. But that no, that doesn't make sense.
Then how did
I can't. I don't know. They didn't tell us.
Specific pre-assigned roles, and it's pretty evident how far he's willing to go to accomplish this goal.
Yeah, he kills
Shut
one
the
of the
lady.
council members. it's weird. Why did you kill the old lady?
Someone says China rags. So Chinese people fuck.
Yes, they do.
In
In fact,
so I don't know. There's a lot of Chinese people.
they're all
How do
very
you think that
horny,
happened?
too.
Well, there's a lot of things to address there. First of all, I'm guessing they're talking about the one kid policy. That doesn't exist anymore. They stopped that because there are a lot of adverse consequences to doing that, as it turns out.
Yeah. So the average couple has to have like 2 point something kids to keep the species
2.1
going.
kids. That's
Yeah.
it. 2.1.
You gotta have So if each couple has 2 kids, the population ain't going up.
No, and as we find out in basically every developed country, it tends to stabilize at the rate of replacement once it becomes a stable civilization.
And yeah, they establish at one point in this that we did population control. It's like, why? We just
Oh yeah,
did.
they say we established population control. Why? So you don't fill up the galaxy?
It's to avoid filling the galaxy. Yeah, God forbid.
Okay.
Stupid.
That meant a government establishing birth control. Yeah, but the people are still...
They're still having sex and having babies. Also, they stopped that.
But
So if
also
you use...
Yeah, people
So
are
if you
horny in
notice
China.
that they did it, you'd also notice that they decided not to do it, and they stopped doing it too.
They stopped doing it because, yeah.
And importantly for Krypton, the way the exposition is delivered is that they instituted population control because they were running out of resources on their home planet. At the exact same time, they stopped and abandoned all their other outposts around the galaxy. That's insane.
The other outposts, didn't they stop? I thought they died because Krypton died for some reason.
Yes.
No, they just said they abandoned them.
No. It's both.
No?
Because they go to all the outposts and it's skull people.
Yeah, it's
Skull
both.
people,
No, but
skeletons.
there's a-
Skull skeletons.
I'm
There's
realizing.
a line about how they abandoned those.
call them
And they say
skull
at the same time they were instituting
Well,
population.
we can. Should we have the wheel building discussion? We can, because feels.
Yeah, we can. Just wait one moment. I have to use the loo real quick. I will be right back.
Very well.
The loo.
I'm also
Blue.
3 potential videos to cover. We've 3, 4.
We've only
3
done
hours, 4 minutes.
one.
Yep.
Jesus.
Maybe we'll have to do another EFAP on Man of Steel. Rip.
Fuck.
The point that I'm saying is that it makes absolutely no sense that they would institute population control at the same time that they abandon space exploration because they're running out of resources. That doesn't make any sense. If you're running out of resources and you're overpopulating your own planet, why would you also at the exact same time abandon all your space colonies? Am I crazy? Am I losing my mind?
No,
Wait,
I
What is this? I like EFAP, but when they step too far outside of film analysis, it's like, geez, lol. We're talking about Man of
what the
Steel.
hell are you talking about?
We're talking about Man of
What?
Steel right now. The wheel building in Man of Steel. That's the topic. I don't understand. I guess they talk about the China birth control thing.
Well,
I mean,
okay,
like,
so I mean, you got to be more specific because the whole point about when a society becomes advanced enough, it stabilizes. That is just categorically true.
the
You
quiet.
got to be more specific when you say that we're wrong. You got to tell us what we're actually wrong about specifically.
The quiet
Then
implication
we
is
can
that
talk about it.
something killed all the other Kryptonian colonies. I did not get that impression when I watched it.
Yeah, neither did I.
Yeah, we can go over it a bit more once Rags is back. Any second.
All of Western Europe is below replacement. Yeah, except when there are immigrants, and then it is at replacement. But yeah, you're right. Below replacement a little bit. No,
I don't know.
Fringy, you just say you did it wrong, you silly.
I don't know why we'd be appealing to that anyway when we're dealing with intergalactic civilizations. Like,
right, the rules probably change at that point.
I'd say so.
Yeah.
And we're also dealing with a civilization that has artificial babies, so there's never going to be a population control issue in terms of it going too far down. Like,
Yeah, how could it?
so yeah, it's a weird one. The guy probably doesn't like you talking about the desire to agree on definitions of words so people can communicate effectively. Semantics is important. Wait, what about penis?
Hello.
That meme. Look at that meme.
Get to terraform Earth, put cryptos. penis.
Crypto penis.
The crypto penis into the crypto vagina.
It's dangerous. You gotta be careful with that one.
Well, I mean, maybe I'll just start it up, right? So, the planet's running out of energy. That's the big issue. That's where it all begins. All of this starts at Krypton running out of energy. Of course, they've cracked interstellar travel, but they can't figure out how to create energy in any other way than harvesting their own core and destroying their own planet.
Yeah. They haven't figured out fusion, I guess.
Rip that. So, in response to the idea that they should, I guess, inhabit other habitable worlds, the council says, what, evacuate the whole planet? Which is one of the dumbest parts of the whole fucking movie. Like, the question at hand is, do we all die, or do maybe as little of us die as we can muster? And they go, yeah, all of us die, I guess.
All of us die. We're all in this together, alright?
Jor-El even says it's too late to save anybody on Krypton. Like, he straight up just says, like, it's too late for people on Krypton. But the Codex can be sent, and you know, presumably we can terraform another planet and begin anew. So he's already wrong, because not only do people from Krypton survive being Kal-El and... What's the tism name for... Is Zod just Zod, or is it Zod L?
His name is General Zod.
Okay, well...
That's his name.
Those two...
Not cool enough for a good name.
Like, for some reason they didn't know... Oh god, I can't even begin. Like, their prison protects people from being the planet exploding.
Because they get sent to the super duper Phantom Zone.
Not only does it protect them from the explosion, it releases them from prison as well. Like, it's
when
fascinating.
the planet dies.
So yeah, you could definitely survive it, and we already know you could survive it by literally fucking leaving Krypton to go to any one of these amazing outposts they've gotten over 100,000 years. So like, he's just wrong. Completely fucking wrong. But yeah, you know, you can go and live on other planets. So we could have evacuated a whole bunch of people, but we just say, nah, we can't, it's too late. Like the obvious thing would be, why could you send a person with the Codex, but you can't get anybody off the planet in time because it's too late? And then that ties into something that Jor-El says to Clark later. Clark says, why didn't you and Mum come with me? And I was talking about this earlier. I'm trying to find the quote.
Yeah, it was just like, because we can't.
Well, see, that would have been better if he had said we were unable
okay.
to. Scanning past the other quotes with Zod says stupid shit.
I am back. Hooray.
Hello.
Foundation has to be built on something. No. Well, basically, the question isn't answered properly. Like, Clark is like, why didn't you and Mum come with me? And he says that they are like failures, much like Krypton was, and much like Zod is, and that their fate was like tied to the planet. He basically says like, nah, we weren't coming because we shouldn't. Not that they couldn't.
Yeah, he just says, I'm gonna go down with the ship.
Which is a really fucking strange thing for him to say. I certainly don't understand it at all. Like okay, I got the quote. So in response to saying, why didn't you and Mum come with me? He says, we couldn't, no matter how much we wanted to, no matter how much we loved you. Your mother and I are a product of the failures of our world as much as Zod was. We're tied to its fate.
That's That's
But
one of those
clearly-
things where I say, okay, get on the starship.
Yeah, I'd be like, shut the fuck up and get on the
Yeah.
spaceship. God damn it.
No, like Zod fucking does without any problems.
Now, if they wanted to go as far as establishing that it was impossible, like they'd only got this one ship built, which, by the way, I still don't believe, but fine. But they don't say that. They just say that their fate is tied to
Krypton for some
the
reason.
planet. Yeah, it's just like, okay,
Yeah.
I just don't get that at all. And yeah, so then once the prison is broken open by the destruction of Krypton, they re-engineer the Phantom Drive, which allows them to be trapped. They re-engineer that into a hyperdrive so that they can travel the universe.
It's a good thing one of them was like a fucking
Crazy
space
little
engineer.
scientist, yeah. And it's unfortunate that no one else cracked this other than, as stated, Jor-El, who created it for Clark's ship. And that's why when you put those two together, it creates a black hole.
Yeah. However, we're basing that under the assumption that surely. So how do they get to all the other planets?
Well, because they re-engineer the Phantom Drive into a hyperdrive from the prison they broke out of. It turns their prison ship into a ship that can travel the universe. Remember all those habitable planets that Jor-El talked about? I guess they just couldn't find any of those. Not one. In the 100,000 years of traversing the universe, there's only Earth. Because that makes sense.
That's not true though, because we find all the colonies and stuff of all the people, but they turned into skull people.
Well, as it stated, without Krypton supporting them, they would fall. They'd just die.
But they got terraformed. The
well, it
world's
doesn't
got
make sense
terraformed.
because that's the thing. How is it that Earth will survive if Krypton doesn't exist to support it? It's like, oh, so that means they can survive without Krypton supporting it. Yes, and that's what Jor-El described. He was like, "There's habitable planets out there. We've got the world engine." What's so special about, is Earth seriously the only planet that fits all of these incredibly specific criteria?
Well, why don't they just go to Mars and terraform it?
Because Mars doesn't work. It's not the same.
All right.
I don't know. But we, us humans, we would have been chill with that, I think. Don't destroy us. You can have Mars. Give us access to your technology. well, you can be Martians now.
It's like Kryptonian tech requires a ton of energy, which is clearly not an issue for their society, by the way. When Zod arrives at Outpost, he is wearing a spacesuit, while the corpse is not, implying the terraforming process needs to be run constantly. So that doesn't solve anything. That further complicates things. So I don't think the person died because so it's not even clear how the person died.
No.
They just show up to the planet and everyone's a skull person.
Yep. In fact, I find it really odd that the way their bodies are placed, they're like almost like they died screaming while shooting or something, which, by the way, if someone in chat said that that's a subtle implication of how they were killed, it's like, I feel like Zod would have been able to tell that was how they would have died fighting if that was the case.
They died fighting who?
Yeah,
each other?
He was a soldier.
Why?
Oh, well, I don't know, some horrible... I managed to scan to the scene directly. There you go. He's like, bah! I don't know. But,
Just to further the point that the world building is awful, this is what I was talking about earlier. So the line in the actual script is, Jor-El says, "For 100,000 years, our civilization flourished, accomplishing wonders." And Clark says, "What happened?" And Jor-El says, "Artificial population control was established. The outposts on space exploration were abandoned. We exhausted our natural resources. As a result, our planet's core became unstable." So at the exact same time that they're running out of resources, they decided to stop exploring other parts of the galaxy where they can find other resources, other habitable planets.
When everything's falling apart, Jor-El says we can escape to other planets. There are other habitable planets for us to go. Why would he say planets if he meant only Earth?
Yeah.
And this is the thing, it doesn't work. Jor-El described that as a thing you could do with Krypton being exploded, okay? So it's not going to use Krypton as support, and there are habitable worlds out there. Worlds. It's insane. None of it makes any sense at all. They spanned across the galaxy. They got everything set up. It was flourishy. It was great. Then suddenly they made a whole bunch of really weird decisions that destroyed everything.
Every planet they explored for 100,000 years, they just all die. Every single
100,000 years. 100,000
so
years.
much fucking time.
That's a lot of time.
There's a really great comment in chat. Someone said they literally did everything they could to die, and that is absolutely
kind
what
of.
happened.
Yeah.
Imagine how many Kryptonians are around space. Like I don't believe
Yeah.
all of them died in their outposts. That's
So it said
insane.
all of this could have been prevented with the death penalty.
Before,
no, though.
Yeah.
before
Well, no, the
she,
Krypton still would have been exploded.
before she explodes, Jor-El's wife, I forget her name, she's asked if she wishes to, like, go anywhere by the robot, and she says there is no refuge. Like, oh,
That's
mate,
not true, though.
you literally sent your son to a refuge, but...
Yeah, I was like, oh, the sun, yeah, follow his coordinates. Let's go where he's going. So, what was I going to say? It was... Oh yeah, when we talk about like civilization stuff, if you're a species and you're at the point where for 100,000 years you've spanned across the galaxy and have established all of these planets that you're living on, like you won. You did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you did it. You won the game of life. Congratulations. How you collapse after that point on a galactic scale, you have to come up with some crazy shit.
Yeah, I've got my notes
Story-wise.
here. We traveled the galaxy and ran out of natural resources. How?
How? You can't exhaust the natural resources of the universe.
Earth's the
If
only
you
place
can travel
left.
the galaxy, there are like clouds of like diamonds out in space. There's all sorts of like
Yeah.
elements and resources just out there in
It's funny you say
like
that.
Running out of
insane
energy.
numbers. Just
In-
go get them.
In Dyson Sphere program, you eventually unlock this thing. It like harvests gas giants. It's a machine that you just drop on a gas giant and it just starts harvesting materials out of it.
Oh,
There
sick.
you
I
are.
have one right next to me. I was wondering what I can do with it. Thanks.
It's an oxygen harvester. I set it up right next door.
But yeah, the fact that they just all went extinct, like, no, just fuck off. No. We're in a galaxy fucking
it's terrible
scale.
and painful.
It's insane. I don't believe it for a fucking second.
At least Wonder Woman has the excuse that it was a really badly told story from the people in universe. Okay, Zeus and Ares and all that. Nah, it was just Wonder Woman's mum being an idiot.
It's just a prank, guys. Okay.
But Jor-El says all of this stuff very matter-of-factly. He was like involved in a lot of how it all went to shit. Like they were happy to just blow up the planet too. They didn't even like, oh, maybe we should get on a ship. I don't know. Like even just...
Yeah, maybe we should leave. Maybe we should do something.
And like I said, it would be better. This is not me saying this is what they should have done. It would be better if they were Huxes and went, no, the planet will be fine. We will continue mining it. And then it explodes. What we got instead was you should evacuate. And they go, evacuate the whole planet.
Yeah, right.
Like, why are you saying
As
that?
if.
Why are you... Who wrote
Yeah,
that?
but you should though.
What would you have us do? Evacuate? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the one.
Yeah,
Imprison
yes.
this guy. I don't like him.
How to accomplish this goal. All it takes is a few key scenes in regards to the plot to clearly establish just how motivated he is.
Oh, that part was really dumb. Jor-El just doesn't execute Zod. He clearly intends to. He killed all of the other ones. He just stops. It's actually pretty funny because I was curious what was happening because I remembered it being the case. Zod is on the floor and he starts telling Jor-El's wife to not do this. Like he just starts appealing to her and Jor-El's just sort of standing there like, It's like, you killed all the other ones. Why didn't you kill him? He's literally trying to fucking kill your baby. Also, as we point out in the EFAP movies, hey Rags, you know if you're gonna leave all of those soldiers outside, as you point out, it's like, why were they all outside instead of in? What do you think their one task could be?
Let me see. To secure the codex.
Well, they think the
Like,
codex is in the building, right? So what could he
Yeah,
leave
so
these
they
people
arrive
out
at the
there
building
for?
to secure the codex.
What about the ones he says to stay outside while he goes and fights Jor-El himself without bringing them for some reason?
To make sure we're not interrupted, to keep away the other guys, to buy us time.
Sure. One thing I think maybe could be a thing is that they detect, I think, a ship is leaving, and of course when he gets out there, he says to shoot the ship down. Maybe by staying out there, they could shoot any ship that immediately gets close or leaves, because they know that's the thing they don't want to happen.
I mean, they got all these ships with guns on them.
So, where I'm going with this is it's the worst of both worlds. They don't go in when, if they did, Jor-El would have lost, everything would have been destroyed. but they also don't shoot down the ship when they could have. They have to wait until Jor-El gets back outside to tell them to do so, and then they're too late.
If the Codex was on the ship leaving, though, then why would they shoot it? Don't they need it?
I don't have an answer for that question.
So I would imagine that they would.
That's
so
actually
it makes
possibly
no
a pretty
sense.
good point.
Yeah, so the fact that they're out there is just dumb. They should be in there securing. Like, this is really, really important. This is kind of like the whole reason they're sort of doing this. So you think they'd all be inside getting it?
If you've got the stream up, by the way, right? So that's Clark's ship right up there, and there's a big epic moment when they activate it, and Zod's like, "No!" and it lifts off. I completely blanked when I was about to watch this for a second time. I was like, "Does he just escape?" And it's like, no. Zod says, like, "Take that ship down," and they almost do, but another ship that you can kind of see in the distance there shoots down Zod's ship. If Zod was slightly faster, or if he told his... I know, but I'm trying to get it, like, this is a problem on its own, but then there's also the problem that Zod shouldn't want to destroy the ship anyway. Basically, he's triple stupid in this scene. He made 3 major mistakes.
Nice.
No, he was bred to be a soldier. He doesn't make
Yeah,
mistakes.
this is the thing. For the people who want to appeal to his, like, meatheadedness when it comes to being a soldier, how come he's so shit at being a soldier? He was beaten by a scientist in a fist fight. He forgot he had a tentacle blade.
Yeah, guys. Just in case, just so we're clear, the story doesn't make any sense in Man of Steel. Like, none of it. It basically
Really
makes
bad.
0 sense from start to finish. It's a really bad movie. If you like it, that's fine, but the movie's fucking shit.
Find him. I will reclaim what you have taken from
Yes.
I gotta break it up a bit, I gotta break it up a bit. But yeah, just to bring you back down to
And
the
then
video.
he says he's gonna reclaim it, but you wanted to destroy it.
Yeah, you nearly blew it up.
Yeah, so make up your mind.
Maybe he was
Amazing
hoping when he
villain.
blew up the ship that the Codex would fall out of the ship and he'd grab it.
Yeah, he just holds his hands out and he just catch it.
I will find her. I just wanted to... Filmento's point here is that we can clearly tell what Zod wants. It's like, good God.
Even though he's clearly contradicting himself, and
well,
how,
not just that.
I guess
That's such a low bar.
we know what the villain wants. You did it. You can write.
And this is the thing, if someone was like, well, you think that's important, right? But well, yes, but like, it's got to be more specific than that, right? It can't just be, you need to know what they want, and then you're good.
I will find him, Lara. I will find him!
You put it in there.
He did it. He did
What?
it.
Is he playing it like this to be like, you see, it's so clear what he wants? Okay.
Let's find him.
He said, "I will find him 3 times in volume every time."
He said capture that
way
ship,
we
not
know what he
destroy it. Is
wants.
that true? I could have sworn he was going to go destroy it, because, like...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's gonna blow it up.
I will replay the scene a moment. For chat, too, you can listen. Actually, wait. This isn't him speaking. Audio copyright. Blah, blah, blah.
Ding dong,
Bring that ship down.
That's my made-up language.
Oh, he says bring that ship down. So...
Oh yeah, that means destroy it.
I'm pretty sure that means destroy it. Also,
Yeah,
wait a
bring
minute.
that ship down. He says.
I could have sworn we were shown a targeting computer. Oh yeah, they're aiming their guns. They're aiming
Yeah,
their
they're
guns.
aiming their gun at it.
Oh,
Yeah, he
there's a
says, "I've got
targeting
it locked
computer.
on," and then
Yeah.
He even says target locked inside of there like a fucking TIE fighter pilot.
See, they get blown up. If they had fucking organized this just seconds earlier, Clark would be dead.
That's the end of the movie, yeah.
Crazy.
Well, I guess that's not the end of the movie. I guess after that, they just have to fuck now.
Bring that
God
ship
forbid.
down gently.
I don't want to have to fuck this attractive woman next to me.
Whoa, they hate that ship. Oh, nice reference. Nice. I will fight. Okay. Show the penis ships.
And so when Zod
I
eventually
will
arrives
come
to
on your
Earth,
bum.
Oh no.
I can't believe they made those penis ships, though. They were really funny.
Someone must have said something.
I just want it to be that many people were passionately working on it and loved it. There was one guy giggling. He was like,
It's like,
What are you laughing at? What are you laughing
Nothing.
at? It's like,
Nothing.
oh, nothing. It's great. I love your pods.
Great work, guys.
It's like, can I have a smaller version that I can take home just as a sort of like, hey, we did it.
So you think it's more? Should we make these pods longer or thicker? Or do you think which one do you think is more important?
Do you think it's more important that it has greater girth? Oh, sorry, I mean width.
And they have all the things like the concept art that's modeled after. It's just loads of dildos. They're like, yeah.
Something strange.
And Zach is just so innocent that he's just like, what are these things, by the way? And you're like, oh, it's like ancient weaponry. It's something the Romans would use. You're like, oh.
And so when Zod eventually arrives to Earth, his motivation manifests itself through his own inverted plot.
Stop doing
His
that.
motivation manifests itself through his own inverted plot. Yep.
Why is it inverted? What does inverted mean in this context?
Like when you start that sentence, his motivation manifests itself. I'm like, stop. Whatever you're about to say doesn't need to be said the way you just said it.
When he speaks, it's like someone wandering around the woods who just eventually will get out. Like just eventually, the path they take to get there will be ziggity zaggity and up and down and around. But eventually, it sort of gets there. Maybe
ziggity zaggity.
He needs to turn into Krypton in order to save his race's existence before the Earth.
He doesn't need to.
He's explicit about that in the film. He even says it's not necessary. Sorry.
Oh, by the way, the protagonist, I don't know if you know, but the protagonist is Kryptonian. He's Superman, and he's living on Earth.
Yep.
And doing A-okay.
Well, you know, he had some sad times when he was growing up, and that's enough for Krypton for Zod to kill every human.
Stop him. So we know that inverted plot, there's no question about his formidability. If we don't give
Why are you saying all of this way?
Why? It's not an inverted plot. What does that even mean?
He's like, to assess his invertibility, his formidability, you have to look at how it manifests.
He's Russian
his
now?
motivation.
I didn't realize he was Russian.
It's a combo, okay? I don't know what accent it is specifically. I'm trying.
Does anyone know what that accent is? Does anyone have a good ear for that? I'm just curious.
Martian.
Scandinavian of some kind, maybe.
Chat. Which part of the world is he from?
He's not German, is he?
German?
Joyman.
Like
Finnish, Serbian, Russian, Finnish, Spanish.
Right now.
Spanish, Brazilian, non-specific, Finnish,
French, Swedish, stupid,
Romanian. Romania. Yeah, we got a couple of guesses in chat.
I don't know. It's
a lot of people saying Spanish. I don't know.
Yeah. Portuguese.
¿Por qué?
There's no question about his formidability. If we don't give everything we have to stop him now, he won't be stopped at all.
If we don't give everything to stop him, he won't be stopped. You're like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree.
Are you sure about that?
I mean, the motivation angle is so effective that it makes even Zod's right-hand soldier Faora more imposing than the main villains in most of the other entries.
What?
So he said Zod's motivation is so good, it makes his underlings better than the villains in the other movies.
That's
false.
Okay.
Did you learn that from reading that book? Oh wait, sorry, from reading the note from that book.
What's funny is
remembering.
I would like to know what the other people think about all of this. Unfortunately, they are just a unit of soldiers that have no thoughts of their own, apparently. Like, that's just how they seem to work. The idea that she absorbs...
is nothing in this movie.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, what is so special about her exactly? It's like, well, you know, her boss, he's got a real good motivation, so she does too.
Didn't he put her in the thumbnail?
Yep.
Why?
Yeah,
she's nothing. She's a blank slate.
He's got the word best next to her.
Just evil soldier lady.
Yep, evil soldier lady.
I don't have morality. You do. That means I'm better than you.
What a great character. I don't have morality. Yeah. All right.
She's so relentlessly motivated.
Relentlessly motivated?
Can I... You know what? We're going to play this one more time. The way this fight goes, how edgy is it that she jumps, lands, and just, like, doesn't even look at them? Like, yeah, you can shoot me, bitch. Doesn't do nothing.
Yeah, that's not even like so relentless motivation. Yeah. She's being dramatic.
Yeah, what is this motivated. Other than look how cool I am? Isn't that just look how cool I am?
Yes.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Calling her relentless at that point, I'd be like, well, she pauses to give the camera a good look at her, like, yeah, I'm bad. And yeah, I didn't like this portion as well because like there's just nothing these guys can do, so it's just a matter of yeah, look how awesome this is. She's just blasting through them. It's like, well, yeah, what else would happen? I don't know. Like,
I mean,
I wish
guess
Superman
that's
would
what-
stop her, but Superman, you know, he's just.
He's busy off screen. Damn, she's fast. She's super
You can
powered
knock her
already.
down
Yep.
on all you want, but as long as she's physically
So she
able
doesn't
to
even need the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's another problem with this, is that they're all able to take on Clark with ease, when the whole fucking point was that Earth's sun gives you super duper everything. That's what Jor-El said.
Oh, I thought it was the atmosphere.
Oh, well, whatever. Either one, both, whatever. It's just the fact that these guys seem to have it already. And, like, the excuse I've seen people say is, like, yeah, but they're soldiers. Like, well, but that doesn't make you super strong. It makes
If I
you-
saw a Marine doing this, I wouldn't be like, well,
Well, he's
they
a
are in the
soldier,
U.S.
so-
Oh, soldier.
Also, for people in chat saying it's the sun, we're going from the movie. It's very unclear what the power comes from in the movie.
Yeah. I always thought it was the sun.
We
but they always say
understand.
atmosphere for some reason.
We
It's,
know the Superman lore is because people are even saying the yellow sun. It's like, yeah, I know. No. The movie, it's very unclear. If you watch what happens to different people at different times.
Because Jor-El says the sun, but then while he's on Zod's ship, they turn the atmosphere back to Earth's atmosphere, and he gets his powers back. So it's a mixed bag.
They're not quite clear, and they've got the sun shining on them in the movie, but it's only once they release their face things do they actually get affected.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, Jor-El says it's the sun, but the film says otherwise. Yeah, just we're going from the film,
Exactly.
okay? It's as painful for us as it is for you to listen to us say it. We don't know.
fulfill her mission, she will.
You will not win. For every human you save, we will kill 1 million more.
Why would you even play this?
Stop it!
Oh, why? Like, there's just nothing to that. It's so evil. It's not about the fact that, like, for every time you prevent Krypton from living again, I will make this world suffer, you know? Instead, it's, if you try to save people's lives, I will kill more of them. Be like, what the fuck?
It's very
What's wrong
malevolent.
with you?
It's not that she's indifferent to the suffering of humans because she doesn't care. It's like she wants them to suffer despite him.
Actively seeks it out.
On the other hand, is born from the character side, the purpose here being to make Zod not just an evil movie bad guy, but someone we can clearly perceive as a real person.
They
don't have morality.
Yeah. They brag about how they don't have morality.
Yeah.
They're
This is-
like she's proud of it.
Yeah, this is the have your cake and eat it sort of defenses of Man of Steel, because simultaneously Zod is too soldier mode to be able to not do the smart thing. To do the smart thing. But at the same time, he's
Exactly.
such an understandable character that's quite sympathetic, and you can understand his motivations. You're like, wait a minute.
You can't have it both ways. Either he's this, like, he's bred to be stupid, or he's a real person with, like, real motivations, and he's understandable.
They bred him to be stupid.
I don't know, man. It's
you can't have
experimental.
both.
Yeah.
Which again is done inner character journey of finding his own place in the universe and inverting it.
We've had a child, Zod.
How is it
Free to forge
inverted?
his own-
You need to explain what you mean when you say inverted. Because like
Maybe he will.
How is
He just has a different drive. It's not
it's
inverted.
two completely different things?
Destiny.
Heresy! Destroy it!
Unlike Clark, who was naturally born, Zod was artificially bred into the pre-assigned role of a soldier, and so he genuinely cannot accept Krypton's demise because based on his own inverted inner character belief, his very existence is dependent on there being a Krypton for him to fight for.
Wow, where was that?
That's where the problem comes in with he still makes choices that clearly go against whatever he would have been programmed for, like killing the fucking council of the world he's supposed to defend.
Yeah.
You'd be like, well, this is just the AI going nuts. Like it's programmed. It's just like, that's what I gotta do.
He's making his own decisions and using his own judgment. He's not an automaton. You can't pretend that he was just bred to make every decision that he makes.
But like,
Yeah, they couldn't have possibly, because if they were breeding people to based on Like if they were breeding people to act in a certain way after Krypton was destroyed, then they knew that Krypton would be destroyed, which means, oh wait, oh shit, that's where we live. We should do something, and then stuff happens.
And yeah, I think
And
in
also,
the,
even if his goal is to save Krypton or to restore Krypton, he goes about it in like the worst possible way.
yeah, he says when everything's been destroyed except him, he says, I exist solely for Krypton, like, or something like that, and so without it, he's just like, he's lost now, and he just this is the part that really bothered me, right? When you have a thing designed with a purpose, and then that purpose becomes an impossibility, you know, like Dark Fate did this, and so the Terminator became a Draper. It's like, okay, that's something I guess that he could do. With this, he's like, well, I'm gonna kill everyone on Earth. You're like, oh, of all the things you could have done,
why is that a thing that you'd have chosen to do?
and I guess it's because he feels that Clark stole his soul from him. And yeah, so this is the thing. You use this idea that he's bred to defend Krypton, and so without being able to do it, he's nothing. He wasn't GG mode until the codex, or rather the pods thing was destroyed. The world engine being destroyed didn't seem to set him in a position of it's over. Like the idea of he has to live on Earth wasn't out of the question, because I imagine Krypton isn't a place, it's a people. I get it.
I get it.
Yeah. So, and again, that's what the film missed out on, was having the moment of, you can't do the world engine thing anymore. So will you live alongside humans? And then you can have it be that he's just like, humans are scum, fuck you. It's like, alright,
Yeah.
But we never did
Why
it.
would you-
Superman burst into the ship and destroyed it and said Krypton had its chance.
Oh god.
So yeah, needs work.
I exist only to protect Krypton. That is the sole purpose for which I was born.
Yep, so
Okay. So now that there's no Krypton, you're gonna
kill everyone.
kill everyone on this new planet?
What I mean,
Like,
man,
I don't see how that follows.
Well, he doesn't
at
like
all.
he doesn't like Clark. He thinks Clark's an asshole. So remember,
So like,
if you didn't catch it, Rags, Clark says, "You're a monster, and I'm gonna stop you."
Yeah, I don't know why that happened.
So, if you were unclear, Zod is a monster now, and he has to.
oh,
be stopped.
I picked up on some subtle clues that led me to that. Yeah.
Yeah, a soldier without a war, right? Like that's what they say about Cap sometimes in the MCU. It's a really cool and interesting concept. They did fuck all with it in this, other than he's crazy now.
He doesn't want to kill Superman so he can rule this new world or anything. He doesn't want to dominate. He doesn't want to take charge. He doesn't want to make.
Imagine he said
place
like,
new Krypton in a different way.
you know, a part of his like interactions with Clark could have been like, why didn't you take over these people? You're better than them, that sort of thing. And then when he's near defeat, he's like, if I kill you, I can become, you know, the king of
Yeah.
Earth or whatever.
Like, if I can't make Krypton, you know, if this way, then I'll make Krypton. You know, I'll make this place like Krypton in a different way. Like I'll change the culture and I'll change the everything because I have that power now.
A lot of people are saying,
I'll make
why
for
didn't
myself.
you know, terraform Mars? They never talk about it. They don't tell us it's an impossibility. They don't tell us anything about it.
I asked. I'm like, if you can terraform, just like go to Mars.
That's the thing.
Or
I
just go to anywhere else.
automatically assume that they can't do that, but the film never says it, from what I remember.
This is one of the problems that horrifically bad writing creates, is that when we're trying to figure out the movie, we can't tell if it's an actual aspect of the movie or if it's just the shitty writing. Like, we don't know.
Where did you
Can't
learn
logic-
to criticize movies? On a farm?
On a farm.
On a farm.
As in shooting the Earth with a blue skybeam just because it looks cool, but because doing so is the only purpose for which he exists.
Shooting a blue sky.
Shooting lasers.
Why? No, that's not true at all.
That is
No.
not the only purpose for which
True
he
at
exists.
all.
Yeah, but it,
You know, if he were a smart person and his goal was to preserve Kryptonian life, he probably wouldn't wage war on the planet.
Yeah,
Saying.
because generally war makes the amount of people go down.
I like what Thugnificent said. They clearly needed a livable planet. It's like, did you see what they were gonna do to Earth? Gonna fucking raise that shit.
And if you're trying to save Kryptonians and you don't have many of them left, you think you would like hyper value each of them individually.
I would like to present Zod with a flower, and I'd be like, you're gonna kill all of these things, you know? And then a tree. I'd be like, do you know how useful wood is? Do you know what we can do with it? You just want to obliterate it? Look at this house. There's people living here. Did you have to blow it up? I'd say, look at this nuclear plant. If you blow it up, it's gonna be bad. Let me tell you about Chernobyl.
Have you noticed that you look quite a bit like the humans on this planet? Have you noticed that they're very, very similar to you?
Yeah, I bet if he had sex with a human female, he'd probably just make a kid. They seem to be exactly the same,
Well,
essentially.
that seems to be the way that it works in Spider-Man. Spider-Man.
You fool!
Not Spider-Man at all.
Superman. Like, Superman seems to just be able to do that anyway. For whatever reason. You think they'd have different DNA, but, you know.
So, Krypton proved that peace kills more people than war. That's because Kryptonians are retarded. So
because
generally,
they blew up their own planet. That doesn't count.
That has nothing to do with war or peace. That can happen independently of either of those things. For starters, you can do that whether there's a war happening or there's not a war happening.
If anything,
that's its own separate entirely.
You'd expect it to be more common during war that planets get blown up than peace, but, you know, I don't know.
And if we're talking about, you know, a guy who's really highly valuing Kryptonian life, and in a war people die, he's like, maybe we shouldn't do war because I don't have many people that I could afford to lose. Like, I'm really, really low on people right now.
We don't necessarily agree with what he's doing, but we understand.
Don't necessarily agree.
Oh, God. You know, this reminds me a lot of, I remember I think it was the guy who wrote Halo 5. He's like, no, see, Cortana, like, wanting to rule over all organics or kill them. Look, we don't like it, but it makes sense. She's doing something that makes sense. We just don't like it. I'm sick of people always say that in defense of really crappy. Yeah.
Did anybody agree with Zod? No.
I guess Zod agreed with Zod, so there's that.
Someone in the chat said, yeah, he's a soldier. War is the only option he considers. And it's like, guys, soldiers like are smart typically about when they choose to
What were
wage
the soldiers on
war.
Krypton doing during peacetime? Were they just slapping people? Like,
Generally, like, soldiers are working towards a goal, which is the end of the war. Like, soldiers don't just love being in the thick of it.
What a strange thing to say.
I know, like, what a terrible defense. You're like, hey, they're soldiers. They don't know anything but shooting people. You're like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so when soldiers go into, like, a town to liberate it, they just shoot everybody in the town, you know? They're just Crumbopulous Michael. It doesn't matter. Children, animals, old people, doesn't matter. I just love killing. Like, that's what
soldiers will have a context for peace. They will know what it is. They will possibly work toward it, I would say. Come on.
They just love killing.
Gosh darn. He's just such a well-written soldier.
Boy. Here I go killing again.
Which he exists. We don't necessarily agree with what he's doing, but we understand why he's doing it. And that understandability is what makes him a person instead of a caricature.
No, he's absolutely a caricature.
So again, to clarify, there are some caricature-like figures in real life who had reasons for their insane things that they did. That doesn't...
Thanos.
I would say he is almost the textbook definition of a caricature.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he is evil man.
Evil bad soldier man, and his right-hand person is an evil bad soldier lady. And they're evil bad space people, and they're evil bad.
They hate humans for some reason. Well,
they're just
no,
comically,
they're
Zod should wield the dark saber. Is like, yeah, that's shockingly easy to imagine in my head.
You destroyed Krypton!
Yep. I mean, again, like I said, there's actually an interesting question on this ship that I'm not going to address because it's a stupid movie. But at the same time, I just can't believe he's making this appeal after everything he did to Clark in this movie. It's no self-awareness at all. But okay.
You might think this is obvious, but
skull pool. Help
all you have to do to find an instance where it's not present is look at the...
Oh.
It's like when you destroy Krypton, if you make this ship go boom, it's like, well, then why did you fucking drown him in skulls, you idiot?
He's trying to achieve that one.
Oh, why is Max not there?
Yeah, why is he bringing in Max? What's happening?
Take it back a second.
You destroyed Krypton!
You might think this is obvious, but all you have to do to find an instance where it's not present is look at the latest DC Universe release.
Wait a minute.
And just like with the hero, giving your villain
Wait,
What?
What? That's
Oh,
it?
You're not going to elaborate?
Wait,
But
what-
no,
what-
that
what-
was still Max working towards a goal that was well reasoned and
he
defined.
was getting
that-
oil to actually make his company have a product to sell. He was
Yeah.
trying to save his company.
And he's
Yeah.
trying to save his reputation by doing so.
Yeah,
When he
he was
finds
very
out-
character
informed.
reasons.
When he finds out he can't get the oil, he takes all of his men instead.
Take
He takes
something
what
else
he
that's
can.
useful to him that will help him to further his goals.
Yep.
Max
You're
is
making
better
me
than
feel
Zod.
like 84. Yeah, Max is way better than Zod. It's not even close.
Absolutely, Max is good
Yeah.
compared to Zod for sure.
You better not say Max Lord is better than Zod. He's way fucking better.
Zod
it's not
doesn't
even
stand
close.
a chance. Max is way
Zod doesn't
better.
stand a chance. Yeah, this is easy.
And remember, we're the people who absolutely shredded Wonder Woman 84 on 3 different videos that were longer than 5 hours. So please, don't try and pretend like we're like, hey, we like 84, it's better than bad. It's like, no, they're both shit. But one of them...
This is the worst of them. This is like 2 out of 10. This is the worst of the DCEU so far. It's still got the best villain or antagonist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just like
Yeah.
with giving your villain an inverted inner journey also fills that
You never
villain and
explained what
his
inverted
ultimate
means.
He didn't.
That's like
He
saying
just
a
has
W.
a different. He has a different inner journey. It's not
It's
inverted.
different.
It's like, ugh, God, I hate that. It makes it sound so much smarter than it actually.
And just like with the hero,
Oh, Thunder said Wonder Woman 84 is more entertaining, right? Absolutely. Man of
Oh,
Steel
yeah.
is
For sure.
miserable.
For sure.
Without a doubt.
Not even a
Fucking
contest.
The Man of Steel is just grey blobs moving around the screen. It's like,
And then the whole city explodes. It's great.
giving your villain an inverted inner journey also fills that villain and his ultimate clash
windmill is
against
an
the hero
inverted
with
giraffe.
emotion. When Clark and Zod are fighting for the Earth, they're not fighting just for the Earth, but also to decide which of the internal journey answers is correct.
So that's dumb because they shouldn't be in conflict at all.
Yeah, what do you mean which of the internal drives are correct? They're absolutely against each other to begin with. So like the idea that is the correct answer to let Krypton win or to save Earth from the potential Krypton, it's like, how about they both coexist? No one ever gets to ask this question.
Yes. Zod doesn't even like the scene you're using in the film is Zod's basically his first conversation with Clark where he drowns him in skulls.
And this is the thing, like, why are you presenting this like it's like which one of their goals will be the one that's like superior? It's like one of them just wants genocide, the other one doesn't. Why are you equating these as if they're like, you see, it's the inverse. Clark wants to save everyone, he wants to kill everyone. Whose will it work?
No genocide. It is the inverse. You see, it all makes sense. It's all coming together.
to a predetermined purpose or to be born to choose your own purpose.
So-
And when Clark
Superman has drive, and Zod has Everd.
Everd. They're not so
Okay.
different, him and him.
Yeah, such a meme. You and I, we're the same.
All he's
Not
managed
so different, you and I.
all he's managed to accomplish is saying Clark got to choose his destiny while Zod was forced into the soldier one. But at the same time, that doesn't mean he doesn't get to make any decisions. Zod, I mean. He still does.
Yep.
born to choose your own purpose. And when Clark ultimately reigns supreme and destroys the last hope for there to ever be a Krypton again, it sets up this really personal emotion-based climax.
Emotion-based.
Stop it! Stop it!
I love the whole fucking destroyed city in the background.
Yeah.
Like this is
Yeah.
their fight, and all the humans
It's
are
so
dead.
emotional.
Everyone is just dying in the background.
Dude, when he commented on how he learned to fight on a farm, I was like, oh, I'm so into this. This is...
Without Krypton longer has a purpose, and when a soldier has no for them to do is fight until death.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
What?
That skipped a bunch.
Did it
Very
skip,
quiet
or
for
did
me.
I hear that whole line?
Let's
I
listen
got
to that
skipped
again.
a bunch.
Without Krypton, Zod no longer has a purpose, and when a soldier has no for them to do is fight until death.
No.
That's
False.
Did it skip? Did it skip again for me?
It did skip
Yeah,
for me too a little bit.
For a word or
The
two.
the gist is that, well, he has no Krypton to defend anymore, and so when a soldier doesn't have a purpose, they just fight till the death.
The fuck are you
That's it.
talking
No,
about?
Which is
Tire,
That's
right?
insane. You
like after World War II ended, it's like the war's over, guys. They all just went insane and started killing each other.
I don't think he hot take here. I don't think he understands
He must have a terrible perception of what soldiers are.
Must do. When the soldier has no purpose, they fight. You're like, what do you... What?
Well, they go back and get jobs.
Climax.
Yeah,
Without Krypton, Zod no longer
Have you heard of veterans before?
Just... I don't know if the skip is a part of the video at this point or not, or if I just kept getting unlucky.
a purpose, and when a soldier has no for them to do is
It just
fight,
keeps skipping there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's
Same
a
time.
built-in skip because I was watching the seconds.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you think he cut out something?
Maybe.
He's bad at videos.
All I can gather from this is when soldiers have no purpose, they fight. Like I just.
They fight to the death. Yeah, that's what I heard.
Okay.
Tyler, every soldier's Rambo.
death.
These humans you've adopted, I will take them all from you one by one. And I'm gonna stop you.
You better.
Stop you from doing that.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah. This is probably tying into the whole like. Zod says at one point like this ends with one of you or me dying. Like Zod, because Zod's a soldier without a war, he just wants to die now because he's got nothing to do. Which is just like, what the fuck did they do on Krypton when there was peace?
Yeah.
Oh my god, the emotion.
As a result of Zod's inner character drive being stolen from him, we get this ultimate finale.
His inner character drive being
The
stolen
drive
from
is
him.
Stolen
You mean his
because
soul?
His soul, yes. That's
I don't know about you guys, but I'm having such an emotional climax right now.
Yeah, watching Superman smash Zod's face along the side of these buildings, killing all of these more innocent people. It's really, I'm very emotionally distressed.
We need to cut to Batman being like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Think of the
Finale fight just a big bombastic battle for the Earth, but something much more intimately emotional.
intimately
One
emotional. Oh my god,
Stop it.
are you the kind of person who cries when you see Luke Skywalker?
We're getting close to the end, folks.
man forcing another to kill his body the same way his soul has already done.
Kill his body the same way his soul already died.
Also, if he's trying to stop Zod from moving to the right to kill those people, then why does he twist his neck to the right?
Yeah, I guess the
That's a good
laser
point,
stopped
actually,
for
yeah.
a second. Hold on,
Not a very
I got a freeze frame for you.
That's dumb, Superman. Now they died. They got lasered.
I like it.
Such a
That's
like
great.
meh.
You've already destroyed my soul.
That
to be
loosely
clear,
resembles a person.
I sad face. There you go, guys. Made it perfectly clear.
It's probably the same way you kill the soul. Ah. Now I get it.
The emotional payoff. It's too much.
The same way his soul has already done.
Oh, sorry. It was the same way his soul already died. That is so great. You must kill his body the same way his soul already died.
USA. Defending Man of Steel with Soul Talk.
AKA the closest the DCU has ever gone to the finale of Civil War. Which
So the truer that segment might be, the more pathetic the DCEU gets.
Yeah.
Good lord.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Which gives me hope that maybe one day we can get there. And the way to begin
No.
is to take Man of
Imagine your bar is, hopefully we can get back to Man of Steel.
Oh my God. That's just losing.
Oh, jeez.
Maybe one day we'll be shit.
Hopefully we can make it back to shit.
Maybe one day we could get back to shit instead of absolutely abysmal shit.
Steel's purpose and use it. Explore your hero with one inner driving struggle. Test your hero with 3 external plot components, and then
Yeah,
weave all
you
that
watched
together
Blink Tits
with the
and
villain.
got this.
Oh.
That's it?
Oh, that's the end.
Oh,
Holy shit, what an ending.
Honor. Wow, it's just over. was unceremonious.
That video
Jesus.
was rushed as fuck, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But it just came
Oh,
out
yeah, I said
recently,
something
didn't
wrong.
it?
I could record the line again, but instead, just text
That-
it. Fucking.
Wait,
We
so
got it. How do we end it? Just end it.
Can
It's
we
over
just-
now.
Can we
it's
listen
not like
to
he
that again?
rushed it to get it out when Men of Steel actually happened. Didn't he release this like this month?
Maybe he
Just-
wants it ahead of Justice League. Maybe like his next one will be
Yeah.
Batman.
With all
I guess.
All right, I just
so.
want to listen to this ending again.
3 external plot components, and then weave all of that together with the villain.
With the villain.
Oh, he doesn't let like the sound cue like get to the appropriate point to cut it. It really is like he just ended it. Like he accidentally hit the button and said, "Fuck it, it's good enough." He barely talks about the woman he's devoted the thumbnail to.
Well,
I mean,
well,
there's nothing to talk about.
I was gonna say,
but
his commentary on her is she's great
Her
because of the
life is
person she
relevant.
works for. Like, what matters so much about her is how much we know about Zod. Apparently, like what he has to praise about her isn't even about her.
Why is her knife round at the end?
I don't know. It doesn't look very effective, does it?
It looks like a butter knife, a Krypton butter knife.
Which is funny because it's meant to look like a crazy cool knife, but it's not. It's a butter
It's not
knife.
even pointy, which is like a
it's all
knife
flumpy.
stub.
That
If it's
is
for
a
stabbing
flumpy knife, that's for
I
sure.
guess that would really hurt to get stabbed with, but
Yeah, I mean she's
you know.
strong, right? So she's putting that in.
Yeah.
She
But
didn't
like
know
on
she was-
Krypton, she wasn't strong, so that knife would have been worthless.
that's just
Maybe it
a
was a butter knife.
convenient- It's a torture device. He just stabs people with it a lot.
Imagine like a human was fighting an alien and they once met, they got like a butter knife and they're like, oh shit, I hope he doesn't realize this is for like butter. And this is for stabbing people.
Little did you know that we are butter aliens.
Well, we did it.
Perfection.
God.
Film perfection.
Steel is perfection. Man of Steel it's horrible. I don't even know what to say.
Nice to know
It's
the
really,
caliber
really
of
bad.
caliber of defenses for it. I guess what
It might even be bottom tier DCEU at this point.
I suppose now
So
we're
far-
gonna have to like do a second EFAP for the next ones because we got a lot of super chats to get to and we're already at 4.5 hours.
Oh my god, 4.5 hours? Time flies when you're having
Okay, what were the other two again? Because there were two more, right?
Well, they're just 2 other videos about how Man of Steel is actually great though.
Right.
So,
Wow.
yeah, the one from Twin Perfect is called "Why You're Wrong About Man of Steel."
Well, how long is that one?
36
Is it addressed
minutes.
to the people? who think it's
37 minutes.
Oh,
wow.
So that one's out.
That would
What
be
about
a
the other one?
chunk of an EFAP to do that. There's no way we're getting that one done.
good? This is 18 minutes, and it took us a while.
Yeah, you can
What
say
was
it
the
was a
next one
while.
again?
The other one is 11 minutes.
Oh, god, yeah.
To do another one. We've got shit tons of messages to get to. We've already got a huge backlog.
That's a fair point. That's
Damn
a
you,
fair point.
chat. So, yeah, we'll reconvene. You know, the DC arc, guys, it's gonna be a long
It
one.
is juicy. There's a lot of fruit on that tree.
Oh, yes.
It needs a picking.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
Harvest time. Crap.
which means, yeah, we'll just start answering. It'll be fun to delve back into the beginning of this stream.
All right. It's like 2 streams in one.
Oh my god.
See what
Wow,
people
what
talked about.
quality. Such rich content.
No one likes a quittable.
Wow.
We're not stopping the stream. It's gonna be another fucking 4 hours, more than likely.
Yeah.
You know how it goes, guys. You know how it goes. But I guess yeah. If anybody wishes to jump out at this point, this would be possibly the time.
I'm chilling.
How
I'm just
are
I'm
you
still
now?
good.
I am. You
Very
nerd.
well.
I might get some coffee, but yeah,
Ew.
I'll still be here. Hey,
Hi.
all right.
I'm also chilling. I'm gonna go fix me a drink, and I'll be right back.
Very well.
Yeah, actually, give me like 10 or 15 minutes, and then I'll be back.
All
That's
right,
a long
give-
time for coffee.
Mm.
Hurry it up.
Well, I'm also gonna do other tasks, but I'm not going anywhere. So
What are you doing?
Well,
You're
it
gonna
sounds like
grow
you're
the
going somewhere.
coffee bean, raise it, nurture it.
what? Am I going to raise and nurture? I didn't what?
The coffee bean, you're gonna plant it, and
yeah,
then you're gonna.
I gotta calm it down before I boil it. So, you know, he's going to
You
be
boil it
stressing out
slowly.
otherwise.
Coffee beans like a frog. You have to slowly turn the water. I almost said the water volume up. The water heat.
Turn up the water volume.
Well, as somebody mentioned, the coffee had its chance.
The coffee.
So, Fringy has to fight emus to get his coffee. Yeah, like I got coffee sitting, and every time I need to get coffee, I need to get a katana and decapitate a very ferocious emu that's blocking my path.
Damn.
But
Makes sense
the
to me.
emus have been a bit preoccupied with their war with the cassowaries. It's a stalemate at the moment, but the Battle of the Somme equivalent for emus and cassowaries is you know, it's coming. We're all a little bit concerned about it.
I mean, I'm not concerned about it because I don't have to deal with that shit.
Because you're very far away. That's right. It's not a problem. You have to.
If they learn how to fly or swim.
If they learn how to fly, it would be game over. Yeah, you imagine like you living on the west coast of America. You wake up one morning and just see a bunch of emus flying in.
Fly, my pretty fly.
It's like getting machine guns to start gunning down people on like, what's Venice Beach?
Well, that'd be
That'd
too.
be
Would
pretty
it be that bad?
Or would it be more like Saving Private Ryan, but just the other way around? The people on the landing craft, the emus, the
New Air
Force, just shooting them. Yeah. The Emu War 2, the second great Emu War. Hey, look, all right, it's sooner or later, all right.
What does that
Hey,
mean?
leave Pichu alone.
Oh, fuck Pichu. She attacked me. Well, he.
Pichu. No, but actually, yeah. All right, I'll be
Don't get your
back.
coffee, you nerd.
Yeah.
Drinking coffee right now.
Well,
it's Fringy has to filter the coffee through a didgeridoo.
All right, so the first one is poop.
Nice.
This film is
True. Hello, Longoid, Mootle,
Accurately.
Fringaloid, and Captain O. Also, Hyrax, who's a good boy.
Hi.
That's right.
Hi.
You are. All the butt screeches for you.
Ooh, boy.
Oh, no, no, Blastoise. Did you see Chris Stuckman's Jehovah's Witness video? He revealed how much he was radicalized and the struggles he had. He also came out as pansexual. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I imagine. What was it? Jehovah's Witness. I don't know much about Jehovah's Witnesses, but yeah, I don't know.
I think
You know,
there's
the Italians, they don't like Jehovah's Witnesses.
Damn.
Yeah,
Do you think
they don't
Italian
like any
people
witness.
don't like Chris Stuckman? Do you think Italians watch Chris Stuckman's channel?
Well, now that I mean,
I'm curious where your brain is going with this one. Dylan.
I think my little joke got kind of swallowed up, so I'm trying to figure out how to reformat it back into a workable. I don't know if I can.
Damn.
I think it was a one and done thing, and I think it just got
Imperial Fist said, "I got your joke, Rags." There you go.
Thank you very much. I thank you.
If you think WV is bad, can you please explain Friday Night Tights only used adaptation arguments? And I'm really sick of hearing McComics, High Rags, and M. WV.
WV?
Yeah, it says if you think WV is bad.
WandaVision?
Oh. So, why is WandaVision bad without using... I mean, Rags and I can't even use adaptation arguments to complain about that show, so... My issues with WandaVision as it stands right now is almost everything outside of the reality show, well, the sitcom universe is pretty tismy, in that their sort of assessment and approach to this anomaly has been really embarrassing and slow. Then there's, like, the different tests they've been running, they seem to have, like, ignored a lot of basic, obvious shit, and instead opted to just, wait, what happens if I die in this? Oh, I'll just continue. Like, one of the first things they try is guys should go underground because we don't know if the fucking thing applies underground. It's a really weird thing. Like, you could find that out.
We can check.
Yeah, you just dig a fucking hole, and then you look, and you put things through it and see what happens. It's so weird that they're just like...
Go to the border, and you take a shovel with you, and you dig in the dirt, and you see if it goes down.
And it's only Rambo that's like, oh, you know, we need to make a vehicle that is comprised of these materials to be able to breathe. It's like, how haven't you figured this out yet? You didn't try like drones and robots?
Wow, what a idea that is.
And then you have I'm gonna shoot your gun at my own clothes to prove it's Kevlar. That whole scene was weird. Then there's the speaking to Scarlet Witch. They don't get her to address the captured 5,000 people. That just sort of slips the conversation. It's mentioned once and then it's not recovered. And she's like, stay out of my home, basically. I really don't like how a lot of it's handled. More on the subjective side, holy fuck is Kat Dennings' voice annoying. Like,
oh, Jesus Christ.
nails on a chalkboard. My god.
Yeah, she's the most nasally high-pitched voice ever.
That's what it is.
It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Spider.
Fuck you, Spider-Man.
And so, there's more. We'll probably go over more of it when we do, once the last episode's out and we maybe do an EFAP, but, yeah, as it stands, the more it goes on, the less confident I am in it. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh, I actually got him, nice.
Nice, dude, nice.
Yeah.
My favorite part of Man of Steel is how genocide is committed twice over because Superman, Zod, and the Kryptonians are all too stupid to live. Agreed.
Yeah, they're all dumb and they don't just like have conversations with each other. They don't use their words, and it's one of my least favorite tropes. How characters just don't use words to communicate and solve their issues easily and efficiently in ways that work out for everybody.
Really annoying.
Very annoying.
Filmento also has a video talking about how bad Green Lantern is, but he's just comparing it to Iron Man.
Okay.
Okay.
Fair enough. First ever super chat. Oh well, thank you very much. Thanks for responding to my State of EFAP post from the subreddit. It gave me a deeper appreciation for YouTube content in general, and helped me remember why I come around in the first place. Also, hi Rags.
Oh.
Forgive me for not being able to remember exactly which one that was. I'm hoping it was positive. I don't fucking know. But yeah, no problem.
Maybe the one where you were ranting that people think you're not doing any work or just doing it for the money.
Oh.
The last bigger one you did. That's the only one that would come to mind in recent times.
I mean, it might be. This doesn't. I mean, from what they've just said, I doubt they would. I don't know. I do not know, but whatever. They liked the response.
Dude, were the yellow matrices annoying to get for you as well?
Matrices?
Matrices.
The third one was annoying to get. Yeah, if that's the yellow one.
Yeah, yeah, that's the third one. I'm fucking chopping down trees to make.
My God.
Those organic thingies.
Fires?
What? No, they're called organic crystals.
Oh.
Yeah.
I need to chop down trees and plants to make artificial ones, I guess.
Green Lantern was the Iron Man of the DC movies, then it failed. I only watched it the one time. That's probably going to be a fun EFAP movies as well. The movie that Ryan Reynolds makes fun of publicly, which is pretty cool.
I've never seen that one.
Yeah, I never saw it either.
Well, I know, because it's very bad. I saw it once. Sup, Dick Splashes. Consider this my obligatory super chat for the stream. Looking forward to it as always. Have a good evening, gents, and hi, Rago Boy.
Oh, hi there.
Working on a DCEU critique, so this is perfect timing. Man of Steel and BVS are garbage that crippled the franchise. Can it really be considered crippling the franchise when that's all that there was at first? Like,
well, I got it off to a really bad start, and so
maybe they mean the DC franchise in general.
Yeah,
maybe.
I mean,
even then.
So I guess your options for following those. Do I try to pay close attention to those, and if I do, it'll probably be bad, or just do my own thing, and then I'm also a hack, so that'll probably be bad too.
Kind of like what Patty Jenkins did, and then derided Joss Whedon for, which is weird.
Yeah, that's a weird one for sure.
Champed up, but the losers have to do the Movie Bob challenge, champed up hard mode. No. Metal almost died.
I set a dangerous precedent. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Hi, Rags.
Calling this
Hi.
prevention hotline, reporting your stream. He's
Wait,
trying to
wait.
kill himself at McDonald's. Stop.
Yeah. By the way, you're cutting out for me today, Rex. Like your voice gets drained.
It's
for
whenever
me
someone
this
else
time.
talks, it's the thing. It's doing the thing.
Yeah, I don't know why it happens. I'm trying
Yeah.
to adjust different settings and see why the fuck that is, but it seems that whenever someone else is talking and I'm talking, Discord prioritizes everyone else instead of me, and I have no idea why.
Yeah, I just noticed that it happened for me today that I can't hear you sometimes.
So now I will try to. So I'll adjust some settings. I don't know. See if there's anything else I could do.
No.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what other settings I could kind of adjust to check and see if that's the case. But
Yeah, I mean, if
anyone
anybody knows about this, help. Basically, 'cause-
like in EFAP movies and stuff, if I'm talking and someone else talks, then basically everything that I say just disappears. It could be the punchline of a joke, or it could be an observation, or it could be a question that's being asked. It could be anything, and it literally just like cuts me out. So if anyone knows how to fix that in Discord, send me a message, because I really would like to know why that is. It's very annoying, and you lose content because of it.
Yeah. Oh man, that's kind of messed up. Oh no.
Oh shit! I ran out of. Oh, and I have to fly all the way back to the end of the other system. Oh fuck me! This sucks.
Get wrecked, Mel.
Yeah, I have like one moon that has Titanite stuff, and it's like super far away. Oh wait, and this is the one that gives me interstellar logistics. Oh, fucking hell! Oh well.
Chase knows he just refused to share why it happens. I don't think he knows. I think he's just desperately trying to give himself the like the aura of importance.
Who of the many hundreds of people that we covered are you talking about?
Oh, Chase.
Wait,
Who
Chase.
who knows why that Discord is doing the thing? Because we brought it up with when he was here too, and he said he knows why it's happening, but he won't explain why or how.
Oh, I doubt he does.
Yeah, I don't think he does either. I just think that he knows, because he wants to feel important.
Oh, that's cute.
Sprax is the farthest away. Is that true? It says regions in Europe. Springy's in Australia. Capital O Opinions is
American.
Atlanta.
American. So yeah. Someone said try disabling quality of service packet priority. Let me see. User settings, voice and video. Mine is disabled. So I'll turn it on, and we'll see if that fixes things. Because I don't know. I hope so.
We will see.
Yeah.
Rag should check in Windows old sound settings on communication tab. Set it to do nothing.
So I just deliberately talked over you, and I don't think it cut you off, for me at least.
Both of you speak at the same time. Go.
All right. Once upon a time, there was this man named man, and his milk was fucking. He would down
shitty.
Honestly, I can't even quite tell. I think it's still happening. I can't quite tell.
Boners because of his milk.
Boners with milk. It's the last thing I heard.
Yeah. Well, I'll be able to tell in casual discussion probably easier than that.
Yeah.
I don't know. So, we got Hi Rags, Hi Mootle, Hi Frog Daddy G, Hi other person whose name I'm not sure of, Hi EFAPers of Cambodia, hello people with the letter Q in their name, hello Davy Jones, yes I do fear death, and last but, and then it cuts off.
Good talk.
Oh. Well, hello. I'm sure I count in one of those. But wow, I'm getting bullied. Does Filmento try to act hip like the youngsters? I don't know what he's trying to do. It's hard to understand. I don't know. It's a confusing. Because obviously it's not the simplest thing to write a script when English isn't your native language, which I'm careful to say that because it might be for him and I'm being really mean, but I'd assume not. And so a lot of the things that he says sound really weird, so I think it's better to assume he's making mistakes rather than he's trying to sound hip, you know?
I mean,
that's my take.
Someone said that in that when we were all talking at once that I have the highest priority. Could it be Rags because you're at like the very far right? You're like the last one alphabetically.
That sounds
I don't
Surely
think
that
that's
does-
how we would do it. That sounds
Yeah, that-
stupid. But like, I don't know. That's all I can think of.
never underestimate the stupidity of developed software.
Yes.
So I guess it could be alphabetical priorities, which is good for me, I guess. But...
And Aaron A. Aronson, he's probably having a good time. But maybe he doesn't have many friends, which would be unfortunate.
Feels bad, man.
This just in. Metal has officially announced on Twitter that he killed the last mosquito. All traces of mosquito life forms are officially extinct.
Yeah, you can thank me later. Go follow me under twitch.tv.
Oh shit, that's the guy that killed the last mosquito.
Yeah. I wonder what games he
I'm
plays.
gonna watch him play God of Boy.
Look, it's a hero.
What a legend.
Oh, I guess because on my mind, I was playing a game the other day. It was on Origin, and I had a buddy on my team, and his name was Rags, R-A-G-S. That's the guy. He's why I can't name my profile in Origin Rags. I met him. I finally met him.
That's
I
hilarious.
sent him a friend request because I'm gonna try and see if he'd be willing to change his name so I can have it.
I will pay you good money, and if you refuse to, I will announce that you had your chance and then genocide your people.
Quite a coinky dink. It's very weird looking at his name in game.
That's not me. Who are you, imposter?
How dare you criticize Anna's boyfriend's movie? True. Henry and her clearly in a relationship, but I don't blame him for the movie. I think he's just great. You know, it's unfortunate if anything, because you know he could probably make a really good Superman if he had someone who cared to write it.
She and Jay Longbone are gonna have to fight over him though.
Oh yes.
Yeah, that's true.
What if you inverted Rags?
Ooh.
You have to invert my settings.
Wait, what did I flag you for? Alright, Titan Knight.
Muller, if you had to erase Buffy or Lord of the Rings, which would you pick? Ooh. So one means more to me, but I know the other one means a lot to the world. So
really Lord of the Rings.
I don't know about that, because I really do love Lord of the Rings. And I would be depriving a lot of people of some of their favorite content of all time. Oof.
Wow.
It goes on to say, if you erase Buffy, it'll be remade by the Batwoman creators. If you erase Lord of the Rings, it'll be remade by Rian Johnson. Oh.
Why are you so cruel?
I would rather watch Batwoman creators do Buffy than Rian Johnson do Lord of the Rings.
That'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to vote to erase
It'd be less
Buffy.
spiteful than the Rian Johnson Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, he'll just like make everyone shit.
What if Frodo to just give up, like from the get-go? It's like, no.
But do I even want to save Middle Earth, Sam? Of course you do, Mr. Frodo.
is shit.
Strawberries.
Middle Earth is a shithole.
Check out Solid Man on Amazon, the second in the Starfight series. Can Robot Father teach boy how to do good before Robot Fiend stops him? Solid Man.
Solid man. That sounds hilarious.
Yeah, but I hope it's good, I guess. I don't know.
Alright, organic flumes.
Blessed be Dawn. I kept seeing this Man of Steel video every time I opened YouTube and wondered if it would be on your radars. Snap and dice, lads. Yeah, it was a surprise to us. He timed it perfectly. We just, you know, set up to be like, this time for Man of Steel EFAP. And he was like, hey, Man of Steel video, it's perfect. It's like, oh. If you say so. Salutations, Lord Longbone of Muplington Abbey, and hello, Wagsies.
Oh, hi.
My own doggo is turning 10 this weekend. She's named Sunny, after the Beatles song, and earns the name. Can I get a happy birthday and some squishes for a very good girl?
Happy birthday, Sonny.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure. Is there an easier way to do this? It's stupid.
Yes, happy birthday, Sonny. This was on the gaming one we did last night, right? Oh, you recognize
Oh
it,
yeah,
I do.
that sounds familiar. You're correct.
Why are we still talking about Man of Steel? Tonal just dropped an hour 20-minute critique of Cyberpunk 2077. Good day, Rags.
I saw that.
Good day.
I'm sure he teared it a new long hole. That's what they say.
I haven't watched it completely yet, though. Mostly because I haven't played Cyberpunk, so I actually no idea what's happening.
Wow, not a true Cyberpunk fan.
I'm not. You're correct.
Yep.
I'll admit it. Hot take right there, boys.
Stop. No offend
No.
everyone.
I'll say it again.
Go, Goldeen. Legendary Pokemon.
Plorcamorns.
Wow, what a way to go. Zack Snyder movies are just as terrible as J.J. Abrams. Why does he constantly get a pass from fans? You got me. I don't know. The writing is about as horrible. But yeah. What do you mean by blunt when criticizing things? I guess it just refers...
Too obvious and unclever, generally, is probably how we use it. Like if a villain just... Like if a bunch of people are on a beach talking to each other, and they all just spill out all of their motivations to one another, just right there, just blatantly, boom, there it is, and there's nothing clever or interesting about it. It's just, boom, this is everything you need to know about me as a character. That's very blunt.
Killed myself twice now. I'm assuming they're referring to when delivering criticism bluntly. It's just like, yeah, you don't dress it up at all. You just...
Yeah, oh yeah, in that
say
case,
it as
yeah,
is.
it's very, just, there it is.
Yep.
Which, when you're delivering criticism, is often very useful.
Useful, yeah, so there's no
Because you don't want to...
confusion.
Yeah, you don't want to be confusing, and you don't want to use metaphors and parables. You just want to... This is
You don't
what I
want to
mean.
say everything is inverted.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like the symbolism in Batman versus Superman with the upside down painting, I feel like that's blunt. It's just like, oh yeah, I get what you're trying to do. Yep, I get it.
Overt, if you will.
Yeah. Not especially clever.
No.
No.
This just says a video essay. Yes.
Nice.
Indeed.
On
You guys gonna cover / watch the Snyder Cut? Oh yes.
No.
To be honest, with the way this is going, it's gonna line up pretty perfectly too. Like, everything seems to be going well. This will be a very long Snyder arc, or at least in comparison to our other arcs. I saw one of the future super chats says like, what happened to the prequel arcs? Like, we will return to it one day. We didn't quite get to Revenge of the Sith, but one day.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
Oh, yeah.
Don't worry. We're always ready to go back and talk about Star Wars. God forbid.
Yay, Star Wars.
Star Wars.
The
That's
best
full of
wars.
soldiers.
And what did they all do when the war ended? They went crazy.
They went crazy and killed
Went
everyone.
planet by planet, destroying populaces. It's like, well, okay.
I mean, that's what soldiers do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
That's a shame.
Spirited Away is overrated. Prove me wrong.
No.
I liked it. That's all I remember.
I have not seen it.
Same.
Spirited Away was neat from memory, but perhaps it is flumpy. Chat, you decide.
Oh
How
my
dare
god.
you.
I remember liking it, but that's all I remember.
I'm sorry to hear you're on the spectrum, Mauler. I didn't know that being a Dumbo puts you in that category.
Being a Dumbo.
Well, you know what? We love them anyway.
Mhm.
I'm on the Dumbo.
Tism and all.
That's the
The term is Dumbo capable, I think.
It was
Yeah, just because he has to wear a helmet when he walks downstairs doesn't mean he can't tell you ITLJ is shit. It's all good.
Yep. Fuck me, Ganon. Stop. Stop it, Ganondorf.
Stop it. Ganondorf, stop.
Enough.
Enough.
Oh shit, he actually just straight up killed me. I'm not even gonna think I'm gonna reset. Fuck you.
Stop ringing.
But yeah, that was to do with Jay's tweet. It was like a paragraph that opens with like, I'm convinced that if you're an online personality, you have to be like a fucked up person. And the references were that,
I mean, I know that already, but yeah.
well, the references for me and Rags were Rags is a furry and I'm autistic.
Well, I might be autistic, but at least I'm not a furry.
I think well, the funny part about my one was like I'm pretty sure he's on the spectrum. It's like, okay.
I wonder what that makes Metal and Fringy and me.
Oh, I never get mentioned. I'll never figure that. I'll never get answers. It's
Nobody
almost
cares
And I
about
think
Metal.
in that paragraph, it was something like the only two normal ones are ER and Drinker, which is
Critical Drinker
odd
and ER are
choice.
normal ones.
The Nazi and the alcoholic. Ah, yes, the two normal ones. Yeah.
Anyways, you should play DDLC. Oh, one day, perhaps.
Maybe one day. Who knows? Perhaps.
Just want to
Potentially.
say, love the work you guys do. Been watching since 36, and you've all helped me to think more critically about media. Hi, Rags.
Hi.
It's yeah, it's good news. Glad
Yeah,
to
it's
Being
very good.
critical is good.
Yes, we should always all be
Hot take.
critical of everything ever, including donuts.
dough.
How did weeaboos become a
Nuts.
thing? Also, hi, Rags.
Hi. I don't know. I guess a bunch of loser virgins needed to. They just gravitate towards anime for some reason, because I don't know, because it's so shit. I don't know.
There's
Maybe-
your
maybe
analysis,
the-
folks.
Maybe the juvenile appeal of so much of it, just they just love it for some reason. It's try-hardy, cringy attempts at coolness inspire. They just click within a certain kind of brain. I don't know. I'm just pure conjecture at this point. Pure
Also,
conjecture.
those are just some random thoughts
spitball
about
in
it,
here.
yeah.
Just spitball in here. So, who knows?
That
Curious
Pokeball
question,
didn't belong
though.
to you. Boy, Cannon.
Yet your rags gravitates to Barbie. So, one of the things you need to understand is that my knowledge of Barbie is because I was around it constantly. So you absorb it. Like, I know The Lion King 2, Simba's Pride. I know a lot about that movie because I was around it playing so much. I know the JJ the Jet Plane theme song by heart, right? Because you hear it enough fucking times
Let us hear it.
and it
Let
gets
us hear it,
burned into your
Rags.
memory. I don't have to prove anything to you. The point
No, you
is,
don't
when you're
have
like
to,
when
but I would
like when
enjoy
you're
it, that's all I'm-
when you're the oldest of four, it's like being a parent in a way. When you're constantly around younger siblings, all of the stuff they watch, you can't escape from oftentimes. It's just always happening around you. So that's why I know a lot of the Barbie movies. It's not that I went out of my way to be like, fuck yeah, we're watching Barbie.
Liar.
Barbie and the Nutcracker, boys.
Man,
Fairytopia.
That was ages ago. I totally lost.
No, it's still playing on.
Rax has
stream
been
for me.
brainwashed by JJ the Jet
Yeah,
Plane.
goddamn, that was.
JJ the Jet Plane's creepy.
Oh.
When they came up with that show, because like they can't do anything. They're just planes with faces on them. It's kind of like Thomas the
That's
Tank
terrifying.
Engine. Yeah, they're just trains with faces on them. They don't have arms or legs to manipulate the environment. Anything like in JJ the Jet Plane. Go on YouTube and watch the clips of it. Whenever they need to do anything, like there's an episode where they go camping, right? And I know it's fucking nuts. And they're one of the planes. It's not Oscar. It's like the young plane with the big fucked up nose. He's afraid of the dark and stuff, but he can't like do anything. You can't they have a fire in front of them when the scene is started, but you don't see him making the fire because they don't have arms. They can't make the fire, so it's just like the fire's just there when it needs to be. Whenever they need to do anything, it either cuts away or they leave the scene, and it's implied that they do it off screen somehow. I don't know why they make characters who just can't do things. Rant over, I guess. I don't know.
Nightmare fuel,
You gotta
clearly.
imagine that it would be pretty terrifying to be like
A sentient steam
but
engine?
You're an
Yeah.
engine. Like you have no arms, you have no legs. You can only move along these predefined tracks. Sounds like more of a story arc than Man of Steel. The story about Thomas the Tank Engine coming to grips with his reality. Sprouting some legs.
don't think I'd be able to handle it, you know. I really hope
can remember
Thomas
that
makes it out.
Who's God? Who is that little fucker? I think his name is. One thing. The person who voiced JJ, the titular JJ of JJ the motherfucking jet plane, Debbie Derryberry. She voices Jimmy Neutron.
Oh, now
right.
somebody just mentioned something that I briefly read that might be... So, Warner Brothers patented the Nemesis system from Shadow of War.
They what?
The Middle-earth game. They patented it, the system. They own the system itself.
Okay.
Of, I don't know, emergent enemies with personalities that you have to fight. That is quite concerning to me. Like patenting, could you imagine if Nintendo patented platforming or something?
Sure.
Yeah, because generally, I thought you weren't allowed to patent game mechanics.
Ideas.
Well, yeah,
that's...
surely you could make something similar, but argue it's not the same, and therefore you're okay or whatever.
Maybe. Let me see. Yeah, because maybe it isn't as bad as it sounds. So there are multiple attempts to patent it, but the U.S. Patent Office released an issue notice stating that the patent would go into effect on the 23rd. They have the option to patent through 2035, provided they keep up with the fees. The patent followed the Nemesis as Nemesis characters, Nemesis forts, social vendettas, and followers in computer games. Codifies the Nemesis system and the sum of its parts as property of Warner Brothers. So the short version is that the patent covers a system featuring procedurally generated NPCs that exist in a hierarchy and interact with and will remember the actions of players, have their appearance behavior altered by players, and whose place in that hierarchy can change and affect the position of other NPCs. Oh boy, that actually sounds quite vague. So I guess you can't have the Nemesis system in your games anymore?
Their axe goes against stirring up the hornet's nest being extremely hyperbolic. No, JJ is weird. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but JJ and Thomas are fucking weird. They're just they're vehicles with faces. At least with what Bob the Builder, right? And Handy Manny. Like I feel like the tools that he uses in his construction equipment are more like they can do things. Like the whole point of a backhoe or one of like a steamroller. So I remember the steamroller being some retarded one. But at least they could sort of do things. They could impact their environment around them in some way. Like they could construct and build. Like one of them could dig holes, therefore implying that it can place the dirt in other places. But and the tools can do things as well. Like even if they're being used to do other things, there's some kind of I don't know. It just seems different when it's like a plane, you know, or a train. I'd rather be a plane than a train, of course. At least I'd have the freedom to fly around places and see the world. With a train, it's like, well, if the track ain't there, then I ain't going there.
So I have a list of JJ the Jet Plane characters. Was it Snuffy?
It was Snuffy. Yes, it is Snuffy.
But the
Snuffy
propeller nose?
Snuffy was fucking... Yeah, he had the propeller nose. He looked fucked up. The others had, like, human faces. He was like a dog.
Wow, what you got against dogs?
No, it was just odd that all of the other planes, like Big Jake and Oscar and JJ and Tracy and all that shit, because I know their fucking names... They're all people. They're clearly human faces, except for
Herky.
Snuffy. Oh, we ain't forgetting, right? But Snuffy has this fucked up, like, weird pinky muzzle sort of thing. It's really strange what his face is. And I don't know why I don't know what the creative decision was in, like, making that his face. I don't know. Snuffy was fucked up. Like he was an animal. Like he looked like a rat because he had buck teeth. He looked like a rat. Here, let me get a picture of him and I'll post it for you because I remember him looking like, oh my god, I'm so right. He looks like a rat.
You're just being hyperbolic.
No, I'm not. Here's a picture of him. Here's a picture of him.
You don't understand how much this
He looks like a fucking rat.
Oh my god.
Ew.
It's disgusting.
I'm just saying, name the lie.
There is a rat element there, I agree.
Oh,
No, I
God,
just
that's
love that
horrifying.
chat was like Rags being hyperbolic again, and he went back to AJ.
Okay, someone said, Carl says, Rags knows a lot about the lore of a show he claims to hate. Welcome to EFAP.
What the
We
fuck
know
are
a
you-
lot
yeah.
about the things we hate. Have you heard of Star Wars?
That's what we advocate for. Like, you should know what you're fucking talking about.
I hate Mandalorian. I hate The Boys. I hate all sorts of things, and I know about them.
Nice.
I hate JJ the jet plane.
You might even say the hatred comes from knowing about it.
How can you hate it if you don't know about it?
Well, that's called prejudice. So if you guys remember the incredible quote from Spy Kids 2 from Steve Buscemi, you think God stays in heaven because he's too afraid of what he created here on Earth? This fucking...
Is that from Spy Kids? Is that where that quote originates?
Yes.
Oh my goodness
Wow,
gracious!
That's pretty edgy for Spy Kids.
Hence why we need to watch the Spy Kids movies, you know? Because a lot of people are like, oh, they're childish. It's like, no, they have deep thought. They talk
remember,
about things.
When Spy Kids 3D came out, I was so impressed by that. I don't know why.
Why?
I feel like if I watched it now, I don't know. It just was like, wow, look at this. He's like reaching out of the screen and grabbing things. How cool is that?
I remember Frodo being player 1 or whatever. I can't remember. The 1, is it? Something like that. He just gets killed straight away. Funny. So anyway, Zod incited the erection, the steel erection.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness gracious! Man of Steel erection.
Wait, he stole the erection?
He
He
needs
did.
some Kryptonian, not Viagra. Whatever that he needs inverted Viagra.
Started Viagra, yeah.
Maybe those kids should have drowned. With great power comes great manslaughter. Yeah.
Makes
It's a
sense.
good lesson to learn. Amel on Rags, hello. Writing question for you. When is it a good time to have an exposition scene? Because most people have a more negative view of it. It's kind of a complicated one, isn't it?
So I guess generally, and I use this very loosely, get it all out of the way at the beginning.
For the most
I'm
part.
kind of different. I think that basically just have exposition whenever it is absolutely necessary that people understand what's happening for the story to continue.
Pace it out well, try and achieve more than just the
Try to do-
exposition at
yes.
the time, and as long as
Yeah,
it's
that's-
before the event that you needed it to understand.
Yeah,
That's the most important thing. Try to like couch it in something else. So I forget who it was, but someone did a video talking the opening scene of The Social Network and how it sort of couches a ton of exposition in a scene with a lot of conflict between two characters. And because you're focused on the conflict, you're not as focused on the fact that they're dumping a lot of exposition. Like, it feels natural because the characters are talking the way they would naturally, but it's not only accomplishing exposition, it's also accomplishing character conflict. You know what I mean? So like, see if you can
exposition at the same time. Then
It's like infotainment. That's two-tainment, not enough info.
Yeah.
You agree with me. You agree with me.
I guess,
when you're, it's like if you're trying to teach like a kid song about like nuclear fission, right? Right? You have all these characters and they're dressed up in atomic parts, and I'm the water molecule, and I'm the neutron, and I'm the fucked up guy at Chernobyl, and they go out and they dance around, and they have the songs and they sing, and there's a lot of CGI, and they're singing about stuff, but like kids are dumb, and they're gonna focus on the dancing and the singing and the special effects, and they're not gonna be thinking about, oh yeah, of course, when you knock the electrons off of it, it creates the best. They're not gonna get all the science stuff. They're gonna walk away thinking, haha, that sure was a funny proton. Sometimes you can do it right. That's why we all know that, I don't know, what's something we all know that...
The powerhouse of the cell.
Yeah. That one thing is the powerhouse, mitochondria?
That's the one.
Mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Boom. There you go.
So back to the initial question. So
oh, right.
Something that definitely... No, yeah. So one thing that definitely comes up for a lot of people with exposition scenes, they don't have problem with exposition in itself. They have a problem, especially when the exposition is not spoken, like it's not what the characters would naturally be saying to each other. So it's like the characters would already know this, so they feel the need to explain it, that it's just for the audience's sake. People don't like that. Or like in Prometheus, where they're only told about their mission once they're at the planet. It's like, they should know this beforehand. This doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Or like in the last episode of WandaVision, there's some very, very important, obvious information that we are just now learning for some reason that cannot be explained.
Yeah.
Because they want the audience to
think,
know it now is why.
I think like the general idea, I think if you root it down to, so what is the goal that the writer has when they're telling a story? And I think the fundamental thing is you want to convince somebody that this story is real in a certain sense. You want them to be able to suspend their disbelief and believe that this is something that either did happen or could actually happen somewhere. And the best way to do that is to avoid, as much as possible, anything that reminds somebody that what they're watching has been constructed by somebody. And the best way to do that is to do exposition that is very overt, that communicates information that, yeah, as Capital said, like, that they either should know already, or if they didn't know, it wouldn't be like, I think the clearest example is, imagine that there was a conversation like, hey, remember September 11th, 2001? No, what was September 11th, 2001? So September 11th, 2001 was when two Boeing, 737 planes. Oh, for reference, a plane is a vehicle that can fly in the sky. And also it was in New York City, established in whatever year it was established, in the country known as the United States of America, situated on the North American continent on Earth. Like,
yeah.
Oh, so guys, Earth is like a planet, and we gotta go. We gotta go way back.
Right, and again, it's the whole idea that if the characters existed in this universe, things that are just known or things that are like major events would never be discussed in the context of like, as if nobody knows what they are. That's one example of many of things that people wouldn't explain.
Yeah, avoid having characters tell other characters things that they obviously know, like they're an idiot.
Or that they obviously should know.
Yes, avoid that. And what my first suggestion was, like, if you're gonna go one way or the other, in a weird sort of sense, if you're gonna, like at the beginning, right? People sit down, they put the movie on, they've clicked it, they're ready. I think, and a lot of people, when the movie first starts, they're still in I'm watching the movie mode. Take advantage of that and get the meta stuff out of the way. Have the title crawl at the beginning. Don't have the title crawl in like the middle of the film.
I don't think I even need that personally. That kind of feels.
You don't
to
need
me
it.
like
No, you don't need it. But they're just asking how to use it.
Oh yeah.
They're asking about how to use exposition. It's like a lot of the times that Star Wars, it's very iconic now, and it's a very useful tool. It's a way to establish information about a universe that's unquestionably true because it's out of universe commentary on the universe in a way. It can't be an unreliable narrator. It's just it's meta, right? It's just information about the world that you need to know going in. You can establish, like Star Wars does this with the title crawl, orchestral theme plays. It takes place in space, and then the words fade, and then planet or ships, and you're right there. A very smooth transition into the universe from the quote-unquote out-of-universe text crawl. That's one way to do it, and it
depends on the kind of story you're writing. I
generally advocate against title crawls and
it's
at the beginning. I think that they're an inelegant way of doing something that you can achieve through just good writing.
Yeah, it's very on the nose. It's not there's nothing subtle about it. So if you're gonna go that route, maybe it's best to just own it.
So another thing to think about is like, is your story the kind of story where Shadow makes sense for characters to explain things to? Or is your story more like the original Alien, where everyone there already knows the mission they're on and wouldn't feel the need to talk about it in those terms to each other?
So why are we going to the base on Mars again?
It's like, you know how to do this, Carl. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, so you don't want to do that. So another thing I would say is that exposition isn't bad in and of itself, as we've already discussed. But if you can craft scenarios where the audience can discover things for themselves without being told explicitly, you should do that. because
This is
people
this
will be
might-
more invested when they are piecing things together themselves versus when you're explaining everything they need to know to them and they don't need to have any actual discovery for themselves. It's not necessary. Like, you can have scenes where characters explain things, but if the audience is invested and they're piecing things together, like in the original Alien, they're on a mining mission to another planet. They're on their way back. There's certain dynamics between the different characters in terms of who's in charge and who isn't. That stuff is never said incredibly explicitly. You just kind of piece it together from their behaviors. So as much as possible, try to make it so the audience can piece it together without you saying it to them directly.
This
Try
is
to
why
achieve more than
POV characters are very common.
Yeah, they are very
Very
common.
common.
I kind of sometimes wish there were less of them. To be honest
Like,
with you.
if Harry Potter had spent his whole life in the wizarding world, JK would be fucked.
Well, no, but she could probably do it. It would just take more.
Maybe.
I don't know. I feel like you always hear people say this, like, we need a character who's the grounding element, and it's like there probably is a truth to that in a pragmatic sense, but I do kind of wish that there were more stories that didn't have POV characters as like a main character who's totally unaware of any of these things.
Yeah,
I
like
assumed when he said
you can
she'd
have
be
an
fucked,
alien
he
just
was referring
acting
to
in
inevitable
rational,
abilities as a
reasonable
writer.
ways.
Yeah, of course. Wait, what did you say,
Previously?
Mola?
When he said that she'd be fucked, I assumed he was referring to her inabilities as a writer in the first place. I don't know. That's how I took it.
Yeah, right, yeah.
I mean, I think the story would have to. I think it would be radically different with how they explain things.
Probably, because if you assume that everybody
Well,
knows,
we don't need Harry Potter to watch lessons unfold, right?
Does
in
Luke
school.
count as a POV? Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, Luke is a very clear example of a POV character. Because he lives on a desert planet, he's not super exposed, he's aware of things going on in the world, but he's not a participant in them until, he gets involved. Like, Luke is a very clear example of a POV character.
Yeah.
Another example
Han
would be
Solo
there's a
explains
reason-
hyperdrive to Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, exactly. And like Obi-Wan explains Jedi and all that, and like Leia kind of explains the conflict. And you can see it in in Mass Effect, like Shepard there's a reason why he's a human. It's because I think that they believe that it would be easier for you to get into the world and understand everything that's happening if you play as a human rather than like a Turian and then get dropped immediately into that culture.
The humans
But
are the
what do you
newest
lose
race
from
to
that?
the.
Yeah, exactly. But the question is, what do you lose from that? You could probably do something really cool with a story that's from a Turian POV that drops you straight into it.
Yeah,
That's
it's-
why I
it's-
kind of wish that it was done less, because I think you can miss out in like speculative fiction if you had like the main character is an orc, or the main character is like an elf or something, or the main character is an alien.
Yeah,
a non-human
unfortunate
entity.
If you have humans, like this happens a lot in sci-fi and fantasy, but the protagonist or the main group or the most popular race or whatever, they're humans, and a lot of the times it's just basic bitch humanity. And there's no super interesting alien culture that you're in. There's no what are the orc people like? What is living with them? What is the dragon people doing? What is the elf people? All these other interesting. No, you're just like visiting them.
Yeah.
As your totally normie fantasy human people. Then you're like, oh, okay, well, that's fun.
Yeah, not a huge. I just wish that there were more stories that were willing to do it with different types of characters. I suppose. Oh, and also on this, I guess the rules would be different depending on whether you're writing a book. Because when you're writing a book, you might be able to get away with things through narration that you can't get away with in a film. But at the same time, there's things that you can do in a film that won't call attention to themselves quite as much as they would in a book.
Yeah, that's true. So I would say, if like the shortest possible rule of thumb for exposition scenes is that see if you can accomplish more than just exposition in the scene. See if we can learn something about the characters, see if we can have a bit of conflict between different characters. See if you can accomplish more than one thing. Because if there's more than one thing happening, then it's not just an exposition dump.
A huge portion of what you know as a human is just by observing it happen around you without anyone explaining it to you. And you just pick it up. So, take advantage of that.
For sure.
That's how you learned a lot of things.
Yes, you, Jeffrey.
You.
You fucking
Guy
Jeff,
called Jeffrey out there. It's like, whoa.
idiot.
You,
I'm
Jeffrey.
Pop out now. I'm getting quite sleepy.
Okay, bye, bye.
Ew, no, stop it. That's disgusting.
But also sensual.
Very nice. Yeah, I'm gonna go sleep now. So you guys have the fun in the flumes and the stuff.
Okie dokie.
I'll catch you all laters.
Congrats on being 30.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me.
Of course.
Alright, see ya.
Bye. Have any of you seen Media Zealot's video on Immortan Joe from Mad Max? Was too stupid to win. My brother and I were losing our minds. Might be good coverage. Immortan Joe was too stupid to win.
So I guess in the show he makes so many for everyone. He's the antagonist from Mad Max Fury Road.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only seen it the one time. I'd have to watch it again.
I mean, I used to really like it. Then I watched Yar's video on it, and I was like, oh, the writing's not very good. So maybe an argument could be made that he's too stupid to win. I'd have to rewatch it again, you know.
Yeah, I'd have to.
It's definitely a fun spectacle movie. I don't know if it.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if it doesn't hold up, but I can appreciate it and it's fun to watch. But
yeah,
you know, so is Wonder Woman 84. So.
Release the Stuckman cut. Did Stuckman do a cut of something? Oh no. Gotta go to work. I'll be enjoying you masses later. Ooh.
Ooh, my goodness.
Never got the anger toward Jonathan saying maybe to Clark. I always took it as a conflicted thing. Doesn't want Clark to be taken away, but knows he was right to save the bus. So instead of saying drown the fuckers, he said, I don't know. Yeah, I think that's bad.
Yeah, that's horrific.
That's bad. It's an obvious choice.
The conflict exists, but it's not really much of a conflict rather than a you have to accept that these are the consequences and we need to do something about that. And then if Clark was like, you mean I shouldn't save people? You should be like, no. Yes, you should definitely save people. Jesus, no.
But maybe there's a way of going about it that doesn't reveal your identity. He doesn't say that. He says, so I should have let them drown. He goes, I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe.
No, maybe.
No, maybe.
No.
I can totally see why many people had an issue with that fucking line.
Yeah. It's like, maybe you shouldn't have. It's like, maybe you're a fucking prick.
Maybe the reason that Clark hates humanity so much is because he was raised by incredibly misanthropic parents.
Yep.
That's what we talk about.
In Batman v Superman, Martha says, you don't owe this world a thing.
Exactly. Exactly. I don't think his parents like humanity very much, which is strange because they are humans, but
yeah.
What do I know?
In the original Superman, which we should rewatch now that we've seen Man of Steel and Batman vs Superman, the Kents are good people. They're good parents to Clark, so that explains a lot of why he is a very good person as an adult, because his parents were very good.
Them children are sponges.
Yeah, they soaked up all that juicy goodness from
the Clarks.
The Kents.
Yeah, I would really like to watch a good Superman movie now. That sounds delightful and refreshing.
As I watch Mauler playing on this map, I'm sure that there was a time when I thought that water was so realistic looking. It ain't now.
What's the best Superman movie? You're a Superman fan, right?
The first one.
Oh, I'm not a big fan of Superman personally.
My favorite's the 1984.
I find him kind of boring.
Oh, I thought you're just a comics.
Yeah, in the EFAP I was trying to root for him a little bit, but generally I find Superman way less interesting than say Batman. Like
okay.
You know,
so the first Superman movie,
78.
Okay.
I said 84,
Yeah,
I meant 78. Yeah, Superman, the 1978 Superman the movie.
I've never seen that one. I'll check it
out. His drive is to destroy the lives of truck drivers. Seems to be, yeah. Big into that. Will you buy MELE?
Mass Effect Legendary Edition?
Oh.
Probably not.
I would be interested to get a whole thing of it in one. That's well, I guess I'll need to check that it's good. In the same way that if someone was like, should I play Resident Evil 4 Remastered? If it's the first, Resident Evil, I'd be like, ooh.
They're like censoring shit in it, and I'm like, fuck off.
What are they censoring?
They're
shots.
Yeah, they're
butt
censoring
shots
a lot of the Miranda's butt shots.
Oh man.
When the whole point of her character is that she's like basically a creation of her father's to be extremely attractive, and beautiful, like a perfect, a perfect daughter.
So Jigglypuff and Zelda, Peach. Okay, Peach just killed herself. Cool.
Let me see if I can find it. It was because they fuck all about actually making an ending that's even approaching good. Let me see if I can find it. Scroll up. Let's see here. They fixed Shepherd manspreading.
Oh, good.
And they are going to make changes to where we will see Miranda's butt less, which are part of her character traits and her backstory, and she's not a bad character either, but yeah, a male shepherd's manspreading, and we gotta change that. But the ending is gonna be the same, so.
Hey, here's the newest controversy. All right.
What?
Newest controversy.
Let's take a look.
Oh, is there too many white women winning awards?
Well,
they're all women.
Nominated.
Yeah, but
wait,
there's
are there
too
any
many...
dudes?
No, Rags, that doesn't matter.
Well,
it's the fact that they're non-white.
This is...
They are white.
They're all...
It doesn't matter that they're women.
Women? Oh. Really?
Might the angle even might the angle even be more so that like they're all blonde as well? Well, not all of them, but almost all of them.
A large amount of them are.
Holy shit, I didn't even notice that at first.
Yeah, I just noticed they were all women.
Well, I think the whole idea is that these are the women who've been nominated for something. But this is the Golden Globes, and I thought we all agreed that they weren't particularly important.
Yes, but we need to make sure that we understand how racist they are.
Yeah, I can laugh at them, though.
Yeah.
I hope that the best actress wins.
I hope that the best actress wins, yeah.
So it's that Ricky Gervais line where he's like, the Golden Globe is like the Oscars, except without all that prestige.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure the Simpsons have made lots of jokes about the Golden Globes being worth fuck all. Or, I think they did one for the Grammys. Like, oh, this is a Grammy. And then tosses it at Homer's head.
Oh, the Grammys fucking suck. The Grammys might be worse than the Oscars, actually, but I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
Also, empathy greater than sympathy. Alright. If you say so. UMass have spent hours on trash like Amnesia and Cyberpunk 2077, but still refuse to play Outer Wilds. For shame. It is a masterpiece and y'all are missing out.
Hey, one of these days,
That's right.
Yeah, I'm not getting into any new games right now. But maybe afterwards, once I get this project cleared and I can like get into a new game, I might.
I'm currently on episode 52, and they got a frog and like a blowing smoke thing. I will catch up and listen live one day. I don't want to listen live without being up to date on the lore. Don bless you. Hi, Rags.
Oh, hello.
Well, yeah. The journey ahead of you. Good luck. The S stands for soap. That's why he got in the bathtub in BVS. It all fits together.
Batman versus soap.
I see it all now.
Is he a very dirty boy?
He's a dirty
and Alfred's trying to make him take a bath. Get in the bathtub. You can't make me.
A bathtub?
He brought the soap to us.
The bat soap.
There's a 1% chance you can run a bath. We have to treat it as absolute certainty.
The hesitations. That's good stuff.
Give the child back his chromosome. Oh. I'm not even sure what that's referencing. Did they steal Clark's chromosomes in the movie? It's horrible.
Yeah, why would you do that?
We've saved the Krypton. However, the Superman person is now a TISM.
There were some weird lines in Man of Steel about bloodlines. Like, which bloodlines are you preserving? I'm like, that sounds kind of incestuous, but I'm no expert.
Look, there's pure ones, and then there's tismy ones. I guess
The
Muller
pure
should tell
bloodlines
Metal...
are just full of syphilis.
Muller should tell Metal to ask Muller to watch Hercules in New York for EFAP movies. I don't know, I've been working constantly the past few days. That's the ongoing meme, apparently. Maybe one day. Maybe one day.
Hercules versus New York? What the fuck is that?
Well, yeah.
That was
Early Arnold Schwarzenegger.
first movie, I think, in America.
What?
Hercules versus New York. New York is this giant monster he has to battle. It's pretty cool.
Oh, look at that poster. Oh, jeez.
The metaphor. Bye, Bowser. God, this is so basic beat sheet. I agree. That face at 50 minutes, Clark Kent. Gosh, his name is Clark Kent. How much money would I have to give you to get Mark Hamill on the 200th episode of EFAP? I feel like we could get a lot of people tagging him on Twitter. I do not think that is even close to a possibility, I'm afraid. Be neat if it was, though. Boom, boom. Ma and Pa Kent were done dirty in this movie. Yeah.
Indeed, they
I
were.
don't see how anybody... Don't know what they were thinking with those. Really, really awkwardly done. Hey Rags, if you could choose for Bob to have no mouth, but the urge to feed, or have him have no ass and eventually explode, which would you choose?
I feel like having no ass and exploding is a bit more like poetic. Like where his horrific gluttony leads to his own destruction.
And he can no longer spew his tisms onto the world. Through his ass. Until he explodes and it goes everywhere.
Yeah, but here's the thing, what about his shit getting everywhere in the world? Well, no, he's gonna be at home in his basement.
The basement will be
just
lost, yes.
Yeah, it's just gonna fuck up that room.
We can just lock off the room like the elephant's foot was locked off, you know?
Yeah, and I'm sure no one goes there anyway, so it's not like it might take ages for anyone to know. It might just sort itself out where he explodes. There's poo and stuff everywhere. It biodegrades into the environment once again, and no one even notices. They go down there, and it's just like a lush jungle where a Bob once was.
I mean, I would assume it would be pretty radioactive at first. I don't know what the half-life on his sort of insides would be. But...
No, gravioactive.
I don't even know how to deal with that. Just gonna have to avoid it. What would y'all name an opposite of a Mary Slew / Gary Stu? A character that struggles with everything, is shunned by other characters, and is a perpetual underdog. Early Naruto is an example.
I'd call them...
The first thing I think of is Louis from the show Louis.
I don't know.
I mean,
call him...
There's so many degrees of this kind of thing that they're just characters at that point to us. There's not even...
Yeah, I don't know if
good
there's a name for...
probably.
Yeah, I don't know if there was a name for that.
I mean, Tropes calls it an anti-Sue.
Anti-Sue.
And they say it's just as bad? What's the bad side of someone being an underdog all the time? I don't know.
Well, I mean, maybe it's the degree. Like, maybe they just suck at everything. They're just worthless. Like, they have absolutely nothing that they could do right in any way ever. They're just incompetent to a cartoonish degree.
Or, like, maybe a really pathetic character never, like, grows or stops being pathetic, you know?
There's a lot of YouTubers like that.
Have you ever seen the movie?
Everything what?
The movie, it's called A Serious Man by the Coen brothers.
No, I have not.
It's alright, except for the fact that the main character never grows a backbone and, like, stands up for himself and grows as a person. So he's just kind of pathetic, and it's really disappointing, because you kind of want him to grow and become better and more confident, but he never does. So it's a little disappointing. Not their best film. It's got some good moments.
Sounds like a serious film.
It's a very serious, super serious.
About a serious man. Get Razor Fist on. You can reach him on his Rageaholic Tumblr blog. Okay, enough. Like, I keep getting told all the different ways I can contact him.
He can
Every time I
contact us
try,
when he went on.
like, literally, he can message me on Twitter in any way, shape, or form if he's interested. All right, because
yeah,
I've sent
we're not
him
hard to
all of the
reach
usual
out to.
things. If you know, it's the ball is in his court.
Yeah.
How exciting! That truck driver had a family to feed. He ruined his career. Captain of Steel. Captain of Steel?
Captain of Steel.
But yeah, you could easily. The thing is, we wouldn't want to make a Dom-like story out of that guy because he was an asshole. But the punishment does not match the crime.
Captain Steel. Captain of Steel?
Yeah.
Oh, that's who I'd call the leader of the Thieves Guild.
Intriguing.
The Captain of Steel. Because they take shit.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't belong to them. Yep. He's in charge.
This movie sets the bar for being a superhero so low it's nestled between dinosaur ribs and also high rags.
Hi there.
Oh, I think I read that out a bit wonky, but the point was understood. Couldn't say this in the last couple of EFAPs due to lack of money. In regards to me critiquing Fringy on Bloodborne streams, I'm not sure how you misread my super chat, Rags, but what I'm saying to Fringy is that if he's calling Wonder Woman's powers inconsistent, he better do the same for Superman. That's not whataboutism, because first off, I'm not defending Wonder Woman's powers at this point, and I think that says kindly? The reason I'm even bringing this up is because what you said, Norman, in Wonder Woman EFAP movies after you finished reacting to the first... You actually compare her to Superman and say his powers are more consistent, which frankly is quite nonsense considering everything he's ever been in.
Wait, to Superman?
Okay, so
Wait.
there is a lot that I'm trying to...
Let's see if I can get to the X. I'm not sure how long it goes, yeah. It's the reason for me even bringing up the Silver Age era of comics, which some reason Rags mumbled that last bit, where they pull so many powers out of their asses for him, ... When you read this, I'm not criticizing you out of spite. Okay, I think that's all of it.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to... So, like, I'm sure that Superman is very inconsistent in the comics as well, because a lot of heroes are wildly inconsistent in the comics when it comes to their powers. Like, I don't doubt that for a minute. I don't remember saying that Superman was more consistent, but if that was something I said, I could definitely be wrong. I just know that, like, Wonder Woman's big thing has been that she's been massively inconsistent throughout her entire run. But yeah, Superman probably is inconsistent as well. Hope that addresses your question.
That's the thing. I wouldn't be surprised if that's applicable to most, right? Because we're dealing with so
I
many...
wouldn't be surprised if it's applicable to the vast majority of superheroes who aren't just like regular people, like Batman. And even then, he might be. But yeah, when we're talking about, like, of course Superman's inconsistent because, like, he's bulletproof, but his suit can be punctured by Doomsday's thing, I guess. Because when he gets weakened by kryptonite, and then there's yellow kryptonite, or fucking gold kryptonite, or whatever it's called, and red kryptonite, and all this other stuff, like, yeah, probably is super inconsistent. I don't doubt that at all. Though, you know, maybe when it comes to the films, Wonder Woman is... Yeah, I think that's probably the important takeaway. When it comes to the films, Wonder Woman is more inconsistent now, because she can fly, but she can't.
She can make things invisible, I think.
She can make... Yeah, like, she is more inconsistent in the movies than Superman is now.
For sure.
Though, you know what? When it comes to, like, in media in general... I'm suspecting that it might be Wanda who ends up becoming the most inconsistent when it comes to powers. I'm quite concerned about what she can and can't do.
Who trained you? A cow? Superman being a good guy, what an unexpected choice. Well, I mean, that kind of plays into what we're talking about with, like, oh, he chose to save that bad. It's like, why would he have done anything else? I don't even... Okay.
Mauler, you need to beat 10 enemies with, like, no health.
I don't think I'm going to do it, Frankie. I don't think I'm going to do it. You
I
believe
don't
in
think
me?
so either.
Oh,
I believe in you. All right. Yeah. I believe in you. Okay.
God, it's so aggressive.
Who is the most inconsistent in the MCU in terms of powers? That's a
Doctor
tough
Strange? Maybe not inconsistent in terms of what he can do, but what he chooses to do.
one. What he chooses to do. Yeah.
I think Doctor Strange for sure.
I guess because Captain Marvel is consistent in that she's unstoppable.
Yeah, she's just...
It's inconsistent that Thanos could toss her ass away when he had
you know
Zero
what? Yeah,
Stone.
Thanos is
when he
probably
had 6,
number 1 on that.
she's invincible.
Like,
I think you're asking right because I said I think Wanda's going to become the most inconsistent. Yeah, I think she will because I'm worried now about the show.
Yeah.
Especially because they're making her plot dependent.
Well, I think the problem
Really
is that
plot reliant.
in the comics her powers are insane. She can like warp reality, and of course when you're doing that, it's like hold on, wait.
She can create mass now. It's like, wait a minute.
And she can mind control people and like create this. But of course, like
I'm cool with the
my
mind
question
control.
is,
That's been there since her first iteration.
Well,
but like saying she
I
can make
guess
stuff
she can
now?
create a force field, and now she can create a force field that they can't get through. I guess is the implication there, right? Like now that it's super red, now nobody can get in, which makes me wonder why she didn't do it like that from the beginning. But I guess my concern is how are they going to vindicate her? Because what's happening right now is unequivocally wrong. So I wonder what the logic will be to justify. I see a lot of people are saying that director dude is the bad guy or something.
Wanda's the bad
I wonder
guy.
though.
Yeah,
but
he
there is
can
one
also
that
be.
Yeah, they can both
He
be
could
bad
also
guys.
be, yeah.
But Wanda definitely is.
Well, unless it's not her doing this, right?
Yeah,
we
unless
still
they
don't know
pull
who
something,
Agnes
yeah.
is. Well, we don't know who she is yet. She
Agnes?
wasn't one of those. Yeah, the neighbor lady.
Agnes is an
She's
old
the one
woman
who-
name, you're right.
She doesn't have a thing on the board, so maybe it's her doing or something.
Maybe.
The Hebrew
She's
people.
losing her mind. Yeah, I know that, but
The Hebrew people had their chads.
So is
no.
Hitler.
Oh, are they saying like she's losing her mind, so it's okay? Because that's not that. No, I don't agree with you at all. If that's what you're saying.
He's a little mental.
Worst part about Man of Steel, the fact that Henry Cavill could have pulled off the best Superman portrayal this generation. Bravo, Nolan. Bravo, Snyder. Yeah, there's nothing stopping
not
him. He's
his
a
fault.
really good actor, and he looks the part completely.
Yeah,
That's not his fault though. That's the writing.
no, it's not his fault.
Yeah, well,
I think
that's why they're saying
he's
bravo,
Thanks,
Nolan.
Nolan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody has
Okay,
any issue
gotcha.
with Henry, like, at all. It's just like,
No,
nope.
he's a cool dude.
Oh yeah.
What's
Great
the best
casting.
thing he's been in? I've only really seen him in this.
Mission Impossible Fallout. He was
Yeah,
really
that would be
good.
the film that made me go, ooh, okay.
Not me.
Huh?
What?
You didn't like Mission Impossible Fallout?
No, I did.
That's
So
what
what
you
are
said
you
not
saying
me.
Right.
then?
Fallout's insane. Fallout's insanely good.
Oh, you said not me when... I'm just confused.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't even know it.
Very well. Where did you train? In an IHOP?
Oh no. I...
You watch an IHOP training video.
This is Bill L. Ked.
He comes out of the IHOP like kitchen to face the evil soldier lady, and he's got like 2 skillets.
He has 4 because he's like General Grievous. And just spins him around.
Oh my goodness, he has 4 arms.
Yep.
Because working at an IHOP requires that you have 4 arms to cook with.
The only way that makes sense. You think you can threaten my IHOP? Calbo Kentkins. Okay.
Calbo Kentgins.
Why couldn't they just
This
terraform
Pokemon
Mars? That's the thing. I think that you could
Yeah.
probably have a throwaway line of some sort. You know, fuck that. The idea that I even suggest a fix is like, no, we need to do it all from the beginning.
Start from
Page
scratch.
one
Tear it
rewrite.
all down.
Tear it all.
This Pokemon map confuses me. Why are there just a bunch of static Pokemon?
You said
floating
this
around?
last time.
I know I did, but it still
I think it's
confuses
great.
me.
I
I
love
think
it.
it's amazing too.
I enjoy it too, Fringy. You need
Good
to get
for
with
you.
the program.
I disagree with Fringy because it seems like the popular thing to do.
There you
Yeah,
go.
Fringy. How come you're always being
Hey,
a contrarian?
you're all sheeple, all right?
And you're a
Sheeple?
wolf.
I'm not a sheeple, I'm a flaffy.
Aw.
You're all sheeple, and you're gonna, I don't know, you do what the government says, all right?
Oh no. That's the last thing I want to do. The government is bad.
Government's trying to make our pokey floats fly away.
Thoughts on Disney's Jungle Cruise trying to be, quote, less racist by replacing people of color with apes? What?
Wait, what?
What?
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if
Jungle
it pays
Cruise, Disney, Jungle
Replace
Cruise.
color with apes. Excuse me?
Go to
Yeah, let's see. Jungle Cruise news.
Nudes?
Disneyland to reimagine Jungle Cruise ride following years of criticism. Now this is from CNN, so it might be true. So
I
the
found an
Jungle
article
Cruise
from
ride
NPR, yeah.
So it looks like although the ride was inspired by nature documentaries, one of the sites along the river route is a scene of quote unquote natives, which depicts them as wild, primitive, and threatening, which is true. In a brief release, Disney confirmed the ride's upcoming overhaul. Among the changes will be a new animated Skipper character. Quote, as Imagineers, it is our responsibility to ensure experiences we create and stories we share reflect the voices and perspective of the world around us, said Carmen Smith, Creative Development and Inclusion Strategies Executive at Walt Disney Imagineering, in a statement.
Oh, God. Remember when I said, like, calling yourself a creative was...
We found something weird.
To imagine.
What's your job?
So
I'm a Creative Development and Inclusion Strategies Executive at Walt Disney's Imagineering.
What's the acronym for that?
Come.
Of course it is.
The popular Splash Mountain log flume ride originally featured characters from Song of the South, a story set in the antebellum South whose cringeworthy depictions of black people. Why do you capitalize black? Black people have kept it mostly hidden. You people don't capitalize white. You'll capitalize black though. I feel racially abused here.
Why would a race name? It's not a proper noun.
Yeah, it's a
common noun.
Yeah, it's
why
black
would it
and
be
white.
capitalized?
Yeah.
It's a color for start. Yeah, like what?
You always capitalize colors, just not white because they're impure.
Because they're the bad color.
It would reconfigure the ride to include characters from 2009's The Princess and the Frog, the first Disney movie with a black princess lead. Black's capitalized again. That's weird. Let's see. The Pirates of the Caribbean ride, which inspired the film franchise of the same name, also came under scrutiny for its animatronic scenes of the pirates selling female captives. Can't do that.
Oh my
In
God.
2017, we can't imply that pirates are bad.
They're pirates. They're criminals.
We can't imply that pirates were horrible, fucking awful people, right? We would never want to know that. Would know that.
You also can't imply that every encounter, a isolated tribe somewhere in the jungle went really, really well. Like,
yeah, you can't imply that natives living in the jungle are wild and primitive.
That's offensive.
They fucking are. Jesus Christ. And if a bunch of Amazonian tribesmen want to call our show or send an angry email, then fine, do it. I don't care if fucking Boobla Boobla is upset that I called him a primitive.
I love that guy. He makes great videos.
Yeah, Boobla Boobla. He's a good man. He's a good man. He wouldn't be angry.
I don't fucking care. You live in huts in the jungle.
Apparently, Disney is planning a Guardians of the Galaxy roller coaster.
Okay.
All right.
Wait, what else are they doing? We should all be evolving and doing those things. Those are things that should be left in the past. But if you're setting it in a historic, whatever.
Those things have to be left in the past. But our show that we're making in the present for money, that's different. Reality can be whatever I want.
I know the guy who said that. He's a legend.
Come.
Jesus, die, all of you.
You can't say that about Oogly Boogly. All right.
If the ship was filled with unborn children, did Superman commit mass abortion? Hell yeah, he was really good at it too.
Yeah,
he's very efficient.
Can't reason with commies. Disney, communists. All right.
Yeah.
The
Whenever
people
they-
in Disney
Most
are not
hyper-capitalist
communists.
company there is.
Yeah, please remember they are the kings of
Hey,
capitalism.
we know that communists are really good capitalists, as we've noticed.
Wait, are you suggesting that Disney have been hiding this whole time? They're like,
I'm
oh
just-
yeah, communism.
I like the idea Disney is like that episode of The Simpsons with Russia. It's like, I thought you guys broke up. Yes, that's what we wanted you to think.
Oh
They
my
press the
God.
button. And like, they just have a flag of Mickey Mouse holding a hammer and sickle. And I don't know, maybe Walt Disney rises from the graves. Must destroy capitalism.
Just a friendly reminder that people that would unironically describe themselves as woke and communists are not the same people. It's a difference. They're the whole different set
They're
of
all the
beliefs.
same. Every last one of them's. So anyway, Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker handled lost civilization, mentor, and villain are ghosts of the past and past versus progress better than Man of Steel. Well,
Wait, what does?
Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker, which I don't know a lot about, so.
I don't even. Oh, did I play that one? I don't think so.
Chairman Mouse.
No, I did not. That's the GameCube one. No, I did not play that one.
Yeah, I wish I could say more, but I can't. Thoughts on how Brie Larson was cast to play Zelda in a live-action Netflix series until Nintendo came to their senses and cancelled it?
No, wait, I got told this story. Nintendo cancelled it because Netflix breached the NDA.
What did they do?
Story.
They just announced it, or-
apparently they leaked things on purpose to generate hype, and Nintendo were fucking furious, so they cancelled it.
Wow,
Dude.
I've never heard of a studio
That's the
intentionally
story.
breaching an NDA.
Oh, and
That's
a
crazy.
Star Fox game as well. Star Fox movie, not movie,
That's
TV
crazy.
show, I think as well, which would have been
Wow,
cool,
they
but-
canceled these shows that people would have fucking eaten up. That's.
They breached
Just
the
like
Yeah, I
the
think
door.
that's the story that I heard. Let me Legend of Zelda Netflix. Yeah, this was from a couple of days ago. It was leaked and they cancelled it.
Damn.
Or reportedly, they've reportedly cancelled it. It may still be happening. Wait, hold on. I need to know about this. So, let's see.
Did they ever go into production, or was it all just like planned?
It says it was in development.
Okay, then they didn't start shooting yet.
So it was gonna happen. We were gonna make a fantastic Mr. Fox style Star Fox. Then a month later, there were reports Netflix wasn't doing a Legend of Zelda anymore. And then I heard a rumor that they weren't doing Star Fox anymore. Someone at Netflix leaked the Legend of Zelda, and they weren't supposed to talk about it. Nintendo freaked out because it was the first time they had done any television or other adaptation for years and years and years. But when Netflix leaked it, they freaked out and pulled the plug on the entire program. Damn.
Well, I bet they feel fucking, like, kind of annoyed about that in terms of just, damn, this could have been the beginning of a lot of stuff, you know?
Yeah. I would have liked a Star Fox show that was stop motion animated. That sounds fucking awesome.
Would you have liked Brie
But
Larson as Zelda?
Like, she could be good, you know?
She could. He could.
Phone.
If Wayland Yutani attained the aliens, how would they use them in a way that isn't retarded and couldn't be done with real-life weapons? Just curious. I guess we can't know exactly what their interest is, but having your hands exclusively on a species, like, is gonna be something a company may or may not be interested in, right? Especially in, like, the future where brand new species might be one of the only things that can even be super valuable those days, at least in terms of, like, all resources being possibly wildly available. I don't know. They can experiment on them, study them for biological advantages in any way, shape, or form. The idea that they would use them as a weapon... I mean, it's not impossible, right? It's just, I mean, I kind of agree. Like, whatever scenario they're looking to unleash aliens into, feels like it wouldn't be as effective as possibly every single other thing they have as an option. Because even as we saw in Aliens, your average army can probably mow down a lot of aliens. But, you know, for study alone, I'd say is going to be why they'd have an interest, especially over, like, what's worth more, one alien specimen or a crew of people. It's like, yeah, fuck the crew. We don't need them. Bowser, why are you so aggressive? Such an asshole. Eat my laser gun, you bastard.
I'm back. What
Hello.
happened? I came back and everyone's like muted and deafened and.
All of you had different things happen at the same time.
Oh wow, yeah, I had to answer the door. Yeah, I guess I was saying, like if you're Nintendo and you have these shows that people are clearly super excited in and would be very interested in watching, like sure, if Netflix breaches the NDA, then like take it out on them. You know?
Yeah.
Like it comes across as really, really petty and childish to cancel the whole project because it got leaked.
I guess it's tied to the fact that they're like antsy about it all, just because it's their first thing. But it's just like they should know about this. Like, what should happen now? All they have to do is offer it to someone else.
Like...
I don't know, Amazon. Maybe they are. Who knows?
Oh.
Like maybe behind the scenes they're like, "Hey, Amazon, we'll take it from you if you mention anything about this. Don't risk it, buddy." Oh, fucking! I wouldn't have died there if she had died faster. Uh-oh, I didn't mean to continue. Oh well, we'll commit.
Hi, Cormac.
Y'all should try watching the new DC 52 animated movies.
So it said, Rags, Nintendo is bigger than you. You don't deserve to understand their thinking. Kind of a fucking dumbass comment is that?
I don't even know what
I'm gonna assume that's a joke.
You don't deserve to understand. It's like, oh, what if I really wanna? Kal-El is super pro-choice. His choice. Superman has every Kryptonian, Coom, and Woom all in his cells? So, I'm guessing it's the pods are like... honestly, I don't know. What do they draw out of his cells that they put into those
They're
glooms?
like genetic scrambler, re-scrambler things?
Yeah, they said it works, okay? I'm gonna trust them. They're the Kryptonian scientists. I'm just a guy.
No, Rags, what's the point of NDA if it can be breached whenever? No. I said specifically, take it out on Netflix. Like, sue them or something.
Yeah, and like I said, you can go to Amazon. Fuck them. Be like, Amazon,
Yeah,
Netflix fucked us over, so...
Now, any company who tries that shit again, they know they're gonna lose it.
Yep. If anything, this could be beneficial to Nintendo.
Yep. But now nobody gets anything. Everybody loses.
What is the new DC 52 animated movies? What is that?
The new 52 was like the DC reboot version of yeah, they rebooted the continuity. As for the films, I don't know.
If all of Superman's cells double up as sperm cells, does Clark is a giant flying laser shooting testicle? Does the S really stand for scrotum? Obviously.
It stands for hope. We've
The
been
hope
over
of
this.
Coob.
A hope.
About Filmento's speech patterns, his native language is monotone, and learning a foreign enunciation, is a separate skill. Naturally, he'd sound like Kimi Räikkönen. His Macbeth video is very good, IMO. I'm less concerned with how he speaks compared to what his script is. I find his use of language to be overcompensating a lot of the time. He adds in words where I think he thinks it makes the script sound a bit better.
Filmento?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Like, there's a lot of redundancies in the script, and there are oftentimes words that just make you think, oh, you put that in there to make it more flashy, even though the word means the same thing as the next word he used. That sort of thing. When Nostalgia Critic's skit for the skull scene makes more sense. No show the rainbows, show the rainbows. I have no idea what that reference is.
I can imagine what they're referring to, and that is funny.
I mean, I imagine Nostalgia Critic had a much more critical review of Man of Steel. It might even be good. Who knows? Wait, Superman didn't cause Zod to destroy Earth. It's a failed copy of Alien. I mean, there's always going to be a broad way to do it. It's a story. It's kind of like Alien. I turned myself into a donut mauler. I'm Dory Nut Fringy. Hopefully he can survive. When the world engine was making Krypton's atmosphere, why weren't people of Metropolis choking to death or even breathing hard? I don't get how it works.
No idea. I have no idea how that thing works at all.
Yeah,
Like, I don't know if it was gonna... Like, for all we knew, that was gonna take a year to complete whatever it was doing. Or it was gonna take a day. I don't know. It's so... all of it's so terrible.
You know, it looks like it would have taken a while.
For all we know, like, what if it goes... and it fires a big wave across all of Earth that just obliterates everything, and then it's Krypton. It's like...
Yeah.
Yay.
It just fucks everything up. And it's indistinguishable from Krypton
would have
now.
been a lot shorter.
I'm telling you, man, we were just waiting for the patoom sound, and it was going to be attached to the soundtrack where drums went, and it would have been epic as fuck. Kalelendorf enough. Filmento Dorf enough. Glad you're finally covering the DCEU. Star Wars was starting to depress me. Oh, it'll come back to depress you, don't worry. Did you see how many TV shows they're making? That'd be great.
We got 12 of this shit to go through.
Yep.
Ugh.
Boop, 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 boop. Spoiler warning, Baby Yoda's blood is used to create Snoke. Maybe.
Fuck me.
I mean, I'd say it's
God
pretty
damn.
likely from what we've seen in Season 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
assume
John
it's what they were
Favreau
going
has
for.
said that the Mandalorian is heading toward the sequels. Like, that's what it's doing. It's like, alrighty.
Another crowd pleaser.
Yeah, I know, right? But Fringy, what about Kill Bill 2, Superman speech?
What?
Oh, Kill Bill 2, he argues that, like, the reason Superman is the most interesting hero is because he's the only one whose regular persona is his mask. Everyone else is the reverse.
Batman's regular persona is his mask.
Yeah, like Bruce is his mask while he feels he
Yeah.
has become Batman. At least I'd have to rewatch it. I remember liking that speech a lot from
I like it too.
Kill Bill. It's a neat one. Fuck you, Captain Falcon. Does Zack Snyder think that Kansas is some irreprehensible dystopian hellscape that's full of evil people? Remember when Dorothy wanted to go back to Kansas? Why is Superman in this film? Boo, man. Well, I think the hellscape was supposed to be Krypton, okay? The Kansas isn't as pretty as it probably could be. What else can you say? Irreprehensible dystopian hellscape. I think that Zack Snyder has a bit of a boner for irreprehensible dystopian hellscapes. Just a little bit. A real fan should be able to deflect the flaws, but a fake fan just accepting anything. Imagine calling yourself a fan of Predator, but you like the Predator. Ugh.
Fucking hell.
That's what I mean. That's the kind of stuff where I get confused, as a lot of people do, because you're like, wait, but they
What do you
counter
like?
each other, so what is it you're a
Yeah.
fan of?
Is it literally just the imagery of a predator? As long as it has that in it, it's okay?
It might be.
Do you just like to see Luke Skywalker with a lightsaber? Is that it?
Oh, I think there's a couple of people who might just
Yeah,
feel
yeah.
that, yes. Do what Mr. Fantastic did to battle Magneto. Use a wooden gun to trick him. What does that have to do with Man of Steel? Also, a wooden gun to trick him.
Sorry, I had to stand up there.
Meaning...
What now?
Did that trick him though? Couldn't he tell?
It says, do what Mr. Fantastic did to battle Magneto. Use a wooden gun to trick him. I don't know where that would have come up when we were talking about that, but a wooden gun, meaning everything in it is wood except... Would the bullet be wooden too?
Maybe.
Use a bow and arrow.
Yeah, at that point.
A
fuck it.
slingshot.
Hey, that's what
A
they do in
sling
X-Men
with a
Apocalypse.
with a rock on it.
Remember, they have bows and arrows on him. He's like, oh, jeez.
You just gotta go old school.
This one just says the Shook. I don't know what to make of that.
The Shook?
The Shook. Oh, I didn't even get to... rip a ring. Which Avenger is the most powerful objectively? Kevin said Scarlet Witch, but he's a flippin' moron. I propose Doctor Strange. Well, so when you say most powerful, do you mean the one that is most likely to win ultimately, or the one that, like, in some kind of measurable sense, can deal the most damage? Because Scarlet Witch is up there.
Yeah, when you get into the weird magic-y ones, it's hard to.
Because like Iron Man at
kind
his
of
peak
grasp
can
it.
deal a shit ton of damage to anyone too. But because like Doctor Strange could kill any of them, right? But then again, Doctor Strange could be killed theoretically by loads of them too. So it's like going by who can kill is kind of useless. You have to be like, I don't know.
I mean, surely it is Captain Marvel, though, right? As much as
I
nobody
think it
likes
is
to
Captain
say
Marvel,
that.
yeah.
She's
'Cause she's
indestructible and
strong
super
she can't be
powerful.
hurt.
She can travel at the speed of light.
Yeah, I'm not
faster
sure.
than the speed of light.
I'm not sure how Scarlet Witch beats Captain Marvel. You try and grab her, but I don't even know if that would stop her. I don't know.
I don't see that it would.
Yeah,
She's
my vote
too
would be Captain
powerful.
Marvel, unfortunately.
Yeah. The Hulk is practically immortal. No, I gotta imagine Hulk could get killed.
I mean, he bled and he got knocked out.
Yeah. Thanos
Captain,
beat
like,
him
remember,
when he had
Captain
one
Marvel can
stone.
fly around in space and then take off at faster than light speed.
Yep. She can destroy
Like that's
planets.
that's fucking nuts.
I would assume. Why is Superman in good shape? Wouldn't his powers make it extremely difficult to stress his body to generate any muscle mass? Also high rags.
Hi.
Interesting
Maybe
point.
his powers just make him have. He just has strong
I think
muscles.
Jor-El does actually mention something about Earth doing something to his muscles. Like they just make his muscles floopy in a good way. I don't know. She's faster than light except when she has to get to a van. So true. Trust me, it was good that she didn't get to that van. It would have caused so much worse things to happen because for some reason they didn't recognize that.
Thanos could throw his little sword faster than she could fly.
He's got a real good throw it armor. What?
It's a man. He's a
strong boy.
Strong boy.
Mm-hmm.
Filmento had his chance. Oh no. Hello, Massives. Hello, Rags.
Hi.
Just saw Gerald's game. An interesting watch. Wanted to know your thoughts on the movie. I really like it, except some tisms at the end. And, but like overall story and the sort of premise feels like a writer's challenge. Like your character is stuck
Yeah, how
on
do
a
you
bed.
tell a story when you're stuck in one room?
But I give it thumbs up. There's just a small change that you could actually do with editing the movie that I think would improve it greatly. To remain spoiler free, that's all I can say. I feel like it's probably fun for people to go check out Gerald's game. Go do it, folks. To tempt you, the guy who made Bly Manor and Hill House made it. And it's an adaptation of a Stephen King novel. Yes. Morlel, no. Also, hi, Rags.
Oh, hi.
Wow, they say no to me, but hello to you. What's that about?
I don't know. Maybe they're
Racist?
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe just like me. Who knows?
It's kind of funny how The Predator and It Chapter 2 came out the same year and both had characters committing suicide as a noble action to take.
Fringy, Bruce tried to shoot himself in the first Avengers movie. Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is, like, surely if I dropped Hulk into the sun, he would die.
Wait, why would... Just because a pistol doesn't work on the Hulk doesn't mean he can't be killed.
Yeah.
I don't think that's true at all. We all know that a Desert Eagle can shoot through anything.
Maybe it wasn't a Desert Eagle, right? You don't know. You don't know. Maybe it was a 1911. Those are popular.
They are.
The shoes had their chance. Oh, this is when we're talking about pebbles being in people's shoes, I think. The horrors. Hello, Massives. I'm the creator of the Minecraft art, and this is the first time I've sent money to a creator. Keep up the great work. Also, hi, Rags.
Oh, wow. Hi there.
Yep, I've got that stored. We are gonna record a meme fap soon, I'm sure of it. Been very busy. Every single time we get extensive periods of times free, we end up on someone else's stream or recording something. You know, it's getting there. It's all logged. It's gonna be a long meme fap, maybe even two. Really nice. The tornado is a metaphor for the big gay. I knew it. That's just what I said when we were watching it.
There's a comma coming.
What if Pa Kent just wanted a high five? Oh, he didn't get it.
No, he's saying, here's my hand. Come grab it. Take me away.
Help me.
Come get me. Help me. I'm old.
Clark, I know I said you could have ditched the kids, but I want to be saved, okay? I'm different, Clark.
I'm not like those kids.
I blame you. I blame you.
Grant Morrison's All-Star Superman does a better job with Clark's dad and his fate. Come on, every single iteration probably does a better job. Like, this was really bad. Clark, I'll save you, Dad. His dad, no! That's the canon, that's what happened. The biggest plot contrivance, not Hull, because this can technically happen, it would be just insanely unlikely of Wonder Woman 84's last act is that she had any time to save anyone once Lord made his broadcast. Someone would wish for everyone dead quickly. Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of... There's about 17,000 problems with that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The I was actually talking before you came into the call, Rags, about how like Man of Steel is so bad. I was like, can it even reach 84? And it's just like, well, that Wish issue kind of just destroys 84. There's just nothing left.
Yeah, we get up to Keter territory.
You ain't saving me, son. Talk to the hand. Yep. What is with video essayists always rambling bullshit? Bullshit, I suppose. And yeah, well, I mean, redraft.
It's funny for when there's meant to be an essay. You telling me when you wrote essays for school, you didn't go through them more than once?
I don't know. Some of them feel like they've got a quota, right? They got to get. I think Filmento's is like 1 per 3 weeks or something. So
right.
Not to imply he's not incredibly passionate. It's just that I
took 3 weeks to make.
I don't know. I don't want to claim anything.
No, it took 2 days to make. He waited to the last 2 days and then he fucking rushed that shit out.
I shouldn't like to assume, but yeah, like I said, I don't think it was.
That would be the most charitable thing to assume, that it was rushed and it's not really indicative of his actual quality work.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to come up with excuses for why his video is shit.
Angry Joe is the human embodiment of pure moist. Okay.
Because he's Hispanic?
I don't know.
I would hope that they didn't mean
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what that means.
Are
they a wet
critical
people?
when I say moist? He's stolen the word moist. Literature Devil has a great video on Superman that goes into a lot about who is Superman, and what he's about, and what modern writers tend to mess up. Oh fuck, that's gonna be a long video if he's gonna talk about all the ways they fucked him up. Like, well, let's open the laundry list. Yeah, you know, I'm not against Superman fundamentally. I think you can do a lot of good shit with him, but fuck me, get him away from Zack Snyder. Rescue him. Who knows what he's gonna be doing in the Snyder cut? You excited, Rags? You've still got 2 movies worth of that world, in terms of Batman and Superman, at least.
I'm very excited to see these quality films in the comfort of my own home.
Oh, yes.
Delivered straight to my door. Through the power of the internet. The black gateway portal to hell.
The killing finally stopped. Time to EFAP. Oh god, it's Filmento. Bring back the killing. Wait, what? You're being killed, or you were killing people? I would say at this point it's better to watch Filmento than killing people. That's my hot take.
Especially if you're a soldier.
Oh yes. Does Mauler have his own mini-me called Smaller? Can't confirm. Maybe.
Smaller. That's funny.
Yeah. There were so many missed opportunities with Man of Steel. Saying it's the best DCEU is not a compliment. This movie could have been great, but the plot ruined lots of moments with dumb decisions by characters. Honestly, all of it's ruined. There's like nothing that works in that fucking movie. But as per usual, it's not like it was impossible for them to work with what they had. They had a lot of resources. They had a shit ton of money. That film was clearly expensive. And there's a crazy cast in the Snyderverse. Like, there's all kinds of people.
Yeah, it's huge.
They even got Doug from House of Cards, you know? That's how you know they're top tier. I'm glad I got a chance to see an EFAP live. Love the show. Well, glad you're here. People like John Campia says Man of Steel is superhero movie gold standard and the perfect Superman to write in the modern era. What?
Oof.
I get it when they say Iron Man is a gold standard in terms of just a sort of blueprint. It's just like an asterisk next to it, but how the fuck is Man of Steel anything close to that? It's weird because that's what Filmento was arguing for. We need more of them to be like this.
Reason, yeah.
Oh man. Thoughts on Superman Red 1? I think it is funny as fuck.
I have no
Red
thoughts.
one?
I don't know what that is.
Is that to do with when he becomes a communist?
It's Red Sun, right?
I thought that was Red Sun.
Oh, maybe they misspelled it. Well, it's O-N-E, so it's a weird way to spell sun by accident, but maybe. Did you guys know that Secretary Ross becomes the Red Hulk in the Marvel Comics? Do you think it could work if they went down that road in the MCU?
I would prefer that they don't.
Like, you know, we're very much the people who say, like, you can make anything work, but...
Yeah, I don't know if you have to... Yeah, just because they did it don't mean that
Yeah,
you
there are some
gotta.
ideas where it's just like, you don't have to do that, you know? And I feel like they end up saying that a lot when they're adapting comic books.
You don't have to do that. you don't have to do that. You could just not.
Maybe if you just stop right there.
Criminal scum.
I got lucky with these Pokemans. Hi, Rags. I just
Hi.
got Battlefield 4 for my laptop and having fun playing on mouse and keyboard. Also, thank you for getting me into PC gaming.
Oh, I'm very glad that you're enjoying it.
And it ends with also Mola. Hello. Yeah, PC gaming is pretty legendary. The black hole was real. Amy Adams was just heavy.
Oh my goodness.
The thing is, that probably would just make it fall in quicker, right? I forget, but like nothing escapes black holes. But
Yeah, nothing can. Not even light.
Only Lois's plot armor.
Only Lois. This app is super upsetting to me. Ah, that's where we're at. But yes, it should be. That app, I can't, like, oh. You know, we always talk about like how it's good to find out about the thing you're promoting. I love how, like, again, on the surface, that thing is horrible. It's like, why would you promote this?
Yeah.
Don't read books. Read the summaries. You're like, why? And you said they had 17 million people using that service?
Yeah, it said that.
Fuck. That might be the worst app I've ever heard of, but you have heard of me. So it takes EFAP and turns it into a list of ism. I don't know what it would do with EFAP. How does it summarize? Sounds like it would be a tough one. Earlier, Soup was a joke. That app is bad. Audible better. I mean, Audible is an actual service. This thing just seems like a joke.
Yeah, at least with Audible, you get the entire book.
Yeah, you just listen to it instead of read it.
Yep. That to me, see, that's a service to
It's a good service. That's a good service.
The one that's like, I'll read the book for you and tell you what it was about, okay? Like, thanks, bro. People pay for that. What is wrong with you? Do you think there's people out there who are like, no, seriously though, it is really good because it just saves me a lot of time. Do you think that person is out there?
At what cost? At what cost?
Absolutely, at what fucking cost? Contributing what I can for Rags to make blink tits.
Ooh, I'm gonna blink
Good
tits.
time.
Patreon stretch goal.
Hell yeah. Blink tits sounds like something from Godelb. We could make it a Godelb thing. Please join Blink tits. It'll. What would be the meme? Is everyone coming up with ideas and not saying them?
You know,
I've got to think this is delicate material.
Who
This video
needs
is
to
sponsored
practice
by
reading comprehension?
Blink
We'll do it
tits.
for you.
Your one-stop service app to, I don't know. Chat, what do we got? It watches movies and shows you the titties? But that's a service. No, it has to be bad. That's a good thing. I could see that actually getting some kind of popularity. This has got to be a bad service.
It watches the movie and tells you a couple of lines out of context.
Watches the movie and tells you its themes.
But the themes are all incorrect. Like, they're just completely wrong.
Man of Steel is about identity and coming of age and heroism in the modern world. Please give me $200 a year.
I've got this video is sponsored by BlinkTits, your one-stop service app to watch movies for you with a summary of its themes. Subscribe now and the app shall watch 5 movies at random for you.
You have no saying which one to pick.
Nope.
Half of them are just like not even English language films, and the information is in whatever language it's from.
Some of them are just like a fucking video that someone
America
took in their
Online
house.
for Internet.
Someone in the chat said, "I showed you my theme. Please respond."
Long book bad. Also, hey guys, wish I was there instead of stuck at work during Super Bowl weekend. That's from Southpaw. Yeah, he was there for watching the movie. It was pleasant. In quotations, you see. Man of Steel is quite the ride. Do you think any movie in the DCEU will beat out Man of Steel for miserableness? Because BVS was the only one that I think could have, but I still think that Man of Steel is more miserable.
I think it might be the most miserable, yeah. That's saying something.
Because we got Justice League, well, Zack Snyder's Snyder Cut might be more miserable. Really long, too. Because we'll find out. Who needs college when you have Blinkist? Oh yeah. Learn now. Wouldn't it be perfect? Wouldn't it be a perfect way to make his self-exile make sense if he had used his super speed to save his dad at the last minute? But because of the high speed the dad was traveling at, he had his heart attack and Clark's identity was revealed. I think this is serious. This isn't a joke.
You know, I bet a lot of things would have made more sense.
So then he leaves because he's outcasted by society, but also because he feels responsible for his dad's death, even though he would be dead anyway. So like the idea being you pull him away from it too fast and he accidentally kills him, maybe through whiplash or through causing a heart attack. I don't know. I think that
it would be more interesting.
I think that one, or the one
a low bar to cross, but yeah.
Well, yeah, a dad who was saved by a son who he told not to, you know, give himself up and that his secret is really important. But he's the one who was in trouble that had the secret given up for.
Anything would have been better than watching him fucking die. I think it would have been even more effective to have Clark head toward him. Like, I don't know. Anything other than just watching him. Ugh.
Maybe Clark could have run. He could have run into the tornado and run the opposite direction and just cancel the tornado.
Oh yeah, fly around in the opposite direction. Nice, do it.
There you go. And then you can save everybody.
Yay. Someone creates a hero, then someone else creates the anti-version of that hero, i.e. Superman and Brightburn. If both movies are the exact same quality, but people like the anti-hero over the hero, is that a failure of the creator? I don't think so. You can't really tell what people are going to like more, ultimately, right? If you make a Superman and then you make a... They said anti-hero. Brightburn is a straight-up horrible villain. Just fucking murders people. But if they end up liking the one that... A better example, I guess, would be Captain America versus Punisher, or Daredevil versus Punisher, maybe. And if someone's like, I prefer Punisher, it's like, that doesn't mean the Daredevil writer failed, I don't think. Just...
No, I don't think so.
What people end up, maybe they line up with them more. There could be so many different reasons to like them. They could literally be like, I like the Punisher's logo more. Like, alright.
Yeah.
That's fair. Shadow Warrior 2 is a 4-player co-op after prologue. Alright.
Yeah, it's a good game.
Blinkist feels like an app specified for the type of lazy people that try and win internet fights by citing, well, in the books argument. Dude, it's perfect for video essayists, honestly. Like, I'm starting to think they actually use it. It would explain some of the 17 million.
Yeah, it's why they just have basic information that's weird.
In this book that I read this paragraph of and stole this quote because it matched
Therefore
my
making
point.
me an expert.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm qualified to make an internet video about it.
Well, you see, that reminds me of Karl Marx. I don't even remember what video that was, but it was wonderful. It was Brown Table, right? The fucking meme lord. You didn't even realize.
I feel like it was either Brown Table or Just Right.
It was one of them, yeah. Just Right
I think
did,
Just Right did
Hegel, didn't
Hegel,
he?
I think.
Yeah.
It was really weird because in this video he was like, "Oh, before we talk about that, I need to talk about this book about psychology. Oh wait, I didn't have to read it because I have this great app." And it's like, what? He didn't even relate it to the subject.
That's
of
actually
the
a really good
video.
point. He doesn't actually, yeah. He didn't do the part where he was like, a quote from this book is this, which kind of applies to, you know, Superman or whatever.
He didn't. That's so
He didn't
weird.
even do
Why
the
would-
thing.
why-
He got confused along the way. EFAP ruins art, Blinkist ruins literature. Fucking yes, it does. I've got an entry for Lord of the Rings. The bad guys make an evil ring, so the good guys destroyed it.
Well, there's a great story right there.
I'd say
It's classic.
I'd say you've got urgency, stakes, and goal right there. So, yeah, you've done plot. Your plot is now completed.
You're done. You got to work on the C and the GSU.
Fucking GSU. It's funny to me because it's like Batwoman, she has a goal to prevent the infected bats from eating the citizens of Gotham. The stakes are the people of Gotham dying, and the urgency is that it's happening right now. It's like, whoa, Batwoman passed the GSU test. Because fucking everything does. Crazy.
Yeah. You basically have to have a plot. If you don't, you just have a photograph.
I don't even, that's what I mean, I don't know what it looks like. Have we got a movie that just, this can't be applied? I want to talk to Filmento sometime. Just be like, how does any of this work? How does brain? I need to know. Blinkist 12 Rules for Life is literally the 12 rules. Yeah, if there was a book called, like, The Numbered and then Rule for Anything, they would just lay out the rules, I think. That would be the smart way to do it. Gotta save people time. They don't need to read all the fluff. Thank you, Blinkist. Adolf Hitler said, every book only has one main idea. When you get that idea, move on to the next book. Of course, we seldom follow Hitler's advice. Why not?
It's some okay ideas.
I mean, most
maybe.
of his ideas were probably good. It's just the
he
ones
made
he
it
had that were
far.
bad were really bad.
Yeah, that's it.
He's probably like, you know, bathe regularly, eat fruits and veggies. Yeah, most of his advice would probably be really good.
Take your dog for walks. It's like, oh.
I want Hitler's cookbook.
I would love to read it though. No, I would love to read it on Blinkist, you know?
Just get the Cliff Notes version.
Yeah. Wouldn't want to waste my time. I'm slowly building
Wait,
up my...
do they... Sorry, do they have a Cliff Notes comp?
I mean, I don't see why not, right? I'd love to know what
It's
they
just the
summarized.
Jews are up to something.
I feel like the summary sections are going to tell you more about the person making them than it will you. You know, like...
Yeah.
Whatever it is they're covering. They're like, oh, I read, you know, fucking whatever, 1984. It's like, it's pretty boring. I guess the main point was, like, bad stuff could eventually happen. You want to stop that. He said there's a lot of non-fiction as well, which to me seems even like, I don't even know which is worse. Like having a book, say for example, that's like the best diet to engage with blah 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 blah, and then you just like summarize that. Like surely you need all of the book. So like, if you were eyeballing it, which is worse? Summarizing fiction or summarizing non-fiction?
I'd say nonfiction.
Maybe
Because
nonfiction.
nonfiction is like history too.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, because if you're summarizing fiction and reducing it to the point of absurdity, you're not caricaturing real life. You know what I mean? You're just caricaturing someone's fiction that they worked on. Either way, it's bad.
Yeah,
but
it's
with
definitely bad either way.
nonfiction,
But at least with
you're
fiction,
missing crucial points.
Yeah, at least with fiction,
of real.
you've not missed out on. Say, for example, it's like this book will teach you all about the medical intricacies of blah blah blah. And then it's like, yeah, I mean, just perform the surgery. That's you know, well.
I went to medical school instead of reading
Cut 'em
my
up.
textbooks. I just got Blinkist.
Oh my god! Imagine Blinkist like gets around. They start like employing it for schools.
You say it like it's some kind of venereal disease.
It is of the app world.
Yeah.
Get it out of here.
An STD of the mind.
Someone, I don't like reading or listening. Me, why are you here? I don't think I've ever heard someone use so many words to say so little than I have with Filmento. I don't know, we've covered a few people like that. I wouldn't want to say he has the crown, but
no, he's not the worst, but he's definitely doing that.
He's doing that
sure.
thing, yeah. This app contributes to something that many want, to extol mediocrity and the citizens. If Philip K. Dick would arise from his grave, well, maybe he was not so paranoid or mental as we thought. Sorry for my English, gracias. I mean, yeah, it's, I love the idea that there's a guy out there, because this has happened. He's read fucking 50 books on Blinkist, and he's told people that. But not the Blinkist part. Like, oh yeah, man.
He's told them the part about how many books he's read, yeah.
Yeah, I'd be curious for, like, someone who is... You don't even have to be well-read. You just will have to read some books. And you go to Blinkist and see how the notes compare to the real thing.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Probably make a good video out of that. Anyone out there?
Probably could, yeah.
Oh man, you can't go through it. Boo. Big thanks. No problem. For whatever that may be relating to. Don't worry about chat. Some people are too busy looking for gotchas to use in their unlisted comments to pay attention to your points. Nothing new. Hey, you know what? It's alright. Some of them say some really dumb shit. Some of them add some really funny things or interesting things. You know how they are. A collective grombazoid. Car frozen. Can't go anywhere. But EFAP is on. Great stream timing. Also, I theorize that stormtroopers are bribed by the characters to not hit them so they seem cool. So they're dangerous, but the characters are just clever. /s.
I don't know. I don't know if it's worth my life.
It's so funny that if we really wanted to fix from the ground up, like Mandalorian, if we were writing it, we'd have to employ some crazy shit like that to account for all of the bullshit. Like, obviously, we would opt to just move on, but if they were like, no, you have to contextualize it to make it better, like the previous seasons, like, damn.
The stormtroopers are failed clones.
Like, they really don't actually know how to aim and shoot and shit. Like, the point is the Empire Remnant is so run down that these aren't even soldiers at all. They're just these, yeah, like, disgusting sort of creatures. Like, you take their masks off and they're just blobs. They're supposed to just look scary, that's all. And the only reason they beat the Mandalorians is because of it wasn't them, it was some unseen villain that we're gonna add in Season 3, okay? Called Thrawn. Very different from Thrawn.
Thrawn. Excuse me, Thrawn, how are you?
Thrawn, you are in the way.
Mr. Thrawn.
Thrawn enough.
Learn to swim or you shall drown, Mr. Thrawn.
See, so much potential, guys. Have any of you guys seen The Wolf of Wall Street? And if so, what did you think about the film?
I remember liking it.
I saw it when it came out. I had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, it's a very entertaining film.
Yeah. And it looks like that's all we got. Sorry.
Oh, wow.
No, I didn't mean for Super Chats. I meant for that topic.
Oh.
I don't know what else to say. I need to rewatch it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's good. It's long, but it's, you know, it's a fun ride.
Like The Irishman, right?
I didn't like The Irishman. I think it's boring. No, I think there's a solid hour and a half of good film buried in there, but
yeah, man, I really felt the length of that one. And again, it's like, long, man. It's like, hey, Lord of the Rings, fine and dandy to me. It's not about the length.
It's how you use it.
Yeah.
It's how you stuff it in there.
How does a spacefaring civilization with terraformation technology go extinct with the destruction of one planet? They all have the tools to live. No idea.
Yeah, that's a fascinating question.
No idea. As soon as he said we've been traveling the stars for hundreds of thousands of years, it was like, oh, we're over. It's done. Like, you can't. You had 100,000 years. Did you have wars, presumably? Like, because he described it as they prospered.
Yeah, like
flourished,
you won galactic civil. Your species won the game of life.
Yeah, you fucking dominated, actually. Good job. It's like, no, we all died. You're like, what? Like I'm missing a part to that story. How does this... Oh, sorry. Is it trying to draw a parallel to our own history, Ion, in terms of the moon landing? I don't know, though. Seems dumb to me. I don't... What's the connection there? That we went to the moon and didn't do much else, or...
and then Earth blew up, so the moon
Except they had
bases
colonies. We
exploded.
didn't make colonies, so
Yeah, you can't,
Yeah.
it can't even be connected to anything. In the comics, or at least one version of the story, Krypton was the Imperium of Man on steroids, and the Green Lanterns beat them back to Krypton. They were quarantined, and over time, even after that was lifted, they became isolationist until it was too late. Well, that's a completely different story.
Sounds neat.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds more interesting than what we got. When Krypton died, everything else did. Sad face.
This is a surprisingly good impression of
That's what Zod would say. Sad face.
sad face.
Thanks for the pub talk on a Saturday night. Lol, hi rags and critical.
Hi. He's not
Wait,
here.
who's critical?
I mean, this drinker is here in spirit, I suppose. Hey, that kind of doubles up. Anyway, ziggity
I get
zaggity rags talks kinda. Oh, then there's like space for another word. Ziggity zaggity rags talks kinda, and then think of a word that could go there, rags. What could it be?
Faggoty.
Rags talks. Riggedy raggedy rags talks. Calamity.
Yeah, that's probably it.
In zero gravity.
Okay, ignore the Green Lantern bit of my last chat. Apparently I fooled myself into accepting my own headcanon as canon. Apparently the Science Guild just voted to end the 20-plus galaxy empire. Ow.
What?
Why?
Why? So everyone obeyed them? Like, no, I live on this empire.
God damn it,
I live on
man.
this planet.
It's so funny to me because the writers of this shit seem to be just like, yes, they had a huge civilization until they didn't. Like, you gotta actually do more than that.
You missed a step in there somewhere.
I don't understand. Check out Media Zealot and his video about Kryptonians. Good stuff. Hi, Rags.
Hi.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't care about Kryptonians.
They're your favorites. Yeah, the whole functionally human species evolving everywhere in the universe thing in the comics comes down to the Guardians of the Universe encoding their form into the universe. Oh, is this a way to explain why everything is humanoid? Is that what that's saying? Because a lot of fiction has that issue, I guess.
Even Star Trek, the original series, has an episode where they like talk about that.
Pink kryptonite turns you gay. Not even a joke. Fringy, can you confirm this?
I don't know. I don't. That doesn't sound right, but I don't know.
I kind of hope it's true. I want it to be true. Apparently soldiers are just mindless robots who only follow orders to the letter. Please ignore the literal hundreds of thousands of millions of examples pointing to the contrary. It's a fucking...
Yeah.
I mean, the people say like, you see, Zod was bred to be this way. You're like, what do you mean? An idiot? Like, why do soldiers have to be this way? And then at the
I know
end,
there's a trope out there concerning soldiers where it's like soldiers are these weird like for these program so we've done a pretty darn good job at figuring out what makes a soldier really effective in battle in terms of keeping their mental faculty straight, keeping them swapping them out, making sure they're not mentally fucked up and scarred, and how their training is. And so there's a trope in fictional media about how soldiers are like basically abused mentally and physically to become killing machines and stuff like that. That just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I wish I knew what it was, because because Man of Steel really kind of plays around with that idea, where Zod's just this evil killing machine. That's just all he does.
Yeah, but his goal is peace for Krypton. You know what I mean? He wants to get to the point where the civilization flourishes as Krypton, and I'm just like, so what happens if he gets that? Does he just mellow out, or does he stop playing chess? What else can you do?
I don't know. I feel like, especially Filmento, he's like, once his whole goal is to, perpetuate Kryptonian life and all that stuff. But as soon as Krypton is dead, he just goes crazy and starts killing. Like, what? Like, if you're a soldier in a war and your side loses, you don't take a suicide pact. Like, you have a different goal now, right? Because you're a human being. I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy.
I think just crazy. Whenever I'm at the bottom of my whole human race is destroyed, and I'm looking the guy in the eye who did it when I threatened to kill his whole civilization and people and loved ones. You know, I'm like, time to get revenge by killing everyone you love. Oh, God, that film sucks.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's
I
pretty
want
bad.
Zemo to talk to Zod. Like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm gonna
Why
kill
wouldn't
everyone
Zod
here.
just reassess the situation and try to figure out what's best for him going forward?
Yeah, wouldn't it be cool to write Zod in such a way that he has to deal with the fact that Krypton can never come back, and now he has to change his goal to match that of getting Kryptonians born?
That'd be interesting.
Wouldn't that be
Yeah,
cool?
well, the reset button is like, well, there has to be a Krypton for me to protect Krypton. So how do I go about making a Krypton? And his mind turns that into, how
Ruling
can I
it,
make
yeah.
this planet like Krypton that I can protect?
Yeah, and I think that
If they really wanted to make if they really wanted to make Zod like not a typical human being, like he was bred for a very specific function, kind of like he's a robot, they could have done really interesting things with that, but they really didn't.
No. Okay, that's it. I feel like because we didn't talk about this for too long, but the idea of he wants to enslave Earth, or at least control and mold Earth to become a new Krypton. That's the best he can do, and so he he just wants to be like, I'm in charge of the government from now on. And it's just like, you could even have it be that they have a relative peace brokered, but then he like decides naturally, he's like, well, of course I should be in charge. I'm the most powerful, I'm the most experienced, I've controlled spacefaring like civilization. Of course you have to give your shit up to me. Be like, oh, shit. And what if the drama there is that in exchange he will give humans access to incredible technology? I don't know, we could have a movie, you know? Like, imagine like a story.
Yeah, you're describing what we call a movie.
EFAP gives me an emotion-based climax. Ooh, rags. Oh, no.
Ooh.
Your Honor, my client did kill 20 innocent people, but he's a soldier. What else could he do?
Yeah, that's right.
It makes sense. Man of Steel needed Steel Manning during filmmaking. Oh, do you mean like Steel Manning the script? Is that what we could call it? I think they call it script
Needed someone to
doctoring
say,
at that point.
what? What the fuck you doing, Zach?
Hey, Zach, you know the page with all the issues on it? It's like, which one? It's like, this is the script. Like, I was thinking maybe we could throw that out.
Hey,
I was
Zach.
thinking we could change
I don't want to be
everything.
too harsh, but I was thinking maybe we could do a page 1 rewrite. How about that?
He's
You
like,
mean
oh,
rewrite
just,
the first
just a
page?
one?
Rewrite starting at the first page.
A page 1 rewrite means you start from scratch.
Yeah, but Zach wouldn't know that.
Yeah, I don't know why you think Zach would understand that concept. Like you're talking to us.
Well, we're in the DC arc. Where did the prequel arc finish? It is not. It will return. That's how arcs work, right? You can just randomly restart.
An Avengers Come Zone.
Yeah. Is the issue with my soul line Shannon's delivery, or that you disagree with Zod's concept of what a soul is? Also, happy birthday, Metal. I would say I'm cool with him referring to having lost his purpose as, I guess, losing his soul. It's just more so it's such overt villain dialogue. Like, in the same way that it would be if he said, you've destroyed everything that means everything to me. Be like, ugh. In the same way of saying, you're a monster, Zod, and I will stop you. Like, this kind it's just barely...
Thanks, Superman!
Barely
It's
how people
very
speak, I
blunt,
guess.
Very surface level. You
And,
know, there's not a lot of nuance to the dialogue, especially with the villains.
I think there's an element of melodrama that's getting the funnies to me. Him saying, you've destroyed my soul, or taken my soul from me.
Yeah, a Shakespearean. Thou hast destroyed my soul.
Like, no, it's okay, Zord.
Curtains drop. Exit stage.
Oh my god, the scream Pikachu makes upon death is horrifying.
Because it's
Is it
not
like Yoda?
No, not like the Yoda one. The Yoda one's quite pleasant to listen to, I'd say.
Yeah, it's ASMR.
Yeah.
It's not that Zod says, I will find him. It's not that he
Why-
says, I will find him. It's that on the third time he goes, I will find him.
Yeah, that one's easy to explain. It's so just what? Why are you? It's like I
How-
will find him, and you're like, all
Why
right,
are
yeah.
you yelling?
How much cooler would it have been to say, like, this doesn't change anything. You're gonna blow up. You're gonna die. I'm gonna live. I'm gonna be alive. They're shooting me into space on my penis pod. I'm gonna be alive. You're gonna fucking die. After you're dead and gone, and all of Krypton's dead and gone, I'll still be out there with all the time in the world to find your fucking son and kick him in the nutsack.
That'd be way better.
So maybe if he said
And
that,
then-
they would just go, "Hey, should we just kill them?"
I was like, oh yeah, he's actually got a good point. Should we like,
Well, he
all of you
says-
out of the pods? We're getting in.
He says that you don't have the courage to kill us or something. You don't want to do it with your own hands. I think he says. I don't know. But yeah, it would be really funny if good if he said all that, then he moves away, and before the pod's ceiling, he says, "I will find him," and that's it. You don't need to fucking shout it, make it all embarrassing.
I will come.
I will. It's like fucking Ares.
And they keep getting these good actors to say these goofy lines.
Yeah,
too.
I know. Why'd you do
Because
that?
Michael Shannon and whoever plays, Lupin
David
and Harry
Thewlis.
Potter, he's good. They're both good.
Yeah, man. I mean, David Thewlis is like fine in the rest of the movie, you know?
Yeah.
Like as
that's
the
true.
normie general dude, he's just like he's doing his normal shit. But then they
Yeah, he's arguably one of the. Oh no, he gets a good end. His good little end with the one evil lady soldier chick. But
Oh no,
he's kind of.
we're talking about David Thewlis and Wonder Woman.
Oh fuck that.
Filmento uses Blinkist, right? That was what it was called.
Blink tits, yeah.
Blink tits, to make his video.
Best
There's a
of
good chance he
Blanket.
does. He did say that he
Yeah.
did.
Unironically, yeah, he probably does.
He's the one that we know uses it. Do I have to make a video trailer like that other guy to get you massives to watch the Backstroke of the West dub? Video trailer? No, well, I'm sure we're gonna check it out at some point eventually. Give us a few more years, okay? It's gonna happen. Oh yeah, happy birthday, Metal. You'd appreciate that.
Wow.
Hi, Rags.
Hi there.
Metal, tell them to watch Backstroke of the West. Alright. And Chris is just coping for the lack of personality. Chris?
Chris Stuckman?
Oh, to do with the Jehovah's Witness thing. I mean,
I sucked out my personality as a child.
well, from what I understand, isn't the whole thing like that is kind of part of it? Like they were super controlling, and he didn't get to be breaking free of whatever.
Oh, his video about being a former or an ex Jehovah's Witness is the most interesting and compelling thing he's ever made. And I actually think it's a really, really good video. I hope he continues to improve his content from here. But honestly, it's a really compelling video.
He's gonna run out of tragedies to talk about.
Well,
it's really good. It's worth the watch. It's really
I
fascinating.
don't doubt that.
See
Like,
how-
it's probably a, it's probably like a, I mean, it's certainly not something I'm familiar with at all.
It's really,
Like the
it's really
experience of that.
interesting to see just how fucking crazy Jehovah's Witnesses are. I mean, I don't like
because
his
I guess
videos
all I
very
ever
much.
know
but-
about, all I've ever known about Jehovah's Witnesses is that they bother you on the
they
weekend
bother you, yeah.
to tell you how much you're stuck.
Have you heard the good news? Is that them? or
And
is that someone else?
considering just how crazy they are in terms of turning your family against you if you renounce being a Jehovah's Witness. It does take a decent amount of bravery to make the video he did. So I commend him for that.
You guys should do an EFAP movies of Backstroke of the West. It's absolutely hilarious. I'm not against it. We may very well. Fringy wants the Battle of Imujima. But anyways, guys.
Imujima.
Heil Ragler and happy late Flompus Day Moodle. Aw. Heil Ragler indeed.
Hilo.
Muller, what are your thoughts on Naughty Dog coming out with a new DLC for The Last of Us later this year where we explore Joel's character before he met Ellie? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, fuck off.
They're gonna destroy him, aren't they? Even
Oh,
more. How
no.
much of a prick he is. Is he gonna kill like a kid or something in that scene and be like, I did what I had to survive?
like, yeah, that's one of those things where it's like, please stop, it's already dead.
But we already know it's all bad, shitty, horrible stuff.
Well,
Like, that's
but
the whole
see,
point.
That's the thing, though. I don't trust them to portray it because, like, you've seen what they're up to with like the actual game. Like, I want someone who understands Joel as he is when we meet him in The Last of Us to write that history, you know?
But Neil Druckmann wrote both games.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like, what happened?
He probably did. He write the first one alone, or was he
Well,
like?
no,
Did was he given
yeah.
guidelines?
People talk
I
about
think
there's that
that's
other
the
person,
important
right?
thing, Bruce Stately. Fuck me. I know. There's a guy called Bruce. He was the game director. Apparently, they both worked on it. And now he's gone. So it's just him. And that new person as well who was working on it too, so maybe that's and Uncharted 4 was not strictly him as well, but maybe if it was, maybe it would have been a fucking disaster too.
Maybe.
I bet Cuckman will show Joel's favorite hobby before the apocalypse was golf.
He's gonna think it's very clever.
Oh god!
I was gonna say, thematically,
look at
it's
how
just-
ironic it is.
How ironic! Those who live by the club die by the club.
I love it.
Maybe.
Oh, totally nearly killed myself. But yeah, you know, there's a good chance I would check that out because that sounds pretty good in terms of getting me back on track for doing the Last of Us video, of which I've already done a lot of collecting work for, so I'd rather have good reason to get me back in and maybe play it again and go through that DLC. As horrifying as it sounds. I also hate the implied politics of WandaVision, but I'm well aware that it's subjective as fairy heck position.
The implied politics, wait.
I'm not sure what that's referring
I'm
to.
not sure what they're referring to.
There might be some throwaway lines that say some stuff here and there. I'm just not being able
I
to...
didn't notice it.
Yeah, I'm coming up blank with that one. Bone milk, lovely. People keep asking who Tonald is. Who are these weirdos and why do they not invest in rocks as real estate? What?
Like the Flintstones?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. What's rocks? The connection of rocks with Tonald. Well, either way, there's plenty of Tonald history all the way through EFAP, and they are kind of heretics for not knowing it. Oh man, I really did fuck that up. Lord Tonald of the Loke embraced the long in his vid. True. Looks to be quite the adventure. Bring on the Blessed Pipeman to converse with Tone. That would be quite something, I'd say. Hey, I was going to recommend Evangelion, or is it Evangelion?
I think it's Evangelion.
However, I doubt that you guys would like it due to it having some tropes that you don't like. Example, being Sundere, that's how it's pronounced.
Sundere.
But I would still recommend it to people, in part because Eva is like my Buffy muesli. All right, fair enough. Fringy, you beautiful bitch. I have a question for you. Do you subscribe to the Cortana logic plague theory, or do you think 343 aren't that smart?
Let me look that up. I'm pretty sure I've heard of it, but I can't remember what it is. Cortana... What was it called again? Logic plague theory?
Logic plague theory, and the next super chat says 343 aren't that smart.
Okay. So... Jesus. Alright, so... The logic plague. This is a post from Halo Waypoint. I and a lot of other people in the Halo fandom have formed the theory that in Halo 5, Cortana has the logic plague and that the Flood drives her actions throughout said game. During the events of Halo 2 and the first half of Halo 3, Cortana was engaged with in a month-long conversation with the current Gravemind at the time. This should be more than enough time for the Gravemind. So I'm going to have to poke a big hole in that theory. Cortana is digital, so I don't understand how exactly the Flood could infect her. How does that make sense?
With a USB.
Well, someone's saying, "Oh, the same thing happened in Mendicant Bias." It's like, okay, no, we're leaning into like external stuff now. All right, I want to focus just on the games. That is some big ol' right there. Also, if she was infected, why did she help Chief activate the Halo and then fucking kill all of the Flood at the end of Halo 3? Oh, the Flood can infect AI? Alright, whatever. Nah.
Ringy is
That's
not
a problem
convinced.
as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. Bungie canon, I disagree with that canon, I guess. Well, I don't know.
Rags, I got a recommendation. Do the Creation Adventure Team for EFAP movies.
Creation Adventure Team. Let me take a look.
No idea what that is.
Oh. The Creation Adventure Team, Jurassic Ark Mystery. Oh, this is one of those young Earth creationism weird kids things. I would love to watch this. These like Christian, like 90s. I know this is 2003, but it's gonna be in the same style. But like 90s Christian propaganda for kids fascinates me. It is super engaging to watch it because it's so bizarre and crazy how they try and get all these Jesus messages into all kinds of different things. I would love to watch the Creation Adventure Team Jurassic Ark Mystery.
In Halo 2, didn't the Grey Man corrupt the Guilty Spark? No, as soon as Chief got there, he asked him to activate the ring. Like, he couldn't fly around freely, but he still wanted to do that. Now I'm just reading up on it on the wiki. It's apparently a term for techniques used by the Flood to attack and subvert intelligences through non-biological means. The information equivalent of the parasite. It can... I don't... Induced logic plague is often equated with the condition of rampancy. Oh, so then it doesn't even make any sense because she got rampant later on anyway. I guess my question is, how exactly does like a thing that is biological infect a non-biological thing? I just find that confusing.
Didn't keep social distancing. Breathed on him. Gave him a spit.
Well, the Flood
also,
did that.
This is the IMDb for the movie.
A video that says that dinosaurs lived with humans and were on Noah's Ark. It is aimed toward kids.
That's it.
That is so sterile. Like,
it's rated 1.9 out of 10. I would love to watch this program.
That sounds great.
It does sound funny. Would you like to know more? Yeah, boy.
Would you like to know more? Die, Jigglypuff.
Would you like to come, He-Man? Come with me, and you'll be
Hi, Rags.
in a war. What?
What would you say are the objectively best and worst vehicles to exist as? Don Bless.
What a question.
See why that came up.
Best and worst vehicles to exist as? Best and worst. So I would put, in terms of worst, I would probably put, trains are pretty bad because they are restricted to train tracks.
I agree.
I would also say that bumper cars are up there as well because they're going to be confined to the bumper car rink.
And it might be a painful existence.
Yeah, getting bumped around, or maybe it's like orgasmic to them. I don't know. I don't know if the equivalent would be because that's just what they're just built for it. It's like fulfilling their purpose or something.
By that logic, humans shouldn't be able to put a virus on a computer. So,
By
like,
what logic?
A virus that is on a computer is not like a viral infection. It's digital.
Yeah.
What is... No.
Yeah, it was quite a delay.
No, we
were on to the...
When you get like an STD, you pop it onto a USB and then you put it in. That's how it works.
USB STD.
Yeah.
Also, people saying, oh no, the grave minder was penitent tangent. Yeah, penitent tangent says we got to activate this ring as soon as he sees Chief. So I don't know. Like, I don't know.
Anyway, back to bumper cars.
Yeah, so trains are really bad. Yeah, anything that's confined to a very specific track So that would, even certain kinds of boats would be better because if they can access the ocean, they have a lot more options. Same thing with a boat that's typically on a lake. However, boats can be transported, so assuming that you were able to communicate with people, you could request that you be moved someplace else. I don't know. But if you just had to exist as that vehicle, yeah, trains, lake boats would be bad. But some of the
You would
better
want
ones,
the most movement and the most ability to move without being fueled by humans. You know what I mean?
well, I assume
See.
you would get fuel. Like you could just like exist.
Yeah, I suppose what wouldn't be included in this is an assumption of like poor upkeeping, because the idea is strictly about the vehicle itself, right? Like all of these scenarios include you are kept at a good quality from the human that may or may not need to provide it.
Yeah.
So maybe cars or planes.
One that would be interesting would be one of those deep sea submersibles with the arms and shit on it.
Ooh,
you could go all the way to the bottom. You could go all the way to the top. All of the ocean is yours to explore and travel around in.
I guess this isn't quite applicable yet, but like it'd be cool to be a spaceship once we crack actually exploring new planets and stuff.
Yeah, because a spaceship by itself,
a little bit boring right now, I'd say.
The view's cool for a while, and then you probably get sick of it and you want to do stuff and things.
I want to be a submarine man by James Cameron.
Let me see. Another good option might be, like, I would want a vehicle that does like a cool job, like maybe a construction vehicle that, like a backhoe that could dig things and pat things down and carry stuff around and make big holes and big piles of dirt, and who is like building buildings and doing stuff.
If we can find a way around this, let's just have like an android, but we put wheels on it and we're like, it's a vehicle. No, I'm the android. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if
What
I
about
could be Wally,
really, really niche vehicles, like the thing that they use to shuttle the spaceships to the launch pad? You know that giant thing?
That'd
it's
be
like
horrific.
a big launch pad with wheels.
That'd be terrible. Because all your existence is going from this point to that point, carrying this big ass fucking shuttle back and forth, over and
good,
over
honest
at 3
work,
miles an
Rags.
hour.
Good, honest
I
work.
know it's good, honest work, but it'd be boring the shit out of me.
And if you were a soldier, that means you'd start killing people.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a decent enough. I think it's a decent enough answer. You know, I think we got some good ones in there, some bad ones in there. I think we.
What about a
explained ourselves
bicycle?
pretty
Like, do you have
bicycles-
any autonomy without someone riding you?
Oh, because you're human powered. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I'd consider a bicycle an option.
Hey, Springy, is it possible for me to win this fight with just shooting my gun?
You'd still have to eventually kick him.
Let's see. Just
Are you
continue
Falco?
answering these.
Or
while
are
I do
you Fox or Falco?
He's Falco.
Oh, maybe Falco's knocks him back a little bit, right?
Oh,
Or is it the same
but
amount
he'll
regardless
he'll-
of damage?
He'll keep grabbing onto the
Oh
ledge.
no,
though.
he's going toward me. Now he's going back.
Allegedly.
What the fuck is he doing?
Allegedly.
Hey.
Oh.
What is he doing? This AI is having a lot of trouble. He doesn't know what's up.
And now he's turning around. What is going on?
Cover Shapiro films that are actually conservative. Why would I want to do that?
I don't care.
No thanks.
I don't. Yeah. Yeah. I don't care.
Can respect
His covering his Star Wars videos was
That was funny,
fascinating.
yeah.
I enjoyed that immensely.
Can respect EFAP's quest to know what they are talking about.
Oh.
Yeah, if a topic comes up, we like to try and see if there's some stuff to find out about it if we don't know it, yeah. Oh no, a Pokeball! Not for you. Spring, you put a bet on how much his health will be at when he dies.
I don't think it will if you just keep shooting at him.
Alright, that's your bet then. So if
Springy's
anything,
a pessimist.
yeah, if anything else, Rags, put a bet on the health.
569.
Remember, this includes random items spawning that fucking kill him.
Oh,
Possible.
right, like a bomb, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But a bomb could kill you before it kills him, and if I say
True.
nothing, then...
Oh no. He's getting spookily close to me. I agree with your criticism of WandaVision. Still don't think it's bad, though, but I think you should talk with Friday Night Tights because they just say McComics and it sucks. I thought they liked it.
I thought they did too.
Last I heard they liked it anyway. I don't know if they've gone off it.
Maybe as of
Unless
now,
they
no.
Perhaps.
Yeah,
I mean, I wouldn't call the
I don't
show
think it's-
bad yet.
Yeah.
We're in danger,
I don't know if
though.
I wouldn't call it good yet, though. It started good. The first 2 episodes were good. The third was fine. The fourth and fifth were like, oh,
But the more that we've leaned into the actual plot,
Yeah.
the more it's kind of been concerning.
I recently watched the Star Wars prequels, and overall, they're better than the sequels, but everyone is wrong. They're terrible movies. Hey, not everyone
They
says
are.
they're
They're not
good.
wrong then, because we think they're terrible as well.
Yeah, they are terrible, though. People
And-
need to get over it.
And if I had a ranking, it would be 3 being the best and 2 being the worst. I think we said that 1 was the worst, right?
Yeah, we said 1 was the worst, barely.
Barely, yeah.
Because 2 is really
think
bad,
Attack of
but
the
I think
Clones
2
is
is
the worst.
slightly better.
But 3 was definitely the best.
Absolutely.
JJ could
Christ.
take down towers or film franchises, Rags. Okay.
Wait, JJ could be a...
It just says JJ could take down towers or film franchises, Rags.
Oh my goodness gracious. Is he implying that JJ is responsible for 9/11?
I can't imagine any other interpretation of that statement.
Oh my god.
Opinion on Pitch Black and Chronicles of Riddick.
They're fun.
I haven't seen it in
Haven't
ages.
seen
I
it
remember
in
really
years.
liking Pitch Black. Uh-oh. this
Yeah,
could be
I
it.
like
This
Pitch
could be it.
Black, and I like Chronicles of Riddick too, but it's probably not good. It's just fun to watch.
Dude, the intensity of that drama. I thought he was gonna die, but then I was the one who died.
Oh, so I win.
I don't think you win.
I don't think you win,
Didn't
no.
win.
I said that it would never happen,
Yeah, I don't think you win.
and it didn't happen, so I win.
I mean,
I don't know
you
about
could
that.
call at best you can call that by technicality. You didn't predict shit.
Dude, I even mentioned, like... that
No,
you
your
could
whole
die.
thing was about how I'd never be able
Nah.
to kill him.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Like, I was about to, but then I got incredibly
Yeah.
unlucky.
It's not even fair
Oh.
because Fringy lives in Australia, therefore
Yeah.
he's always close to death. So he knows the subject better than most. He's an expert.
What?
Really-
Also, I don't know. Like you're
You're an
ahead
expert in
in
not living.
time, so I don't know if predictions really count.
It's true.
Yeah, look at all the people already saying that I'm right.
Look at all the wrong
Oh,
people.
so you're appealing to popularity now, are you?
Wow.
I guess
you
a lot of
learned
people like
nothing.
TLJ, huh?
I'm just
How
saying.
does it smell in Rag's costume? What costume? I don't wear a costume. I don't wear anything. Clothes. Yeah, like these shades. They're an accessory. They're not even clothes.
Dogecoin is skyrocketing right now, and I'm feeling generous. Also, high Rags.
Hey, good luck. I hope you make many Doge dollars.
Dogecoin tracker. Did Elon tweet? Is that what happened?
He
he
has
tweet that
tweeted a
Doge is
few
great?
things, yeah.
Oh, hello. Let's have a look at this then. Oh yeah, it reached an all-time high recently. It looks like.
Did it?
Ooh.
Or not?
Are you fucking kidding me, right?
I mean, if we go by in the last week, apparently, yeah.
It hasn't gone as high as it had before.
You sure?
I think the all-time high was above where it is right now.
Oh yeah, you're right. But still, that's pretty high up right now.
The year of the
considering.
Doge, 2021.
It is pretty high up now. That's
Hashtag
that's fantastic.
You bet.
You bet indeed that it would be.
I gotcha.
There's a video on why the Starship Troopers Federation is too stupid to exist. Oh. There was also that video about how the Starship Troopers were like bad infantry, I think, right? What was the one we covered? I can't remember.
It was like the top 10 worst infantry or something like that.
Well, top 10 reasons they
Are they
suck
talking
as
about the
infantry.
movie or the book?
Oh yeah, top 10 reasons why like they suck.
And,
That was when we had Arch and Sargon on.
yeah,
we gotta get that pair on again.
I think it was strictly about the movie.
The Starship Troopers, yeah.
I can't remember if they brought in the book at all.
I don't think so. I think it was just the movie.
The
That's
highlight
one
for
of the
me
most
was-
interesting adaptation subjects ever. You know,
Most
like
interesting
whether
part.
the adaptation even gets the general point of the book right.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. It's a fucking endless discussion on that one. Because the meme is always, wow, you didn't even understand the point of Starship Troopers. And the response is, wow, you just interpreted the point because you saw the black coats. And that was enough for you. Like, it's...
You saw trench coats and boots, so you instantly assumed it was a film about fascism, even though the society that they live in is unironically fucking great.
Dude, the smug levels on the people who are like, it's a Nazi film, are like, it's insane. They're just like, you couldn't even tell. It's like, do you really think that there's been no understanding of that discourse? That's like the main discourse for that movie.
Mm-hmm.
Will ER
Island's got
ever...
a lot of stuff to say.
Yeah. Will ER ever return? I would imagine so. Have to find the right topic for the lad.
Kirby.
Wait, oh, Kirby killed himself. Well,
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Yeah. The meme repository did a good job on the Man of Steel mini. Good rat.
Yes, he did.
It was a Man of Steel movie, actually. So get your facts
Y'all are
straight.
spoiled calling these minis.
Yeah.
It was a chonker.
It was 3.5 hours.
That was 3 hours.
It will return, but not before Batwoman at this point, because we're going to hang on to it to make sure copyright doesn't fuck it over again. I don't know if you guys remember, but back in the day, the Doom video with The Rock, that one, like the 11th version stayed up. So, and that was like the 6th version that went public. I'm trying to avoid repeating that. Because of course...
A company desperately wanted to claim credit for that abomination.
And you're in a position where it's like, could you tell me where I'm fucking up the copyright, YouTube? And it's like, yeah, I will. At some point.
Later, yeah.
Like, thanks.
I'll get back to you on that one.
Yeah, the thing is, top notch on the EFAP mini movie editors. We'll love them. Can't wait to provide them more content, such as Batwoman. Only the best. Thoughts on filmmaker Neil Breen? Some of the best this generation has to offer, I'd say. An auteur.
So many laptops. So much tuna.
I like when he spills the
I've
drink.
uncovered more corruption than any person ever. And then the guy, like, I resigned from my position on the bank, and then he puts a gun through his head.
This movie is nothing but stuff.
Killing themselves just in public. One of them fucking hangs himself and slashes his wrist.
I think it's safe to say we're pro Neil Breen here on this podcast.
What was why have you done this? Why? Oh wait, no.
Why have you committed suicide? I can't believe you've committed suicide. Why? Why did you commit suicide?
Why would you have committed suicide?
What do you want? How can I help you?
He's just he commands words with such incredible.
I don't understand what you mean.
You killed him, and then they stare at him.
You killed him.
No, Dad.
This was all you. You did it.
Fuck.
Neil Breen. What a fucking legend.
A legend among men.
I hope that one day I could be just half the man that Neil Breen
Half
is.
as talented as Neil Breen.
Half as talented. If I die half as talented as he is, I will have succeeded
A life
in
well
life.
lived.
What was the there was the other movies as well, because there were 3 of them. There was the last one, Fateful Findings, and then there was that's what it was called.
There was
I Am Here ... now.
Oh.
I am here.
But see,
now.
That's the kind of name that just sort of you just want to see what it's about, right? Just it's really well named. They should make a an app to talk about how to name things best, and then shorten those into recommendations from those things. There's a huge market here for summarizing things.
God, I'm just now trying to remember what was some of the other funny things from those movies.
Just
Oh, it wasn't. Oh, that's right. The second one, I Am Here Now. He was like techno Jesus. He put out his arms and they were like RAM. There's RAM things on his wrists, like he's a computer or something.
Why wouldn't they be?
he thinks very highly of himself.
I think
As he
my
should.
favorite
He's
part
Neil
is,
Breen.
Yeah.
The very lacking. Well, no, actually, I was about to say it was lacking in subtlety when it comes to social commentary, but I mean, there's nothing more subtle than, I'm sorry, guys, I have to fire you. The big lobbyists and corporations have taken too much power and we can't compete. I don't know if that
Here's
was
the thing.
exactly the line.
It is such a tour de blunt that is so very. It's so just insistingly powerful in its messages.
Words almost
that
failed
it
to
is,
capture the power.
his theme is greater than subtlety could ever
We tried
express
our
it.
best to do like a sustainable energy grid, but the big business and corporations won't let it happen.
Damn it, big business.
Sometimes she's a skull, sometimes...
Yeah. I just...
I've killed 300 million humans this day. In other words, I have destroyed them all.
There's a guy in a wheelchair who bumps into this guy, and then he pushes over the wheelchair of the guy. And then Neil Breen comes up to him and he's like, "That's just not right." The guy starts bleeding out his eyes.
Isn't that immoral?
Inside out. You can see the tag on the outside. I love he freezes time, but they're just people standing frozen. Because they don't have the money to actually have people freeze.
To stop the frame?
Yeah.
It takes a lot of money.
Well,
right?
because... Oh, and what was the line? The guy in the wheelchair is like, "That chemo's kicking my ass. I just wanted to see this sign one last time before I die." Fucking...
I'm telling you, man, the thematic elements of a Neil Breen production transcend subtlety.
Hey guys, been a big fan for a while. Appreciate the work you guys put out, and I tell you, watching Superman 78 would be such a treat. Recently watched it and still think it's strong. Thanks for the work.
Oh.
Yeah, we watched it not that long ago, right? Like half a year, maybe? I can't remember anymore. Time is not a thing.
Yeah, it's not.
What is the lamest thing in Star Wars other than Mandalorians? For me, it would be the Yuzang Vong.
I don't know anything about them other than they're edgy.
Well,
I
just
would
from the
say
name, or?
I'd probably say stormtroopers.
Yeah,
are the lamest thing because one, they're
Yeah.
practically ubiquitous and they're just fucking worthless.
Yeah, they've really cranked that so hard at this point. It's ridiculous. Mando Season 3 is going to keep on doing it, probably. What else can we kill, you know? Fodder of the fucking universe. I mean, Jedi are still kind of cool, right, guys?
I mean... no.
No.
It would be if they were done well. But...
Like, they were alright. Like, I was never, like, super into Jedi or super cool myself. Like, they were nifty, but... I don't know. I'd rather be just, like, a guy trying to make his way in the galaxy. But, you know,
like Mando.
Yeah,
well,
just like
what
just a
Mando was
dude.
supposed to be, yeah.
Just like you're some like intergalactic, you know, transportation, you know, agent, or you have to do, you know, just like what would a job like kind of an equivalent to ours be like in the Star Wars universe, and how would you deal with the events of galactic unrest in your profession or in your life? What would happen?
They don't need to be like the most important person in the goddamn universe.
Like I want to show about a beat cop in Coruscant.
That could be cool.
When people are like, how are you not choosing fake Skywalker? I thought that the nature of the question was more so like concepts or categories rather than like individual
Luke
characters.
Skywalker is a concept now.
True.
It can be exploited for, you know,
For
monetary gain.
For money.
Drink a release.
I want to like a repo man, a Tatooine repo man
who has to deal with so much shit to just get stuff back from people.
He directly works for like Jabba the Hutt or something like that, and he's like a hardcore repo man, and he gets some dangerous jobs and stuff. He's got to do crazy shit.
You guys ever see Repo Man?
No.
David
No, but
Haggerty.
I've heard good things.
I don't know if it's any good, but I just remember watching it. Jude Law and Forrest Whitaker.
Oh no, I never saw that.
It's a cult classic kind of movie, right?
Oh, I thought you were referring to Repo Jake.
Not quite, but the idea is like it's not too distant future where you can get body parts in you, like cyborg style, whatever. But if you don't pay them back, they'll send repo men after you that like drug and cut you open and take the organ back.
Right.
Oh.
That ain't so nice.
The thing about, I just remember thinking about like, oh, I should rewatch that sometime, but I already thought about like, it can't possibly work that way, can it? Like, just...
There's an idea there, well, where before they become like super consumer grade, where everyone can buy prosthetics, they're gonna be at that stage where they're maybe a little bit too expensive, or at least some ones will be. Some ones will be easy, like maybe some organs will be super easy, but like hands and arms and eyeballs, things that are really sensitive and need good coordination, maybe those are a bit too expensive for the normal person, so they pay for them in installments, right? And if they don't keep up their installments, like what are the laws going to be about? Well, I mean, you're renting it technically, it belongs to the bank.
So it's the Merchant of Venice, kind of, isn't it?
Or
really?
like, how do we get it? How do they get it back? How do how does this happen? But yeah, there's an interesting story to explore there, an idea.
Oh, they gave me the same fight. All right, make your bet, Fringy. What about this time?
Man, I don't know, 500.
Oh, so he will die. It'll be at 500.
Well, last time I did my thing right, you said it was bullshit, so I guess I gotta play by your rules.
If you win this one, I will give you a retroactive win on this one.
I think Fringy will be
double or
wrong.
nothing, Fringy.
That's my bet.
I'm excited now.
What, does it need to be exactly 500 or like give or take 50?
No, exactly.
Wow.
I will allow a
that's
give or
not
take of
definitely-
100.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people saying that it's Repo Men is the cult classic. Repo Man is the one they made to keep the license. And that's the one I've seen. I haven't seen the classic.
Why don't they make
familiar.
Repo People?
Yeah.
Repo People.
I
They should
mean,
make
why
Repo
watch
People.
either when you can just watch Repo Jake and you can watch
Yeah.
Gene Haggerty too?
Dan Haggerty?
What did I say?
Pat Conroy?
You said Gene Haggerty. You said Gene Haggerty. You did not say Pat Conroy.
Dan Haggerty.
Yeah, Dan Haggerty.
Yeah, that's what I said the whole time.
He was the narrator for the Christmas light.
Steve Shives made a video about how Republicans can't like Star Trek. I know I'm late bringing it up, but you're late watching Star Trek. Also, hi, Rag.
Hi, that sounds like stupid bullshit Steve Shives would say.
Yep.
Yeah, that's in character. Steve Shives is a very consistently written character.
I can't help but bring up every time he comes up that his wife, girlfriend, whatever, called him, like he's probably sexist for preferring Angel over Buffy.
More than Buffy, yeah.
And it's funny
That's
because
so
loads of
stupid.
people that I've watched the show with prefer Angel to Buffy. The characters, anyway. Which it makes a lot of sense. Angel's fucking great.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to choose between them.
I understand.
Personally.
Rinker released a video on The Hobbit, and it summarizes most of the issues really well. Excellent. Anyone heard that Daisy Ridley has quit social media? How long do you think before the law because Daisy was bullied? Also, her new movie looks crud.
I mean, it probably was because she was getting bullied, I would imagine.
Well, at this point, though, the funny thing is, which side? It's like, I don't even know. The pro or anti-sequel people, it could be either. Depends on what she said.
She was sick of crazy women asking her what it was like to kiss Adam Driver.
Remember the when Mark Hamill tweeted out the picture of Lando, well, all of them together basically, right? But like it was an artwork, and he got like shat on by sequel fans. Like, you're perpetuating hatred.
Oh.
Oh no, Fringy, you're running out of time.
Yeah. Guess I was wrong.
Maybe. Who knows? Oh, we got a Pokemon. Uh-oh. I don't know what does this mean if I... Well, I'm allowed to move. That was never in the rules.
You're allowed to move,
Rags, have you or would you like to read from your book of fun facts? That's a good... Thank you for reminding me. I totally forgot. I need to get myself a fact picked out here. Grab my book. Yep, got my little shelf of books. Which is luckily very close.
No, I lost. Alright.
Oh, right. All right, let's see.
Oh,
Wait,
so
I
close,
bet Frankie would be wrong, so I win.
Nice.
All right. A chef's hat is tall and balloons at the top, so as to counteract the intense heat in the kitchen. The unique shape allows air to circulate around the scalp, keeping the head cool.
Wow. I never
That
actually
is
wondered.
a fun fact.
Yeah, I
That is
never
a
wondered
very
why the
fun
hats were that
fact.
way, but I feel like I should have.
Yeah, I figured there's a reason for everything. Maybe it's ceremonial, practical, traditional. Who knows? That is a practically designed hat, but it just became a symbol of the.
Yeah, it's practically designed.
Wow.
Let's.
That
see.
is very fun. So much fun.
Going through here.
Um,
Let's see.
He's on 750 health.
Yeah, like I now think it's gonna go up to 999. You know, repeating.
We're just waiting for the
Alright,
right item to spawn.
So, banks, like piggy banks, are commonly shaped like pigs because in the 18th century, frugal people saved their money in earthenware jars made of a dense orange clay known as pig, P-Y-G-G.
Alright,
Wow.
you learn something new every day.
I never
That
would
is
have.
interesting.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah.
Oh,
is that
here's
really
I'll
it?
do a last one here.
Yeah, three's the
do
magic number.
three. Three's the amount of I'm gonna give you the
Oh.
what was it? The Bitcoin? What is it? The bit
Bring you luck.
tits? The
Bit tits.
what's the website?
Blink.
Blink tits.
Blink Snap version of
Oh wow!
information.
978.
Yeah. So the dollar sign is a combination of the letters P and S. PS being the abbreviation for pesos, the principal coin in circulation in the United States until 1794, when we began marketing our own dollars.
Okay.
Wow.
I didn't know that the
Wow.
pesos was the most commonly used currency.
No idea.
At
That
time,
is
yeah.
so goddamn fun.
That
That is the
actually-
funnest fact.
Mm-hmm.
That actually does make sense. So, like, as soon as you think about it.
Yeah. So and also I have a request for the Bible verse of the day. So let me go
Oh,
to
all right, here we go.
Bible
Yeah, I've been waiting for that.
verse of the day. Here we go. I always go to verseoftheday.com, keeping it simple.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this is 1 John 4:12. No one has ever seen God, but if we love one another, God lives in us, and His love is made complete in us.
Aw.
Oh, that's
Cute.
cute.
That's cute. I agree. That is cute.
Have you ever seen Attack on Titan? If not, the final season's coming out this year, and it's been amazing as far as I can tell. And
No,
you'd
I
like some
haven't.
of the storytelling in it. You'd like some of the storytelling in it.
Oh, yeah,
P.S. Hey, Rags.
I have not. I only saw the first couple episodes, and then I stopped.
I think I
So
only
you're
ever saw
in for that,
episode
then?
1, and I don't remember it. Other than there's the guy who eats somebody.
You never read any of the cool stuff, like about like torture and slavery and stoning and.
I mean, it'll come up
wars and
eventually,
violence.
right? On Verse of the Day.
Yeah, eventually, yeah.
Fuck you, Jigglypuff. Oh. I should totally have killed you. It would have been epic. Okay. New Predator kills old one. You guys cry too?
Oh, in Predators, the Predator, yeah.
Oh, I loved it when the
What if
giant
it was
CGI
about, like, a child
monstrosity
molester?
ripped the head off the classic Predator prosthetic outfit. That was real cool. You're a relic from a deleted time.
Deleted timeline. Fucking hell.
Which is exactly what
Genesis.
Genesis actually turned into.
Well, yeah, it is a relic from a deleted timeline.
That's why it's
Fuck
gonna be
you,
fun to
Genesis.
eventually cover that film, because I do want to at some point. It's just gonna be like, this fucking line has aged wonderfully.
Well, that was meant to be part of a trilogy, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, they both were, because that's
Yeah.
just how things are made now.
You can't just make one film and then wait and see how it goes. It's got to be the first part. In
That was one of the things that
trilogy.
was neat about Invisible Man. Like, I don't think the movie was great in any sense of the word. Barely even, like, there's lots of problems, is my point. But, the fact that they were, like, approached for a sequel and they were like, no, it's just the one movie, bye. It's like, oh, neat.
It's done.
Oh, they were gonna do a sequel to that?
No, well, the studio wanted them to, but they were like, nope.
Oh,
Good on
yeah.
them.
Like I don't know.
Glorious
Yeah, that
place.
was a great place to end it.
suppose it would be
imagine,
we
like,
follow
this
the
is
invisible
where-
woman
this is
killing
where
people.
we're at. Like the best movies of 2020, Underwater and The Invisible. Man, these two movies you never expect.
Oh
to be
yeah.
That and Bad Boys for Life. Hey.
Boys for
Fuck,
Life,
dude, Bad Boys for Life was fucking crap.
boy.
Not a fan of that one.
Bad boys, bad boys. I never saw it. I just heard it was bad.
Yeah,
It's, I don't know. It's got some charm. It's not good by any means, but
it's not
I had
fucking
fun.
good. Yeah, I was
Well,
worried for
hey,
a second you were gonna be
if
like,
it's
"No,
on
it's
par
actually
with the
alright."
second one, I'd be fine with it. That one makes me laugh a lot. I wouldn't mind EFAP movies for that film.
I only ever watched it because my girlfriend was a PA in the art department on that.
Oh, neat.
All I remember from Bad Boys 2 is shit just got real.
So there's loads of good bits in that, like when the rats fuck each other.
Shit just got real.
There's a real missed opportunity there because Bad Boys for Life, but it's Bad Boys
Yeah.
3.
Bad Boys
Yeah.
3 Life and then Bad Boys 4 Life. That would have been the way to do it.
Bad Boys 3 Life.
Wonder Fringy, Kal-El No. I guess, yeah, that does all make sense. They didn't spell no the no way, though. Kind of offended, to be honest with you, but I
There's
appreciate
a
it.
correct and incorrect way of spelling no.
Kal-El No! EFAP movie Superman 4 Quest for Peace. Do it. Could do one day, yeah, can happen. Opinions are verboten, especially... Oh, hello, Rags.
Oh, hi.
Wait, opinions are bad now?
Verboten. Yeah, I guess so.
Uh-oh.
I agree. Fuck opinions.
I need to rename my channel. Oh,
No,
boy.
yours are okay because they're capital O opinions. That's different.
Okay.
No, I
Y'all
intentionally
remember,
called it the red one. Oh, you intentionally called
the
it the
red
red
one?
one rather than the red sun. I see.
Oh, that was just misleading. Then.
Confusing.
Yeah, that was unnecessarily confusing and wasting of our time. I don't know why you did that.
Ooh, this is
No,
a
you didn't
one.
have to.
As a big fan of the Snyderverse, I'm interested to catch the first part of this stream to see what you guys have to say, and hopefully, for once, hear objective criticisms. I've yet to hear any.
About what?
Man of Steel, I guess.
Are you shitting me?
Boy.
That's what
About
I
the
mean,
Bat-
man. That's what I
the
mean.
Dude, Man of
Snyderverse
Steel
as
is shit.
It's, like, Man of Steel is pathetic.
Yeah, like, you need to get, like, probably help.
The Snyderverse as a whole is pathetic.
It's really, really bad. I wish it wasn't, because I think DC's pretty cool. But
Yeah,
my
I want movies
God,
to
They
be
have some good
good,
characters.
but they ain't.
like Batman, he's pretty cool. He's a bat. But no,
Yeah.
he had to be all moody. I guess everybody is that in the Snyderverse. Everyone's all moody.
Someone asks, is that a copy pasta? At this point, it could be.
Look, that guy, he might even be in the chat right now. I hope you enjoy our coverage. If you find it to be too reprehensibly evil toward the Snyderverse, it might be too late for you, and I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, man.
If we couldn't pull you out, it's too late. In all seriousness, I can kind of understand why people enjoy the DCEU, but holy fuck, I don't see how you
Sure.
wouldn't be like, yeah, okay, this is pretty shit though. But hey, we got plenty of time to cover more and more of the movies in there. It'd be fun to do so. I was watching a foot fetish porn and didn't get the appeal, but after a second viewing, I started to see it and realized I started off on the wrong foot.
Boo. Boo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Fair.
that even there's a lot of porn out there that's it's just like mass produced and it just doesn't have any heart to it, but I always know that with foot fetish stuff, it's always
They
got
always put the
some-
effort in with the foot fetish stuff, you know? Want to make sure that their customers get what they're after.
Yes. All right then.
Blinktits, we summarize the synopses. Well, that'll be useful, yeah. The singularity was only sucking up krypton materials such as the ships and the stuff affected by the machine. Also, why it affected Soups but not Lois.
Thank you,
Okay,
chat.
the singularity was only sucking up krypton materials? No.
Not established in the movie.
No, it's just wrong. it's stuck.
He's
It sucks up
sucking up
everything.
Krypton material. How does that fucking work?
Such as the ship.
It's a semi-permeable black hole. Let's fucking do it.
But then they end with saying also why it affects Soups, but not Lois. Why does it affect the fucking cars?
And all the other people who get like lifted up and splattered down.
Can't argue that.
In human cars.
Also, how does that make any sense? It's a phantom drive black hole that only affects Krypton stuff? What?
So why? But if they're going to a new world that doesn't have any Krypton stuff on it to terraform it, then what does it do?
Don't understand.
It just sits there and goes.
This black hole has a preference. I just...
Yeah. Boo.
As if someone who reads books will pay for Blinkist. That's what I mean. I don't even know how they would have customers. I really don't. I think anyone who reads books would find Blinkist insulting as a concept.
Yeah.
The power of reading in modern society shouldn't be underestimated. It's estimated that reading 2 to 4 books on the basics of a subject makes you more educated on said subject than 80% of the population.
Sure, I would absolutely believe that. Reading 2 to 4 books, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Rather
whole
than
thing
checking
too.
the summaries out.
Because I think the issue with Blinkist or Quest or whatever is that it, like, if you read, you can't, if you just skim over things lightly and read the bullet points in it in 10 minutes, how much of that is actually going to stick is probably approaching 0, especially if you're just going, if you're just shotgunning different things.
Yeah.
Like maybe if you did a bunch of like reading a full book and taking the time and giving it, the time it needs to get absorbed by your brain, that probably does a whole bunch. Like I would recommend the Great Courses Plus. That would be my counter recommendation. That shit's fucking baller sauce.
Yeah, what if there was an app that like added, so you could read a book and then it would have links to anything the books were referencing and talking about that leads you to other books that have more insight on the particular topic that may have been gone over quickly or something. Then again, that just sounds like Wikipedia, so.
No, that does sound interesting though. You read this, you might also this.
Yeah. The more standard
it's
approach.
It's not algorithmic, but it's actually humans curating what you might like based on that. That could be interesting.
Referring to the pansexual part, it's unoriginal. Oh, in relation to what Chris Stuckman said to be interesting. I think isn't.
Well, that's not the interesting part of his video.
I was gonna say I don't give a shit if
experience growing up as a Jehovah's Witness.
He's not fucking anybody.
Wow, Rags. You think he's that uninteresting?
If he really wants to be a Hollywood director, then maybe I don't want to know about his sexual habits.
I don't know, fucking... I just don't care,
I don't give a shit if you want to fuck your...
I'm coming out as pansexual.
Yeah, that is,
like,
that is the
right.
least interesting part of that video. For sure.
Hello, my fellow Aussie man, Mooper, and of course, hello, Rags.
Hi.
It says wait for response in brackets. Keep up the good job. You're doing the Don's work. Yes, sir.
Don bless.
Don bless indeed. My jokes get ruined a lot, lol. My joke was a variation of people living under rocks. I guess that means it was a terrible one. Oh, that was to do with these people... the thing about rocks that I misunderstood to do with the Dawn, I guess. It was trying to make a joke about how people must be living under a rock to not understand Dawn memes. Oh, references. Oh my god, Luigi kicked my ass. I kind of feel kind of good about Luigi killing me. Whenever it's Luigi, it's like, you earned it, buddy. You earned it. I hate the argument X was bad because it was forgettable. I've heard boss fight music I can't remember after the fight because I was focused on the fight itself, then listen to it in playthroughs, then I'm more relaxed, and I love it. Thoughts? Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, music is a tough one. I don't remember most music I hear in movies. I just can't hum it back. Well, it's really tough because oftentimes you're focused on different things and it's part of an overall experience.
And oftentimes the music is not meant to be distracting from what's happening on the screen. So when it comes to music, that's a different thing. But is he talking about just in general? Something
a general use of someone saying, oh, fuck that movie, is so forgettable. Like Thor 2, I wouldn't... So if we did an EFAP on Thor 2, I would not allow us to stop at saying it's forgettable. I'd be like, nope, we gotta do better than that.
Yeah. Like, I think Doctor Sleep is one of the most forgettable movies in the past 10 years. But that's not because like that. I wouldn't stop there. I think the movie's just not. You know what I mean? But it's not so bad that people will remember it for being bad. It's just right in the middle of the valley between so bad it's bad and so good it's good.
Yeah, there's usually just more to it. And this, by the way, applies to when you say something like, "Oh, I fucking loved that thing. It was amazing," or "Kind of boring." It's like it usually is leading into, okay, so why?
Yeah, the why is the actual critique itself.
But I will say sometimes people's music can be way better than their character. Like a relevant upcoming example would be Wonder Woman's theme, which is fucking amazing.
Another good example would be Batwoman. His theme is so much better than.
Yeah,
the Wonder Woman theme is really cool. I don't think it fits her character though. Something about it just doesn't feel like it's in the right.
Oh yeah, it doesn't feel anything really like her. It's just a bopping tune.
Yeah, it's like it feels actiony. Like maybe a cyborg could match it. I don't know.
Anyone else? I don't know because nothing about it says Greek demigod lady to me. I don't know what it is.
Like like all the soundtrack for Man of Steel, I feel like it suits well enough. It actually is like I think we said it's like it's really trying to save that movie. Like the soundtrack is desperately clawing.
It's doing just fine. Just fine.
Maybe Hans knew. He's like, oh god. He's like, oh god, this
guns.
is shit. And he had to do his hardest to save it. If I can rescue this movie, it will.
He did an admirable job considering that music can't save a bad movie. He tried his damnedest.
He really did try.
Yeah, the music in that's good.
I give it a thumb up and maybe possibly another thumb.
Boop, 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 boop.
I mean, he's never going to be able to quite make that kind of music, but yeah, close.
Oh, the Batwoman theme is so goddamn good. I love it. Like, it's completely ironic love, but I love it so much.
The best kind of love.
It's just so rhythmically simple and on the nose. It's great.
He did the Amazing Spider-Man 2 OST in fairness. So I've not listened to every song in that, but I know that the parts that I find hilarious are Pharrell Williams' contributions. So I don't know. I refrain from judging Hans on that one to a degree. You guys should check out Damnation's video on Joker. It's an abortion. It's been a while since we talked about Joker, isn't it?
Yeah, it has been a while.
I'll have a look. See, there's a whole bunch of Joker videos we never got to cover, but perhaps. Warner Brother patented Nemesis system from Middle Earth Games. That was mentioned earlier. Neil Breen EFAP movies with expert YMS when? I imagine if we were to cover Neil Breen, it wouldn't be with YMS because he's seen all of them. We'd probably it would be cool if we could get him for like stuff he hasn't seen. I would imagine. Like Extraterrestrial, which is a film he had seen, but he completely forgot. For understandable reasons. Do you guys remember seeing that film?
I do remember that. Yeah. That movie was something else.
Man, Doom Annihilation, a classic.
That was one of the most gratuitous anal probe scenes I've ever seen in my life.
Right?
Brain cell annihilation.
Rags, would you say that stormtroopers are like wet bread?
No.
I think I can see how that would be applicable. They do seem to pop up a lot.
I mean, yeah, I guess in that sense. They shouldn't be, but they are.
EFAP movies Pass Through and Twisted Pair in one episode. Yeah, we could do it. It could happen. No denying the potential. No, Friday Night Tights do like WandaVision. I meant that it sucks that their only criticism is McComics or it's woke and the MCU, so I like hearing your thoughts on it. Well, I was going to say, that's what we do, is talk about, like, whether or not structurally it's functioning. I think their main goal is to talk about it relating to the comics it's supposed to be adapting and the industry surrounding it. So obviously if you didn't want to hear that perspective, that would be what they were planning on. I don't know if they've talked about how much everything makes sense in it so far. I haven't caught their discussions. All I thought was that they liked it, yeah. They probably like it more than us right now, as far as I know. Watch the director's...
I'd say so.
Watch the director's cut / commentary on Hill House. Buffy episode The Body is a direct inspiration for episode 6. Holy shit. Please be true. It's like I can see the connections. I would hope is true.
I watched the extended cuts of Hill House. They didn't add a ton. It wasn't a huge transformation.
Check out the
some things
commentaries. Not that you'd have any reason to.
I didn't listen to the commentaries. No, I just I watched the extended edition where some of the episodes were closer to like an hour and a half long.
I might check that out now that they've said that. That's I would like to hear that myself to make sure it is true. Steve Shives got divorced. I am stunned. Not. Well. Have you guys seen the new QI show with Stephen Fry? I haven't.
No, I haven't.
If there's anything as good as the original one, then it's some good entertainment for everybody, hopefully. When you guys are finished with Batwoman Season 2, can you guys watch the CW Elseworlds crossover? It's the first appearance of Kate Kane, and I'm starting to miss Ruby Rose. Also, hi, Rags.
Hey.
I mean, we could.
We didn't watch
We
that
still
one,
have
did
to
we?
see, what's her new movie? What's Ruby Rose's
Oh,
new
yeah,
movie?
Backdoor, door
The
draft.
Cab Driver or something like that?
Doorsman.
Back Crack?
Doorman?
Dorman? Ruby Rose.
Back Crack.
Dorman. The Dorman.
Dorman.
Starring,
Jean Reno.
yeah,
And
Jean Reno.
good old Ruby Rose. But yeah, it's pretty cool that we've got some Ruby Rose Batwoman content that we still haven't actually seen yet. So maybe we should pull that out when we're desperate and Batwoman gets cancelled. It'll be like a solemn goodbye to obviously the best iteration of the character. This new one is trying, but she'll never be able to reach Ruby Rose levels. The younglings had their chance. True. I did it because he is Commie Superman. Duh. Yeah, but the Red Sun already takes care of that in a double meaning, you know? Gosh. Yes, I follow. Okay, you say it's shit, and I hope to see good reasoning for it, but so far, none has made good evidence for it. Okay. I think he's already been arguing in the chat about the whole, like, the cars were taken up because they were affected by the machine. And Lois wasn't because she wasn't affected by the machine, I guess. This seems kind of self-fulfilling, right? Like, whatever was affected by the machine was taken up. Whatever wasn't. You're like, okay.
Yeah.
Black holes, man.
That's the thing with a movie like Man of Steel. Like, people who want to say it's good can cite certain lines of dialogue and blatantly contradict it. You know, like with the world building, you know, the way they talk about how, oh, sometimes it's the sun that gives Superman his powers, and sometimes it's the atmosphere. Well, they can just cite one and pretend like, oh, it's good. It makes sense. It's like, well, it contradicts itself. What are you talking about?
Does that a lot,
There's a lot of that
actually.
in this movie, yeah.
Fringian Mauler, and you like rock? Last Action Hero has underrated rock music. All right. Yeah. Yeah, all right. We, like I said, Last Action Hero is probably going to happen on EFAP movies eventually. Also, Mola, when is the next meme fap? I made the Doom the Wolf 1 Act 1 meme. No definitive timing for it just yet. We shall have to find some slots. Okay, I apologize. I should have spent $5, thought harder. Oh, about the Red Sun thing. It's good that you've made all these clarifications. Excellent. The Hill House commentaries are on episodes 1, 5, 6, and 10, so if you do get to see it, you get to hear Mike Flanagan talk about the ending. Oh, I've got the Blu-ray with the commentaries on them, so I am very tempted to check it out now, yes.
The ending sucks.
Yes, it does, but I'd be interested to hear the commentary on it. Last Action Hero EFAP is making me coom premature. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness gracious.
You lock that down, ma'am. And yes, with that is the end of the super chats, and I think
oh boy,
around about the time to probably wrap up. So
time gets a wrap up, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Do you wanna Mr. Capital O opinions? Do you want to talk a bit about where people can find you and why someone would choose to do something like that?
No.
Wow. Subvert my expectations, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if you know my name, you can search that name on YouTube. I'm reviewing Devs, which is an awful sci-fi show. It's fun to talk about how awful that show is. And we got a video coming up about how Lancelot was actually a midget. Good time. Come check it out. That's all I
Lancelot was
got.
actually a midget. Oh my god.
Yeah. I'm gonna spam it at Shad and force him to respond.
What would
It's
you
gonna be a good
say
time.
is the best video for them to start with?
Well, you've probably already seen the NPC reviews, but if you haven't, you should check those out. They are a goofy, fun time, satirizing bad video essays and all that fun stuff.
I don't know how you would have done that and also ended up on EFAP somehow. I don't see the connection there. Making fun of video essayists? I don't know. Well, Mr. Fringold, what about you?
Crash 4 video. It's coming to nearly finished with the scripting, which means that editing will start soon, and then that'll go up. I've been streaming as well on Twitch, Dubious Sanity, so go there. Usually seems like twice a week is now the thing. And yeah, and then the Fringy comic at some point. So there are a few things.
Do you have any idea on what you might do after the Crash video?
Oh, in terms of videos, I haven't thought that far ahead yet. Something
Wow.
else, I'm sure.
Terrible person. But yes, subscribe. Or subscribe, however you want to look at it.
Or subscribe, whichever word, you prefer.
As for myself, holy shit, I didn't realize how bad episode 6 of season 2 of The Boys was. It's like a holy mountain of horror in terms of just the amount of things to talk about that they got wrong. It's possibly one of the worst episodes of TV, like, ever. It's just the problems are immense. And so I'm working through The Boys season 2 still, but obviously the EFAP arc is currently involving the DCEU. We're having lots of fun. More shall happen, I am sure, in relation to it. And you got Batwoman and some other things coming along the way. Rags, anything you want to mention before we end?
Nope. I think that pretty much just covers it all for me. Just working away on my little thing. It'll be out when it's out. I don't want to rush it, as you could probably guess. Just really want this to be super good when it's out. I want it to really stand the test of time.
Yeah, cool stuff. Okie dokie. Thank you all for hanging out with us, for watching. Thanks to old Mootlo. He gone sleepy floomps now. And he'll probably stream tomorrow. You can maybe catch some of us there at that point. I don't know. Either way, thank you all for the donations and memes. Like I said, we'll collect them all up. I've got a mountain of them. Meme Fab will happen, as well as possibly more Man of Steel coverage. We'll have to figure out how we're going to do that, because Jesus Christ, Man of Steel. Oh, who even wants to talk about that movie? Nobody, that's who. Thank you all for watching. And good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everyone. Thanks for coming on over.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.